Hello, good morning. All right. All right, let's see. 1 second. Why is my chat thing not coming up? Hold on, guys. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody doing today? I am tired. It is early in the morning for me. I'm not a morning person. Okay. This is fine. I've got to fuddle around at this. Oh, geez, Devo. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can get this fixed now. I thought I reset this, but I did it to yesterday's chat log. So just bear with me 1 second, guys. All right, that should be good. Good morning, good morning. Oh, it's still messed up. All right. Okay, we should be good now. Oh my goodness, good morning. So my little smallest rogue mammal was up like most of the night last night. So excuse me for, I'll try to chug this energy drink and be better in a minute. Okie dokie. So, let me see. So I went through some of my videos last night and I was able to put timestamps for stuff that we wanted to watch yesterday. The first one being hold on, let me pull up my notes. I thought I was ready. I am not. The first one being the part where Wendy says that Dan would, thank you, Devo, that Dan would call her if there was a problem with the kids. And then we find out that there was a missed call from Dan. Shocker. So let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. So I made timestamps for everything in my little note section, and then I put how many minutes all the clips were. I really should probably, hi Jordana. I really should probably, maybe when this trial is over, do maybe like a live watch party for my 7-part Wendy series, because some of these I feel like should be watched all the way through. All right, let me go ahead and pull this up.
Doesn't necessarily. And about what time of day doesn't necessarily.
All right, and my husband is home right now, so he's got a hold of the little rogue gerbil, so she should be good for a little bit. Oh, good morning from Australia. Thank you, Jordana. What time is it in Australia right now? I know we're, 10 hours off? All right. Yeah, and honestly, I don't love the light on this microphone, but it's probably good for me to have a visual of when it's on. Okay. All right. Whoops. God damn it. I've got a cord in front of this, so I thought I was pressing pause, but I pressed forward on this darn thing. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. Yeah, seriously, Debo. That is not only did she have time to call Charlie back, she literally had like a 20-minute conversation with him about if it made sense to fix the TV, which that's actually the short that I needed to upload this morning, which I tried to, but I literally got copyright claimed on hold music for the love of the Lord. Hi, Fury Pesto. Yay. I hope work is slow too. Where do you work? Oh, geez, it's 10:38 p.m. Well, that's not too late. At least it's not 1 in the morning. I usually do my video premieres at like 11 in the afternoon, and I always see comments from everybody in Australia being like, it's 1 a.m. here. Okay. So let me pop over to this, and then we will go ahead. Thank you. I'm trying. I think I've got all the audio figured out now and fixed, so hopefully that won't be an issue anymore. So let's go ahead and play this. This is relatively quick. It's only a 4-minute clip. So I'll play a couple of just quick clips this morning, and then we'll go over to the live feed. Yeah, I know, Becky. And I'm so selfish. 11 o'clock is just the time usually when I would be able to go to, I live on a dairy farm in upstate New York. So 11 o'clock was the time that I could go out to my barn and work out and have a little bit of quiet time. So that's why I always premiered my videos then. So I know today's the day, Rob. Hi. Okay. So let me go ahead and I'm going to press play on this, and obviously I'll probably stop it and chit chat. Near my area of expertise, but I just wanted to throw it out there as something to consider.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing, or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember. Maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the Creative Preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Markell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
We could see what...
The way she closes her eyes when she says that just screams deception to me. No, I would have had no reason to call him. There was just literal cop cars covering the entire street and right in front of his house and his driveway.
Time I called him, I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him, well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember. Maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know.
Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
Me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
Called me at 9:02.
Mm.
He called me at 9:02.
So let's get this straight. Because one of the most obvious signs pointing to Wendy's guilt is her lack of concern for her boys the morning of the murder. I feel like it's a pretty widely known piece of information that on the morning of the murder, Wendy made no attempts to check on her boys after pulling up to the crime scene. And although I've covered this at length on my channel, it's worth repeating that the crime scene consisted of Dan's house only, surrounded by crime scene tape blocking the passage through Trescott, 4 to 5 law enforcement marked vehicles, a marked crime scene forensic van, and an additional police car with its lights on, blocking the road in addition to the tape. Containing Officer Brannon, the one who spotted Wendy that day and reported her to Detective Isim. So Wendy rolls up on all of this and calls no one to confirm the welfare of her kids. But we heard what she said here, right? That the kids would have been dropped off at preschool between 8 and 9. And had they not made it, Danny would have let her know. Yet, here's a missed call from Dan at 9:02. Very close to drop-off time. And she thinks nothing of it.
Bullshit. That is, I have no words. She is just such a piece of garbage. Like I just have no words. I can't believe just the fluidity of which this family is accustomed to lying. It's actually insane. All right. So that I felt like was pretty damning. I just feel like that's an absolutely insane thing to do. I can't imagine pulling up to a place where my kids spent the night before that's literally covered in cop cars and crime scene tape and not having any reaction. I mean, the correct thing would have been for her to get out of the car and see what's going on. But I really don't think that she expected anybody to be there. I'm, completely convinced that, she had, she didn't think that anybody was going to hear. She didn't think that anybody was going to be home. I mean, her and Donna seem to have this like weird notion that everybody goes on vacation in the summertime. Like, we're not all millionaires, Wendy. We don't all just like travel overseas in the summertime. Like, she is an actual crazy person. Okay, so this is in the same video, and this is just a really quick collection of all the versions of her story, which is kind of fun to watch back to back because it just shows unequivocally what an absolute liar she is. Hi, Hurry. Did she want her boys or did Donna? Well, I mean, once she moved to Miami, Donna had those kids all the time. I mean, every single wiretap call that we have, the kids are in the background. And Donna even says to Charlie in one of the videos, I have 2 little boys. Talking about, it was the video that I just put out, talking about the apartment that she was going to move into. She says, I have 2 little boys. You know what the damage deposit's going to be on that? Yeah, Lily, I completely agree. Good morning, Hell Point. No, exactly. The only person that knew Dan's schedule was Wendy. And the most damning part, well, not the most damning part, but one of the most damning parts is when they went up there the first time, they randomly went to the gym in the middle of the day. They have cell phone records from the Luis and Garcia from the first trip that they went up in June, like the scouting trip, whatever. And They were at the gym for quite some time. So how in the hell would they have known that he was at the gym? Because Dan wasn't even at the gym at that point. So somebody told him that, hey, he goes to the gym in the morning, and they went over there. Hi, Nanya. Hi, Carol. Aw, another Australian. Yeah. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that we do not know about and that we're not going to know about. I mean, okay, let's just think of one thing. How many of us knew that they were wiretapping Harvey's phone before they announced that in court? Any of us? None of us? I mean, that's a thing. And they even say it in that. I think I have a clip. I think it's in one of my clips that I want to show. But Georgia even says it to Wendy. Aren't investigations secret? Do you know who we're going to arrest next any more than anybody else does? No. So I rest my case. Okay, so this, what clip is this? Oh yeah, this is the one where she's, we're basically get to listen to her saying, or all of her different versions of that morning's happenings.
Necessarily mean that she's guilty. And to be perfectly honest, I agree. There's nothing.
I cut that off a little bit. It says, I don't necessarily think that her driving to the crime scene means that she's guilty. No, I mean, that doesn't denote guilt specifically, but why would she have to lie about it?
Inherently suspicious about Wendy rolling
I have to get a
right
sweater
up to
on,
Dan's
guys.
house the day that he was murdered. I think it's highly plausible that it was just a coincidence. So why lie about it? The action itself doesn't denote guilt. It is everything she did after that makes her look guilty as fuck.
Oh my god. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something.
Drive down, Trescott's blocked, you turn around, you go back around on Benton, and then you look
There's
to
a
the...
tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right.
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off and I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. And I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like,
It appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive?
No.
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape.
I was driving on Centerville Road and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Trescott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off, and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
It makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
Was there a roadblock there with...
There was tape.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather, or maybe a tree fell.
Your testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van
which had a clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
I didn't even think, like, that's the house.
Yes. Your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendi Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, or what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that that may have been Wendi Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay.
And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
And I just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something.
The person didn't get out screaming, oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house, right?
And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like,
No.
And you would agree with me that that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well,
That's a very telling thing. First of all, Becky, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. And thank you for gifting a membership also. That is so sweet. This to me is a very telling statement. He says, well, I can't say what her normal response would be because I don't know what her role was. I.e., was she involved with this or was she a victim? Because obviously a normal response for a victim versus a normal response for somebody who knew what was going on is going to be very different.
let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a three-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
We have just begun to scratch.
She is absolutely unreal. I can't imagine. I mean, yes, it's very true. Lies are very hard to keep track of because your brain has no memory of a lie. Like, you physically cannot remember lies because it's not a real memory. You just have to hope that you're doing the best that you can, which, I mean, I get it. She's like a piece of garbage, but wouldn't you at least like go over either your police transcript or at least, you know, your past testimonies before you sit on the stand again and tell a completely different story? I mean, that would make sense to me, but I guess we're not all the same. I am not like Wendy. All right, let me go ahead and get this feed pulled up so we can keep an eye on it. Which they said they were streaming this, but who knows? Maybe I was lied to. So if not, we'll just stay on for a little bit and chit chat. Hold on, guys. Yeah, when this doe-eyed blind says Wendy's always answering in anticipation to where the questions will go, lead or follow up, just a blatant non-emotion of why she is testifying. Yeah, she's okay, good. All right, the Tallahassee Democrat has it up. All right, let's go ahead.
Jurors have raised their hands. Thank you. Do each of you possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, or
Oops, sorry, guys.
have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Please raise your hands. record, the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. The next series of questions are basically just going to deal with whether anyone should be excused at this point.
I'm turning this up a little bit for you guys because it's a little low on my end. Let me know if the volume's okay on that for you.
Any felony crime or a crime of dishonesty, and you have not had your rights restored to you. If this describes your situation, please raise your hand. For the record, none of the prospective jurors have raised their hands.
Yeah, June is supposed to testify.
Are any of you at this time under current prosecution for any crime, either in a state or a federal court? Please raise your hands if this describes your situation. Once again, for the record, none of the prospective jurors have raised their hands. As to matters in which you can be excused by law, is any person here a sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? No hands have been raised in response to the court's questions. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6 years of age? All right. Sir, if that is, please form a line, and I will deal with you momentarily just in the middle.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Is
So much.
anyone
Me too.
present 70 years of age or older?
Donna raises her hand.
No hands have been raised in response to this question.
Me.
Has anyone performed state jury service within the last year? And by last year, what I'm referring to would be August 19th, 2024 to today.
I love Judge Everett, by the way.
Raised in response to that question. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and your presence will create a hardship?
Donna was for Harvey. He was incapable of caring for himself. He couldn't even get out of the airport.
In the affirmative to that question. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending a high school, state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution?
Donna would like to go home.
Right, if you please can stand behind the gentleman in the aisle.
Yeah, I think Sarah Youssef is more going to be used for Wendy's trial.
I believe we also have one new one by statute. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before the reporting date on your summons, and you are seeking to be excused for that reason? No hands have been raised in response. Right, one by one, if you please can come forward, and I will address the issue in which you responded to your questions, or to the court's questions, I should say.
Yeah, I think with Sarah Youssef,
If the attorneys wish to listen to
I agree that she'll probably be a rebuttal witness. If Donna goes, or if the defense tries to say that Donna loved Dan, you know, the whole banana bread defense, I think she's going to be brought in to testify for what she heard Donna say. I mean, literally, at the kid's birthday party, she says, oh, you know, everybody thought Dan was such this, you know, great guy, but he was really a jerk, or whatever exactly she said. I can't remember the exact quote, but I mean, what in the world? Yes, Rob. Okay, I've got the chat in two places. I've got like a pop-out chat that I'm putting the stuff up on the screen, but it's not updating as quick as the other chat is. But yeah, Rob, that was so bizarre. Harvey just like waving like this. I don't even understand it. I'll switch back over to that in a second. But I put a picture up on my thing, and Harvey's like this, like waving to the camera. And I was watching My hair is a mess. I was watching Roberta's channel, and I guess Patty from Patty's Playhouse was actually there, and she's like, "Oh, he was waving, whatever," and she said, "No, he was being like really aggressive, like scary aggressive." And hold on, let me go. I'll see if I can pull up the post on my YouTube because that was scary. I was scared. All right, here we go. I'm very weird, just very weird. I mean, what is going on? And then he says all aggressively to the photographer, "Did you get a good picture?" It's like, dude, you are the one who made your family this celebrity, Yeah, Sarah's on the witness list. I believe so. I can double check. Yeah, so weird. So weird. Yeah, Jubilee. He does. He looks like the crypt keeper. So scary. Why would you be like this? Okay. Let me pull up the witness list. I was just looking at it yesterday. Yeah, Sarah Youssef is on it. So she's on it. I mean, basically, anybody that they might call has to be put on the witness list. I'll be really curious to see if they have, what's his face, Charlie, testifying, because I'm not sure. I mean, really, with him and Donna really kind of have to have their story straight, because if she tells a completely different story, her defense is different than the stupid extortion defense, which is really, God, the worst defense ever. I mean, Georgia said it perfectly. She said, of course the money had to come from you because it was stapled money. She said, so you had to come up with the defense that somehow showed that, covered that, basically. So, I mean, if she doesn't have that defense, it kind of throws his appeal up. I mean, not like anybody's going to be crossed over, but it's going to be really interesting to see if he actually gets put up on the stand. I'm not sure. I don't think, thank you, Jamie. I don't think, I mean, in terms of loyalty that this family has to each other, there's none. And I think that his whole...
All right, now that we've settled the issues of who is eligible to serve and actually remain, we are going to proceed with the process this morning. The first thing that we are going to do is to discuss what you may know about this case.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm just going to turn this down because if I don't finish my thought, I'll never remember it again. And I almost forgot it already. Oh, I think his whole retraction of his waiver for Dan is 100% to get back at Donna. Because why would he wait till the day of her trial to do that? That was a total dick move on his part. On purpose, I'm sure, because she, screwed him over with leaving and going to Vietnam. The only person that he had in his, on his side, and she's like, "Goodbye, never see you again. Enjoy your life."
About using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point. You must use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have actually been discharged from jury selection or jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including friends, coworkers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not
Becky.
give anyone any information about the case
It's
itself
great they got the
or
big
people
courtroom for
involved
June's back.
in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or the case itself. This includes face-to-face interactions, phone or computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress to you that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This would include tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not
Is the
send
volume
or
good for
accept
everyone,
any
guys?
messages, including email and text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about the case until you have been excused in this matter. Please avoid the newspaper and television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid any social media or any internet news sites concerning this matter as well. Mr. Zellman, if you still have the statement of case on your computer, I will just read it from that. You may.
Judge Everett is probably so glad to finally get this trial
I'm going to read
started.
to you at this time a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markell was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markell's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markell. She has entered a plea of not guilty. The statement of the case that I have just read to you is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by this statement. It is merely informing you of the accusation that has been made by the state against the defendant. Before we speak with you individually and privately about this case, some of you may be excused. Mr. Zellman, you can take it.
Jubilee, I don't see this taking any more than 2 or 3 days.
I'm also going to read to you at this time the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Once again, the indictment is not evidence, and it's not to be considered as evidence.
I know, Becky. It's horrific.
You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. It is alleged in count 1 that
I
on
agree,
or
Tracy.
about July 18, 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county, Leon, and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markell, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. Beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois and or other persons to commit first-degree murder, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. I believe I said this before, but we are now going to speak with each of you individually and privately about this matter. Some of you may be excused during this process. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. The basic questions that you will be asked are the following. Number 1, what do you know about this case? Number 2, what sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Number 3, based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Number 4, can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Number 5, do you have any reason that you cannot serve on this jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these 5 questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when you are called back. We are going to discuss one thing with you individually, specifically as it relates to the hardship of serving on this jury. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and potentially go for 2 weeks after that.
All right. So he just
All
said
total,
that
we expect
trial should start
proceedings
Friday
from
with
today
the opening
will take
statements.
Up to 3 weeks. We understand that is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty as jurors. Similar to military service, we will have to call on our citizens at times to make sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again for something of this nature to serve in a lengthy trial. I understand for some of you this may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you are not going to be sequestered during the trial, meaning you will be capable of going home and returning to the courthouse each day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule so it will not disrupt your lives. Please give some thoughts as to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror. Please be patient with us as we will be working as efficiently as possible. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. You are not to discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also as well, there is reading material that has been provided by the court in the form of some magazines that are available to you if you would like to read. You also may look at your phones, but you are not to speak to each other or have any conversations about the case or anything else. For this instruction, does anyone have a question? Because I want to clear this up before we get underway. Again, you are not to speak to each other. You are not to discuss the case. You may look at your phones. You are not to look at any material that is related to this case. You also may read the reading material that has been provided by the court. Please do not listen to or read any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. We will begin with the individual process at this point. If the parties, please, can relocate to the jury room. We will call each of you by your number, and from there we will go through the individual screening. If the bailiffs also can position themselves through the room as need be to make sure the orders are going to be enforced.
Oh, Tom Petty did get a haircut. Good for her. Oh, look at Donna with her little sweater. Oh my gosh. And really, nobody could do her hair. That's a shame. Look at her, not even handcuffed. That must feel nice for her. Okay, so Tracy, you brought up a really good point. If anybody caught the STS live, yeah, what is his yeah, Mr. Webster, Dan's divorce attorney when Dan was killed, brought up that Jackie Funeral Home Fulford actually faked cancer. Like, I knew about her other controversies that got her kicked off the bench, but that is just a new low. And I completely agree. I feel like if you're willing to do that and all the other things that she's been accused of, what would keep you from just bringing a cell phone in to the jail and letting her? I mean, this is probably one of the reasons why Donna picked her, because she's crooked, and that's like the type of people that Donna wants, because the Adelsons have no boundaries, so they want people that will go, the same distance that they will. So I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with that, because I don't think for a second that the state would allege that if they did not have proof positive that actually happened. And that is a huge violation to bring in. No, they just said that they weren't going to be sequestered. To bring in a cell phone into the jail is completely against the jail protocol. And then to do all of this so her conversations could be secret with Harvey. I mean, could these people not show any more of their guilt? I mean, this is such a damning thing. You're already screwed. At least just follow the rules now, because now you're showing that you're bribing witnesses. You're doing all these sneaky things to try to get around, being recorded. If you have nothing to hide, what is the problem about being recorded at all? Okay. Donna is a swamp drill dweller. We cannot assume she would select anything different to represent her. So accurate, Tracy. I don't think for a second that Judge Everett can be bought. I think that he is a very good judge. He's seemed very fair in all the trials and hearings that I've watched. And he seems to be pretty much over the constant feed of nonsense that's been coming from Donna's attorneys. All they've been doing is trying to fight. I mean, that's their job. I get it. But the amount of motions that they have filed for stuff, and then repeat motions for stuff that he's already ruled on. And he's straight up been like, it's like a little kid when you tell them no, they can't have a cookie and they still beg. I think that's disgusting to fake cancer. I think it's just absolutely crazy. And then to boot, he said, they had a mutual friend that was actually suffering with cancer. And here Jackie is trying to get the sympathy. And I think it was to take off, distract from the fact that she was being kicked off the bench as a judge. Also, this stupid fruit fly is in here. It's really my fault, because I prepaid a couple of hitmen to kill him, and they took the money and didn't kill the fruit fly. So it's my fault that he's still alive. Yeah, it's a completely a character issue, Tracy. Yeah. I mean, not having ethics as a lawyer is just insane. But I mean, this is the people that Donna, and I'm very curious to find out what's going to happen if that's proven in court, because from what I have heard, you can, not only is it criminal charges, but you'll lose your bar license. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Charlie's going to get a deal. He's already been convicted. And honestly, I don't think he is going to need to be offered a deal. I think he is sitting, and if you've listened to any of the jail phone calls, he is just sitting and just seething. I mean, just the few days after his conviction, he was completely convinced that Wendy was the reason why he got convicted. Which, I mean, Donna, Charlie, take a little bit of responsibility, but he thought that that's the entire reason. Not only that, but, you know, she is kind of the reason in the first place because she's the one that was having these issues with Dan. You know, she's the reason why they all did this for her. And that's mentioned kind of over and over in the calls as well. All right, let me see. It's kind of no, Georgia loves me. Jackie Fulford, the bad Jackie. Georgia and me are besties. How many layer of trashy behaviors are involved here? Let's start a list. It's crazy the levels of just corruption and nonsense that are here. Okay. I'm sure he's getting all this information. Like, there is a wealth of information. I mean, have you ever seen prison TikTok? Like, prisoners have access to TikTok. I'm sure he is seeing this information. And at the very least, he knows that Wendy is still living her life on the outside. And it's just got to be eating him alive. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show another couple clips. Okay, so I think this one is just going to be fun for us to see. This is about 18 minutes long. It's completely picking on Wendy. So we'll have a little visual of what her future is going to be. And we will play this. I will have to step off here in a little bit to go spend time with my tiny little gerbil and get my boys who sleep a little bit later, get them breakfast and everything. But then I'll be popping in and out. So also I had a question yesterday if I was an attorney. I'm not. I am a mom. I have 9 kids. My husband and I each had 3 kids when we got together, and then we had 3 more. So I have always had a super strong instinct and a super strong feel on people. My bullshit meter is pretty high. I once had one of my friends that I've known since kindergarten told me a few years ago, he said, you know, when we were young, he said, I always paid attention to who you didn't like because I knew you had, you know, you could feel people's auras. I said, yeah, I can. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch Wendy's future right here. Look at the smirk on this guy's face.
So, unless you're one of Wendy's 3 supporters, who are all Wendy on different screen names, I'm looking at you, Glenn, or should I say, Glendy. Try harder next time. You're wondering how she's spent 11 years free, or as prison folk call it, on the outside. Wendy is currently living in beautiful Austin, Texas, residing in a 2,784 square foot brick home that she is currently renting for $3,500 a month. Located 20 minutes outside of downtown Austin, this beautiful colonial revival home boasts 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. An open, spacious floor plan makes this home the perfect spot for entertaining and relaxing. The gourmet kitchen opens up to a breakfast nook and is the perfect spot to eat your own words. The master bedroom features vaulted ceilings with plenty of natural light to keep up with your favorite books. Enjoy a bubble bath in your garden tub and lavish yourself at the double vanity where you can brush your teeth without getting shaken down for commissary.
So I was in the bathroom. It's 10:30 at night. I went in to brush my teeth. Okay. There are three sink stations in the bathroom. Each one has 4 sinks, and I was at the center station with my back to the door. And I'm a righty, so I was holding my toothbrush with my right hand, and I was balancing myself with my left hand on the sink. I was just brushing my teeth. That's all I was doing.
And what happened?
And someone came up behind me and pulled my left hand away from the sink and twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back, like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt, and I said, "What are you doing?" And she's in the same breath that she did that with my arm. She said, "You're going to buy me commissary." I said, "I'm going to what?" And she said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary." So I said, okay. And then she named a package that she wanted, and she's out. She was gone. She just that fast. That fast.
Okay. How bad would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you rate the pain at the time that she did that to you?
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
I didn't know my arm could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So, kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. And I went back to my bunk, and I got under the covers, and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. Okay. I didn't come out.
Okay.
And that is actually the house that Wendy is renting right now. And I truly hope that every morning she wakes up and takes a big stretch and remembers how nice and cozy her bed feels. So when she moves into her new place, care of the state of Florida, she'll be able to fondly look back on the life she could have had if she hadn't been a complete piece of human garbage. Too bad, so sad. So let's do a little review. Her immunity means practically nothing and will do zilch in terms of saving her.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Oh my God, I've never wanted to punch somebody so hard. When she says that, the stupid smug way her face is like, the state isn't going to decide to arrest me. Like, that's the funniest thing that anybody suggested. Oh, I can't wait to see her in handcuffs.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
No.
They do, bitch. And have since day one. But we'll come back to that.
Last thing I get this afternoon is probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question, but this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are 3 kinds of immunity. There's transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. The type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her.
So before she went up on the stand, the judge himself explained to her, and I showed this clip yesterday, and I have it in a short too, when Sarah says, "What kind of immunity do you have?" And she says, "I can't be prosecuted." And Sarah says, "Oh, you think that's what it means?" And Wendy's like, "Yeah, that's what I think it means." And Sarah's like, or Georgia, excuse me, Georgia's like, okay. So she was told, and she's still, I'm sorry, there's no way you can know. This is just wishful thinking on her part. She thinks she can speak it into existence.
She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her, nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked the question.
Well, I'm sure it answered the jurors' questions, but our little Wendy Pooh didn't seem to understand. Because even though the judge himself explained it to her, she still said,
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
"Not for you though, bitch."
I said, bitch.
And then a mere 2.5 years later, she still didn't understand.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right. So what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay.
I suppose so.
Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
Okay, I mean, we got there eventually, but this woman is a lawyer. It shouldn't be this hard for her to understand. And she uses the excuse that she isn't proficient in criminal law, and that's why she can't remember. But I think it's just like her insisting that Trescott is a shortcut. She thinks if she says it enough, it'll come true.
Is a wish your heart makes.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity. Right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school. So forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
Very little.
So your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
No, you needed it. Wendy, you were standing right next to your lawyer when he told the court that you would refuse to testify if not under the state subpoena. We were all there.
John Lauro, and with me is Miss Adelson. Your Honor, as you know, Miss Adelson has been subpoenaed by the state as well as the defense. She, without a state subpoena, would unequivocally invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. We want to make that clear for the record. In light of Your Honor's prior rulings and direction, we wanted to put that on the record. However, with respect to the state subpoena, it automatically confers use and derivative use immunity on her pursuant to Florida Statute 914.04. That use and derivative use immunity would only apply to a state subpoena and not to a defense subpoena. So in light of that, we would ask respectfully that the court quash the defendant's subpoena, since there's no purpose and no appropriate purpose in calling a witness simply to invoke in front of the jury.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Laura. Any questions that are given to Ms. Adelson if she was called with the defense case, is she going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights to any question that's asked at that time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming any question would have to be relevant and germane to the matters in this case. And as a result, she would invoke as to those questions.
All right. And so I'm just going to assert my previous ruling that I've made, and I did restate it on the record yesterday, is that she'll be required to testify under the state subpoena. The cross-examination will be limited to whatever the state's brings forth on direct. So that's what the cross-examination scope will be limited to. There's no piggybacking or bringing in any other information just because she's under the state subpoena. That's not going to be permissible. And then she's not going to be permitted to be called as a witness. Now that we know that she's just going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights, she won't be called as a witness in the defense case at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly our understanding of the law.
All right. Okay. Anything else for the court?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask that Ms. Adelson then please remain outside the courtroom because she's subject to the rule.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Rissa. That's so sweet.
So you don't need immunity, yet you absolutely.
And thank you, Becky, for gifting another membership. That's so sweet of you.
Refuse to testify without it. Right. Got it. And your lawyer mentions the type of immunity you had not once, but twice. And no one's asking you general questions about criminal law that they expect you to answer. If that's not the area of the law that you practice, fine. But not knowing or pretending not to know what the details are surrounding your own personal immunity is ridiculous and irresponsible. Okay, let's get back to listening to Christopher DeCoste destroy you.
You fear being charged by them, so you need to have that protection of
I
your
don't
words.
fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit, no.
Now, y'all had this nice
I love
exchange
this
where it was
guy.
pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
There.
Hold on a second, Mr.
There's subpoena around.
You remain under their subpoena. Right to you.
Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and
But you can communicate with her about any arrangements if you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
I know it didn't happen like this, but I always envision Georgia sticking her shoulder out to check Wendy as she walks by and then saying, "Did you just hit me? Huh? Don't play dumb with me. Do you want to go?" I'm sorry? Meet me in the parking lot. We're having a lawyer-on-lawyer cage fight. Sarah, hold my earrings. That would be my favorite. Okay, so we pretty well established that Wendy has no meaningful immunity that's going to keep her from getting cuffed. And just for funsies, let's watch Christopher DeCoste get her all riled up by telling her to just admit her guilt to the jury.
I need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with co-counsel.
She should get put away just for willingly drinking Aquafina. I would rather drink the slime off of a slug than put Aquafina anywhere near my mouth.
Sorry, I'm a water snob.
He has already got her in such a state.
Look at her face. I love it. Love is it.
Miss Adelson, we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No.
Yeah, I think she's tall.
Well, you had tried to say that, but I don't agree.
These are the eyes of a mad woman.
Miss Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you.
He's giving you one more chance, Wendy.
You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this juror?
And the madness.
I've been sharing
Thank
the
you,
truth
Laura.
Since I walked in here, I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened
Very
here,
truthful.
despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
And if she could scowl at you, she would, but her forehead has been paralyzed for just as long.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
Not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were throwing up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about...
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
One brief moment, Sean. I got nothing further.
You're direct.
Oh my God, I forgot that was the bullet bourbon part. Oh my goodness, it is just too much. Too much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she is an absolute mess. I'm sorry, but I really wish that the state would just bring in Krista Koss just to make Wendy all riled up before they start to to question her, because oh my goodness, it is so good. So good. All right. So I am going to have to go take care of my small little mammals for a little bit, but I will be back with everybody. I'd like to play video for you, but I also don't want I don't really know how long this is going to take, this where they have this off. So I'll just leave it to the chat. Do you want me to I'll be listening to this on my phone and I can run up here and switch it over. Do you want me to play a video of mine in the background rather than watch the Great Seal of the State of Florida on the live? I don't want to disrespect the live feed though, so let me know. And you know something? She didn't even buy bullet bourbon. She bought bullet rye whiskey, which to me, thank you, Stargazer, which I'm sorry, but if you didn't even buy the type of liquor that you were supposed to buy, that to me says you were looking for bullet in the liquor store, not bourbon. You didn't care. And I actually have that clip that I want to show too. Maybe I'll do that real quick. Okay. Let me go ahead and play that bullet bourbon part really quickly, because she didn't even buy the right thing. She said straight up that she was supposed to buy bourbon and says it over and over and over again. And the picture of what was in her car is whiskey. Okay, so I'm going to put that on real quick, and then I'm going to pop out just for a minute. And I'm also trying to upload this short. Hold on. All right, it's 22 minutes long, so that should be a good little amount of time. It's on video 5. Okay, hold on. But yeah, she goes on and on and on about this bourbon that she had to buy. They wanted bourbon. They needed bourbon. This was the type of bourbon, but literally then buys whiskey. So what are we doing, Wendy? What are we? I mean, we all know what we're doing, but you're found out. We have found you out. Exposed. God, some of these videos are so long. Is it that one? No, it's video 6. All right, hold on, guys. Which to me is absolutely insane. All right. Yeah, she's an idiot. Yeah, it's a completely different label. It was the name. No, she wanted to buy bullet. She thought that was cute. She thought that was funny. It's absolutely, it's disgusting. It's, oh. I have rage for her. All right, what is 55 minutes?
When you get your way enough
All
times,
right, guys, I'll be back.
regardless of whether or not you've earned it or you deserve it, you just expect everything to be like that.
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And I was trying to do all I can before meeting my 2 friends at 1. And then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott. Okay. I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right. So it's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors. It's at Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Did you make a purchase there?
Yeah.
And that was sometime after 12?
Probably 12:30.
Okay. All right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy. We had a whole conversation about bourbon and my eyes. Like,
your eyes?
He just said your eyes are really blue,
Right.
and
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Wendy, you're a murderer. No one cares how blue your contacts are.
Didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other receipts.
No, it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot. I lost the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt, so I can give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car, so
Okay.
it should be in there.
Okay.
And I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement, so I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it. I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like, I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now, so let me tell Linda. God, the person throwing it works at Beavis Funeral Home.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met. What did we say I should tell people?
Just say,
can't make it tonight.
Yeah, just like, I'm very sorry, I can't make it tonight. I'll be in contact soon. And so they're doing a Stock the Bar party.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Is that a thing?
I think it's newer for newer people getting married and don't have as much money to spend on weddings, so you do a Stock the Bar party, so at least you get all your liquor and... Or maybe just stock a bar at your house. I don't know. But that was my interpretation when I've heard of the Stock the Bar
I'll
parties.
be drinking that bourbon for dinner.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. I asked her Okay, so that was tonight's plan.
So she starts by saying, should I? Then switches to past tense, saying asked her, and then never finishes her sentence. But based on what they were discussing a second beforehand, we can assume that she was going to say that she's going to ask her what kind of bourbon. Which she tries to blame this purchase on the prettiest mortician she's ever seen. But we will discuss this more in a little bit.
On the way to the liquor store.
Joe Davis was the one at 1227.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store, I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes, connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch, I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to...
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a Stock the Bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon, so I went in the store to get Buleit, like bourbon. And so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me and I found it. And it was on
Okay, so
sale.
you just went, he pointed out where the bourbon was,
Yeah.
and you go there and you just grab the brand that's familiar by the name?
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk whether this good, whether
No.
it's bad?
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, can I see your ID? And I was like, why are you laughing? I could be 18. And I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as dirt. Here you go. And so I handed it to him and he's like, you're not old.
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter and he was like, your eyes are so blue. And I was like, thank you. And then I left. That's it.
The way she avoids saying bullet is comically insane.
The store to get Buleit, like bourbon.
Going back to Exhibit 20. Can I put Exhibit 20 on the screen? Show me what button. This is a picture that you took?
Yes.
And it's a picture of Bullet whiskey? Is that right?
Bullet rye whiskey, yes.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I was requested to take a photo of it.
Who requested you to take it?
Investigators that were there with me. And I would have also photographed everything in the vehicle.
Because that's literally her job.
This came out of Wendi Adelson's car?
Yes.
Are you aware that Wendi Adelson was invited to a party where she was asked to bring bullet whiskey?
No, I was not.
You didn't try to do investigation into that?
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
And that, Daddy Rashy Dum Dum, is not her job. The way she glances and smiles at the jury like, I bet you all were paying attention when I introduced myself.
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
Here's Dan just rifling through some pictures as Joanne comes into the courtroom. George is returning the pile of crap that he left on their table from the prior witness.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Ma'am, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Joanne Maltese, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
How are you employed, ma'am?
Retired Tallahassee Police Forensics Specialist. I now have some businesses in Thomasville, Georgia.
How long were you with TPD?
It's TPD for 26 years.
And were you with them back in 2014?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties back in 2014?
2014, I was a forensic specialist, and my primary duties were the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
And what training and education did you receive to do that type of duty?
At the time, I had over 1,500 hours of specific crime scene training to include photography, collection, DNA, fingerprints, as well as I taught at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy in crime scene, as well as teaching at the police department.
Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I did.
And is that the scene that's shown in the photograph, states 10, that's up on the screen right now?
Yes, it is, inside the garage.
If you don't understand this reference, we can't be friends. While we're waiting for Dan to get his shit together, I did a little experiment the other day to see how much dead time he actually has in court when speaking to witnesses. And on average, out of a 3-minute time period, he is silent for 2.
I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a body.
She had to pick up what?
But you had to pick up a body. But you had to pick up a body. But you had to pick up a body.
Jesus, Dan. That's one hell of a Freudian slip to say to Wendy in the murder trial of her ex-husband while she's up there desperate to prove her innocence. You're one silly little critter.
Had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having us stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
No objection.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception.
State of mind.
You can provide me with the exhibit.
I'm going to show right-hand corner. I'm going to show the right-hand corner.
The objection is sustained. You may testify as to remember.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
Okay. You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. She was spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so.
Close to your old house?
Close to my old house.
Okay. There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Leave it to Dan to point out how absurd it was of Wendy to go to this liquor store specifically, and also how far away it was from her house. And then bring direct attention to the fact that there were many liquor stores way closer to where she was living at the time.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is that fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Okay. And you agreed to let the police search your phone?
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car?
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the bullet bourbon, right?
Yeah.
Dan later gets all upset and tells the jury that the piece of evidence about the bullet bourbon was only brought in to stir up the court.
You know, like the landline? I want you to think about the bullet bourbon. Agent Maltese was told to take a picture of that bullet bourbon. Done to incite. Thank God Wendi Adelson kept the invitation to the party. Not the simplest explanation, but the truth.
Dan, Joanne Maltese is a forensic examiner. Her literal job is to document any and all evidence. And seeing that Wendy is a suspect and her van was being searched, anything inside the van would have been documented for future examination. But yeah, no, it's a huge conspiracy by the state. And you say, thank God she had the invitation. What she had was a picture of the invitation with a handwritten note on it to specifically buy bullet bourbon, which is why it wasn't allowed into evidence. There's no way to even prove who wrote bullet bourbon on the invitation. But I'd put my money on Wendy. She even says it in the police station.
When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went and.
So this isn't completely clear, but let's try to make this make sense. Wendy says that because of her lack of bourbon knowledge, she asked her friend, and her friend wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. Now, from the way Dan Rashbaum makes it seem, this was written on the invitation itself, meaning this entire argument that the invitation came like that, asking for bullet bourbon, is completely false and misleading. And also, this means that Wendy had to not only be speaking with said friend in person, but also had to have the physical copy of the invitation with her. And when exactly was she inquiring this of her friend? Because from the way she makes it sound to Detective Isim, this was just prior to her going to pick it up. And let me tell you the amount of effort that I put into trying to see this invitation. I'm screenshotting it. I'm zooming in. I'm flipping the image over. I'm trying to clean up the image. I'm going frame by frame when the judge is handing it back to Dan to try to get a clear picture. And then I Google search stock the bar invitations for the year 2014 only, trying to find a match. With no luck. But out of the hundreds of invitations that I've gone through, the one thing that I have not seen is a specific brand name of alcohol being requested. Now, I do think it's plausible that different types of alcohol may be suggested. I think it's reasonable to assume that Wendy was asked maybe to get bourbon specifically, which she herself admits to. But never in a million years will I think that bullet brand bourbon was the implicit instruction.
When you left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence, I was headed to ABC Liquors to get an item that was requested for a stock the bar party I was supposed to go to that Friday night.
What was that item?
I'm sorry?
What was the item?
It was bourbon.
What type of bourbon?
Bullet bourbon. The invitation had asked specifically to bring a bottle of bullet bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And the bottle of bullet bourbon was in your vehicle when law enforcement came to interview you about this case?
Right. When I told law enforcement they could search my vehicle and signed away all my rights, yeah.
If you've watched any of Wendy's testimony, you'll know that when she starts a lying, the hands go a-flying.
The invitation had asked specifically to bring a bottle of bullet bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that. And
my God, I hate this woman.
Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for a not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was. They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay, so now there's a list you got to choose from. Interesting.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that timing?
That sounds right.
The way she avoids saying what type of bourbon it is, only for Dan Rashbaum to follow up and call it out by name.
I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party.
I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay.
I swear, I really think he was secretly working for the state. The amount of things that he has clarified that has no benefit to Charlie whatsoever, or even better, seems like something that Georgia should have asked, is hilarious. So, if it's become abundantly clear that Wendy should be behind bars right now, and you're still wondering why she's free, I'll cover that in part 7.
The views and opinions expressed
Sorry. Sorry, me going off about Wendy and being muted. So sorry. Yeah, I mean, basically this whole thing about, her buying, having to buy a specific type of bourbon, and then her friend told her, and so she wrote it down, but her friend wrote it down, but she wrote it down, but she got a list and everything else. I just can't. I mean, it's just such a load of garbage. And then come to find out, she didn't even buy bourbon. She bought whiskey. So her entire thing. And I'm sorry, but all of that, and I went through, literally, I spent like 2 hours on Google trying to find this exact invitation. And every single invitation just tells you to bring something bar related for the people. And I get if they're like, you bring bourbon, you bring vodka, you bring tequila, whatever. That makes sense to me. But this whole, you have to bring this specific type of bourbon, and that was on the invitation, I think is a total nonsense lie. And then she says, oh, they had a list of stuff that they wanted that we could choose from. Well, there you go. And I'm sure it was types of bourbon, not specific brands anyway. Okay. Somebody mentioned this in the comments earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and play
don't
it
deny that he joked
about
about hiring
Wendy's joke that she made during the bar mitzvah. All right. It's an hour, 40 minutes. Because apparently one of Dan's friends was at a bar mitzvah with Wendy. She makes a joke about Dan getting his head blown off, which is, I don't care what you think of your ex. This is the father of your kids. Keep your mouth shut. I mean, anybody who's doing this is just like, absolutely. I mean, it's just the most despicable thing to say. Okay, so let's watch this. It's only, I think it's like 4 minutes long.
Yeah, I thought she said something about. I thought you were telling me that Wendy was up here or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you. And
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, how's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation.
I don't know who your best friend is, Jeff. But can he be my best friend too? I feel like we would get along great.
How's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He is convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it. Right. He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
This is what, 8-9 months after Dan's murdered? No decent or even halfway decent person would be making jokes about anyone who lost their life like this, let alone the father of their children, especially in such a crass and disgusting way, like saying his head got blown off.
Head blown off?
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it, at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, then a party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said I'm nervous, I'm anxious.
Our little baby Wendy Pooh was nervous? I can't imagine what about. Could it be the constant threat of arrest that being back in Tallahassee invoked? Could it be the intrusive visuals that at any given moment the feds would pop up from a table and take you to the ground? Hey there, Wendy. Detective Isim calling. Is this an okay time to talk? Not really.
Get on the ground! Boys, the police, you're under arrest! Get on the ground! Okay, good? Good. Cuffs. Hand. Other arm. You good, buddy? Hey, you good? Hey, roll him up. You good? Sit up. Just stay right there.
I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This is really an atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson.
Yeah, which is another disgusting part of this entire thing, changing her name. Dog's gonna get her. If they ever need to find her, they know he'll get her. He will get her. All right. So that was just more for my entertainment than anything. Okay. So I have. All right, let me see if there's anything more from this. Okay, so we can go ahead and play her BS nonsense that she always deletes her text messages, and I provide proof that that's bullshit as well. All right, so what video is that? Seriously, all these videos just blended into itself. This 7-part series, I spent about 6 weeks working on it, and oh my gosh, it was worth it, but all consuming, and I can't remember which is which. So I spent a few hours last night going through everything so I could have. So thank you. I try. Yeah, I mean, at least we can. I figured that we could get at least, this fake arrest to kind of quench our thirst until she's going for real. Okay, so this is this is so sweet text, and her saying that she always deletes her text messages, and then showing proof positive that is a lie.
Okay, and right before the message that indicates, that's from your mother that we just talked about, Best Buy called.
Okay. Yay, Cherie.
There's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
message to?
Objection.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence.
That's sustained.
Hold on real quick. One of my favorite parts of the trial, from Charlie's trial, is when Rash Bomb, he jumps in and he objects to something, and Judge Everett asks what his objection is, and he doesn't remember the word, and he says, guessing. And Judge Everett just chuckles, and he's like, speculation. And Dan's like, yeah, that's it, it's speculation. I just had to interject that.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
All right. And that message, what were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
But it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
Are you talking about me, Stargazer?
She has no idea what was sweet 8 years ago.
So now it's time to play everyone's favorite game.
What's so sweet?
The question is, Wendy, 8 years ago, on July 18th, 2014, what was so sweet? Is it A, a cookie? B, a milkshake?
I know who you're talking about. I just look crazy right now.
Or C, the impending murder of your ex-husband? Take the time to record your answer now. If you said C, you are correct. Tell her what she's won.
Get ready for a night on the town in exciting Miami.
All right, what's next?
We have a text from Wendi Adelson to Charlie Adelson stating, "This is so sweet."
We see that that's deleted.
It is, yes.
That would have also been deleted prior to law enforcement analyzing her cell phone that afternoon, the same day as Dan Markel's murder?
That's correct.
Sending the "this is so sweet" text with absolutely no context is bad enough. But deleting it is even worse.
All right, and that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. I always delete my messages. I always delete my messages.
Our last interaction wasn't nice.
What are you talking about? Personal?
Thank you, Jackson.
I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, you know, just their dad wants to take them swimming. It's not worth getting upset over. It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with him. I got the call from him. It was 9:04, I think. Right. So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym. And that's why he was saying, I'm going to this class. I'll touch base with you after.
Okay. All right. And then no contact after that?
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30. And I was like, well, what about last week? I picked them up at 5, and he said I was just being nice. And I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said to him.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm gonna need you to back up just a touch. Because what I thought I just heard you say was,
I always delete my messages.
But then you were just looking through your phone at what? A text?
We had some texting contact. I'm just looking here. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. Our last interaction wasn't nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30. And I was like, well, what about last week? I picked them up at 5, and he said I was just being nice. And I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
So what you're saying is that you deleted what you are trying to pass off as a completely innocuous text to your brother at 8:12 in the morning, but then kept what you yourself characterize as a not nice interaction with your ex an hour later?
Sure, Jan.
And then Rashbaum, of course, tries to trivialize the entire event, except as usual, provides absolutely nothing to help try to discredit it.
You then have a text from Wendi Adelson, which says, "This is so sweet." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was a picture.
LOL, because it wasn't.
Okay. Do you know what it was?
Just a text that said, "This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Oh, really good point, Rashi. Thanks for confirming that Corbett remembered the text. Verifying that it lacked any context or pictures. And mocking the connotation of it. Rashi's entire technique for cross-examination only serves to reaffirm any and all points made by Georgia and Sarah on direct. To me, it seems pretty clear what this text is about. We really need to look at the history of this timeline to best assess the true meaning of this text. The point in which we have reached by the morning of Dan's murder. This hit has been unsuccessfully executed at least once, but more than likely twice. So Wendy has gotten her hopes up for this several times over the past few months, expecting this murder to take place only to be let down when it hasn't been accomplished. If we are to believe Rivera, her anticipation was so great that she was stalking Dan's residence to assure that this would be taking place. A theory that I believe is corroborated by her visit to the crime scene just after the murder takes place. I'm sure by the time that she actually believed that today was the day, she could not contain her excitement. Texting Charlie, "This is so sweet," supports her elation. I also believe that this was supposed to be a WhatsApp message and not an actual text. I feel like Charlie likely prompted the deletion, and his subsequent 18-minute phone call was likely to help subdue her and contain her excitement, encouraging her to relax and just stick to the plan, and soon all of her problems would be solved. Of course, Wendy categorizes this phone call as brainstorming with Charlie as to what she should do about the TV repair.
Okay, so obviously she doesn't delete all of her messages. That is also a lie. Okay, so I'm going to start another video, and then I've got to go take care of my little small rogue mammal who is playing with slime downstairs and yelling for me. Okay, so this is, just to set it up, this is Best Buy, well, some information about Best Buy.
Wendy tells Isim he called around 8 and left at 10. But Georgia, who clearly has the accurate information from the Best Buy guy himself, likely with the electronic records of his time, states that he was there for 45 minutes. A clear discrepancy, but on which end? From what I've found, they tend to call you about 30 minutes prior to arrival. I have an appointment today between 12 and 8 p.m. Is someone going to call me a half an hour or so before the appointment? Anonymous asked 3 years ago on the Best Buy site. We were notified 30 minutes before arrival, answered Jesse. I have an appointment between 9 and 7 today, September 17th. Can you give me an approximate time you will be here, please, to install a new TV and printer? Thank you, K. Stark. Anonymous, 7 months ago. One unhelpful. You didn't deserve that, K. Stark. So that would have put the Best Buy guy in at 8:30 to 8:40 and had him leaving around 9:15 to 9:25.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
And then a return call from Wendi Adelson to Charlie that lasted just over 18 minutes.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So It would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
So Wendy is really trying to say that the repair guy was there for 45 minutes trying to decide whether or not to fix the broken TV. And then she needed an additional 18-minute long consultation with Charlie to make that determination. A literal 30 seconds on Google would tell you which way you should go. Let's actually take a look at what I was able to find online. Taken from the Best Buy site itself, I have the 2-year Geek Squad protection plan on my TV. My son hit it with a toy, and now the pixels are messed up. They will do something to fix this, correct? I couldn't purchase a separate accidental plan with it. The TV hasn't had time to collect dust yet. Asked by Best Buyer 6 years ago. I'm pretty sure they will, but I wouldn't explain to them what happened. Just tell them something's wrong with your TV, and that's it. Right, because I'm sure the repair guy will never figure that one out. The same thing happened to me about 2 weeks after I purchased the TV with a 5-year warranty. They came out, took a quick look, and we were firmly denied. If there's any evidence of damage that the free warranty through LG doesn't cover, neither will Best Buy. No reason to buy the warranty. Answered by nope 6 years ago. Wait, what did you say? They came out and took a quick look and you were firmly denied? Didn't you mean to say that they stayed there for almost an hour to try to fix it? No, I just took my TV back, which had an internal screen damage, and they told me that the warranty doesn't cover screen damage and I would have to pay for a whole new TV, answered Jane Doe. Huh? The repairman told you flat out that they would not repair this TV? And just told you to buy a new one? Odd. Warranties on TV do not cover physical damage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Warranties don't cover you punching the TV? What? Nope. Basically, it only covers malfunctions not caused by the user. Totally worthless in my opinion. Beyond frustrated, and I feel like my money was taken for nothing. Mom of toddler terrorist 4 years ago. 8 helpful, 2 unhelpfuls. Sorry that your terroristic toddler regularly kamikazes himself into the TV set. Maybe he should be weaned off of screen time and we can think about a TV when he's older. Best Buy does not cover accidental damage. Do not buy a TV from Best Buy. I got screwed too. Find a TV with a warranty that covers accidental customer damage, usually offered by an independent seller, like Beach Buy from Anonymous a year ago. I'm not sure who Beach Buy is, but I'll be sure to give them a try. If you tell them that you physically damaged a TV, then that's on you. Warranties meant to cover things that are out of your control, like part failures, power surges, etc. If your kid hit the TV, that's not Best Buy's fault. Sorry, but that's how they'll see it. Your best bet in a situation like this is just tell them that the TV isn't working correctly without mentioning the whole thing with your child. If you admit fault, you basically give them every reason they need to deny the claim. Nappy D. Bingo. And most people should know this. It would also say what is covered in the warranty paperwork that they gave you. Or if you lost it, you can always look it up online. My grandson did the same thing with his new TV. We bought the 5-year warranty, but it didn't cover accidents. They then tried to sell me a different warranty for $200. That was more than the TY cost. I won't buy any more warranties or really any big items from them. So it seems like across the board, the consensus is that Best Buy warranties do not cover you breaking your own TV. Well, in that case, maybe we should see what they do cover. Benefits of Geek Squad protection for your TV. We make house calls for TVs 42 inches or larger. You'll never pay for parts or labor. So you don't pay for the Geek Squad to come out for a repair?
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
We will take care of 100% of the cost of parts and labor. You will never pay for it, ever, Wendy.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
Okay. If your screen has bad pixels or a shadow image, we'll correct it. If your TV won't turn on because of a power surge, we'll fix it. If the remote that came with your TV stops working, we'll replace it. If there's a failure from normal wear and tear, we'll replace it. You can transfer your Geek Squad protection when you sell or give someone your covered product. Your Geek Squad protection is still in effect with no additional charge restrictions. Accidental damage is not included. Accidental damage is not included. What? So then I was actually curious what the actual price of repair would be. And here we see it varies depending what type of screen you have. LCD screens being the cheapest from $60 to $475, and the OLED screens running the highest from $100 to $1,000. Additional costs would be diagnostic fee, in-home service call fee, and pickup and delivery. The diagnostic fee for in-home TV repair service from Geek Squad costs $49.99 for Best Buy members and $99.99 for non-members, plus the cost of parts and labor to fix the issue. Some Best Buy membership includes a 15 to 20% discount on repair labor. But Wendy mentions over and over that the TV was under warranty, and that's why she asked them to come look at it. Cracked TV screen repair. You typically cannot repair a cracked TV screen. In some cases, a technician can replace the panel, but the repair is often cost prohibitive, and you're better off buying a new TV. Cracked TV screen repair costs between $300 and $1,500, which typically involves replacing the entire front panel, and that's just for the part alone. The total replacement cost could reach $2,000 or more once you factor in labor time. My God. Wow! And then this was an interesting and ironic find. My brother threw his shoes and cracked my TV, and now I'm over here trying to find me a TV repair shop for the low price. By Charles TV.
Bruh.
This was just too good of a find. I couldn't even believe that this came up. Thank you, Moms for Justice.
That reminds me, actually, Jeff testified about what Wendy's TV looked like.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night, and I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to refresh mine. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you get the movie, or?
Well, it was back in the day, it was Redbox, so I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right, and go over there with the movie.
I saw a red box in front of one of the grocery stores. I had to stop at a random grocery store that I don't usually go to, and there was a red box in front of it. I had to take a picture because I didn't even think they existed anymore.
And what happens when you arrive?
I walk in the door, and Miss Adelson asks me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on, and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist, and hit it like that, was my first impression.
So kind of like a shatter mark with spiders?
Yeah, there's like an impact crater, and then there's, from that, and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult, or really no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure, and I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial, so I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model. That we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before, so yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue, and it's her house, her TV, her kids, so I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating, and I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty. You're gonna have to get a new TV.
Charlie's so irritated.
Do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries, and I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it just sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd.
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order.
I don't know how I managed to get a Moana reference in here.
Crossed off tracks, got to find you. I know your name. They have stolen the heart from inside you. But this does not define you. This is not who you are. You know who you are.
A fucking monster. Ladies and gentlemen, Mother Earth herself, Wendi Adelson. Wendy insisted that Donna had to be the one to call since the warranty was under her name. Which becomes completely irrelevant once we realize that it's in Harvey's name. But still, it didn't make sense to me that Wendy wouldn't have been able to make that repair appointment for herself. So I decided to call Best Buy and find out for myself.
I'll get a Best Buy team member to help you out. Your call may be recorded and monitored. Please hold for the next available agent.
Hello, thank you for calling Best Buy. Kevin speaking. And how can I assist you today?
Hi, I just had a quick question I would hope you could answer. My mom bought me a TV, and I was wondering, I have the warranty info on it. Would she have to make that appointment, or could I make that appointment? Since I think the warranty is in her name or my dad's name.
Okay, so the TV is under the Geek Squad protection?
Yes.
Okay, so either one of you can technically call. It's just a matter of they're going to look up the warranty itself and basically confirm that it is under that protection.
Okay.
So you just have to give the number that they used.
All right.
And I can get you over there if you like. What's wrong with the TV?
Yeah, that was my next question, actually. One of my sons threw a toy at it, and the screen is cracked. I think it's like a 47-inch. Oh, it's not?
No, the Geek Squad protection does not cover physical damage on TVs. Covers everything but.
Oh, okay. Okay, well,
So
thank you
in
anyway.
this particular instance, the TV would just have to be replaced. It wouldn't even be cost effective to try to fix it.
Okay, like you wouldn't send out a guy to come look at it or anything?
So if we were to send the tech out to the home because it's a broken screen, it's automatically going to be a charge of $150,
Okay.
not including the screen and labor to install it. And if it's only like a 43-inch TV,
Mm-hmm.
that $150 is more than half of the cost of the TV,
Okay.
most likely.
All right. Okay, well, I appreciate that information. Thank you very much. You've been super helpful.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling Best Buy, and you have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Weird. So as long as Wendy knew her parents' phone number, then she was good, right?
You know their number. I do know my family's number.
Well, then, Wendy, you could have called. Oddly enough, they also ask you what's wrong with the TV prior to coming out. In fact, the other Best Buy I called went as far as telling me they wouldn't even attempt to do the repair.
The TV, one of my sons actually threw a toy and broke the screen. Would that be covered under the 2-year warranty?
So that unfortunately would not be covered with the service plan.
Okay. Could you still send somebody out to look at it, or?
But they can send someone out to look at it, but they don't do any type of repairs on when the screen is damaged.
Oh, okay. So they don't do repairs at all?
Not when the screen is damaged, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not covered with the plan.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
I ended up going to Best Buy for my new TV and was so happy to see this. I was just about to leave when somebody recognized me. Wendy, why do you always look like you just freshly murdered someone? So they would just send someone out to humor you and just let you pay the tech to tell you what they told you on the phone already. But since they needed this for Wendy's alibi, I'm sure Donna either lied or insisted that they came out anyway. It would be interesting to see the Geek Squad notes on that. I think there are a couple things that pretty obviously point to the fact that this was an alibi-only appointment. First and foremost, it being under warranty is a completely moot point.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
It's not covered with the plan.
No, the Geek Squad protection does not cover physical damage on TVs. Covers everything but.
This would have been information that she would have had prior to the appointment. Or if Donna didn't disclose what the issue was, the repair tech would have likely told her within the first 1 minute of being at her house.
I turned it on and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Also, the fact that Jeff repeatedly offered to replace it for her. And the way that it sounded to me, he was offering to do so as a gift. But she repeatedly refused to let him do this.
And of course I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're going to have to get a new TV, and I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom, I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries, and I said, oh, okay.
And granted, the cost of TVs in 2014 were a little bit higher than today, but not a lot. Back then, you would be paying between $200 and $500 for a 43-inch TV. So the TV would have been able to be replaced for just a little more than what the repair guy cost. But I guess when you're doling out $600 an hour to a divorce lawyer, paying $150 for an alibi is chump change. In a June 26, 2013 email from Donna to Wendy, Donna shows us in black and white that she was paying $600 an hour for her lawyer. And the irony is not lost on me that the very next line after Donna mentions this $600 an hour lawyer that they chose, she starts to boo-hoo about Wendy's lawyer not getting alimony for her. Pick one side of the fence and stay on it.
Okay, so that's the whole Best Buy thing there. Yeah, big spender getting her a dorm room TV. Yeah, I had to call Best Buy myself because I'm like, they've got to tell you over the phone. And guess what? They absolutely do. I mean, the guy thought I was absurd for even asking. I mean, you could tell by the way that both of those people responded. They were like, you want to fix the TV? Just buy a new damn TV. I mean, it's crazy. I know how much it is to, I mean, if you've ever taken like a broken iPhone screen into Geek Squad to repair, my screen broke. I took it in. I think it cost like $200 to fix the iPhone screen that's, this big. So obviously fixing a huge entire, even just a 43-inch screen is going to be astronomical. But of course, and then her whole entire, absolute bullshit about talking to Charlie for 18 minutes. I wanted to tell him, ask him, is what she says in the trial. I had to tell him, ask him. Okay, hold on one sec. Sorry guys, I'm a mom here too. If it made more sense for me to fix the TV or to replace it, I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. And then you had to talk about that for 18 minutes. Like, come on, Wendy. Nobody even, I mean, this is the problem with lies. If something doesn't make sense, it's a lie. I mean, that's just basic understanding of, the human condition. And she's just an absolute moron. Okay. So, let me see. Oh, okay. So, let's go ahead and look at the, now I didn't catch, and I have listened to these interviews and everything over and over and over and over. And there were some things that I didn't even catch until I screen recorded it and I was putting it in my video that I was like, oh my God. But Jeff mentions to Isim that Wendy got an entire new phone after her police interrogation, whatever you want to call it, because she thought that the cops had bugged her phone. Which, that's what you need to do when you're innocent, is get an entire new phone for fear that they might hear something. I mean, what? If you had nothing to do with this, why would you be afraid of the cops bugging your phone? It makes less than no sense. Okay, so let me find that real quick, guys. All right, it's in part 7 at 26 minutes. I mean, it's just stuff like this that makes you look absolutely horrible, idiotic. It makes no sense. And then it makes you look even more guilty, if that's even possible, which apparently it is. Okay. All right, and this is about a half hour long, so because there's just a little grouping of information. When I was going through this case, first of all, it took me, I had to watch like 10 different videos even to get the grasp of all that was going on in this case, because there's so many players. It's gone on for so long. There's so many different connections. But the thing that I felt that was lacking was all of these different pieces of information being put together in a way that you could see them back to back. Because for me, like, that's how my brain replays this stuff. And I wanted to actually see it for myself. And initially, I just started making these videos for my sister-in-law to try to better explain to her what was going on. What, baby? Okay, I'll plug it in 1 sec. Yep, 1 second. Yes, 1 second. I will. Do you want to sit in my lap for a minute? Okay. So it was more comprehensive for me and my understanding, and to try to explain it mainly to my sister-in-law, because it was easy for me to explain this visually, than, try to be like, okay, so there's Katie and there's Charlie, and it's just too much. So this is where this is crazy. What's else in this? Okay, this is him talking about they bugged her phone, and it also explains how quickly the cops looked at Wendy as a suspect as well.
Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right. Do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wants
a different handset.
It's silly because you don't need to put a bug on a phone physically. Right. I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone? I guess is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew she was.
Okay, let's assume for a second that Wendy was innocent. Because technically she is before being proved guilty in a court of law. Even though the case is closed in the court of public opinion. And we all know what my opinion is. But under the assumption of innocence, why would an innocent person who had just learned of her ex-husband's passing find it necessary to buy a whole new phone over fear that the cops had bugged your last one? A normal innocent person, who Wendy claims to be, would have nothing to hide. Also, who Wendy claims to be.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markel?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
So what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I spoke to the police for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
And then promptly got rid of my house, my cell phone, my car, my computer. What else do you want from me? I'm an open book. Because if you were innocent, there would be nothing that the cops would see or hear that would put you in any sort of jeopardy to warrant you getting an entire new cell phone.
You're guilty.
I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this.
Okay, let's do a brain exercise together. Think back on the last time someone that you knew passed away. Or if you haven't experienced that, think back on a time when a celebrity has passed away. Do you find it necessary to go around telling everyone over and over and over that you swear that you had nothing to do with the death of Biggie Smalls? R.I.P. B.I.G. No. And you know why? Because innocent people don't even consider the notion that someone might think that they did it. Because it's a given. It's assumed. Of course you didn't do it. You don't even think about maybe having done it. But Wendy knew that she was a suspect. And not just because she's the ex-wife, but because she had such a guilty conscience. The real question is, how soon did the cops consider her a suspect? Well, I happen to have some documents that might shed some light on the subject. In a supplemental report written by Scott Cherry, he records the following. I was first tasked with drafting and securing a search warrant for the crime scene as the house was still in the name of the ex-wife, Wendi Adelson. It was learned quickly on scene that Markel and Adelson recently went through a nasty divorce. A search warrant was reviewed by Judge Fleury and executed subsequently. So the moment they got to the scene, they learned that the house is still in Wendy's name and look into the divorce records and show their contentious, nasty relationship. So to answer that question, I'd say immediately. Officer Cochran then speaks to Mr. Geiger, who informs him that Dan and Wendy are recently divorced and have 2 children together. As the incident had just occurred, I was tasked with traveling to Adelson's last known address, 3303 Aqua Ridge Way, to conduct surveillance. Upon arrival in the area, I remained stationary with a view of the front of Adelson's residence. During my time on the scene, I did not observe any activity at Adelson's residence. After approximately 1.5 to 2 hours, I was advised that Miss Adelson had been located and the children in question had been accounted for. I was advised that I no longer needed to surveil Adelson's residence. Note, he didn't say he went there to deliver the news. He went there for surveillance. All right, so TPD arrived at Dan's house around 11:30. So, accounting for the time that it took this officer to speak to Mr. Geiger, we can estimate the time he would have left to go to Wendy's house, maybe between 12 and 12:30.
So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay.
Meaning he just missed her leaving. Because it would make sense that Isim would be the one to both assign him to Wendy's house and pull him off when he himself got to Wendy. Which, with her interview starting at 2:45 and the police department only being a 10-minute drive from the site of Mosaic, the timeline lines up pretty well for him arriving to her house for surveillance around 12:30.
Yeah, I was super surprised to read that from the police reports that they sent an officer to, not to tell her, not to give her the news, but to surveil her house immediately. If that doesn't tell us most of everything that we want to know, all right, see, this is kind of, I hate that the chat is not loading on my one side, but Debbie says, have you heard her account with Isim about the texting Dan that morning and looking at the call log where there's no text between them? I'll have to look back at the call log, but she does say that there were texts between them. I think the call log is also redacted because there is a huge chunk of this the call detail record that is missing. So I am not sure. Just like Wendy doesn't think that the transcripts are correct, I don't think that that call log is completely complete. And this is one thing I want to know, not to jump off the subject, but I have ADD. So you know how Luis says that he saw her the day before the murder? So I looked through all the call detail records, and just so happens that Wendy's call detail records for all of Thursday is not included in any of the call detail records. So I think we're going to find out if she was there or not, because they have all of her location information, all of it. all of it. And I appreciate that very much, Debbie, because I really try to, I'm just an analytic person and like am psychotic about needing to know everything. So yeah, I really try to figure stuff out and get, this is how deep I went into. I literally found Charlie's defunct MySpace page the other day. It's like completely disconnected. There's nothing on it, but I found it. Okay, back to the video. Oh, did I even finish my last thought? Oh yeah, about Luis seeing her. Oh, and here's my kitty. Somebody asked to see my kitty the other day. Here's one of them. This is Spooky Baby Kitty Cat. Okay, we'll go ahead and play this.
As it's about a 15-minute drive from her house to Dan's house. And as we know, the time that Wendy left her house...
Okay, so it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay.
So that all lines up. But I found that a very interesting piece of information that Isim sent an officer to post up at her house. And then, as we've also learned, he gave another officer a description of Wendy's vehicle and posted him on the perimeter of the crime scene, should she pull up.
And then you go and then you kind of block off traffic coming down Trescott, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked by any of the investigators to provide a log of any vehicles that were attempting to come down Trescott?
Not a log of vehicles coming down.
And by that I mean, like, nobody asked you to observe which cars were coming and turning around, right?
Not specifically which cars were coming and turning around now.
Did you have a notepad with you in your vehicle?
I always have one with me.
Did you take notes of which vehicles came down Trescott and turned around?
Only the one that was of concern.
Okay, and you took a specific note with regards to this vehicle?
It's in the report, sir.
And what did you write?
Basically that I'd seen a vehicle matching that of the description known to be driven by the ex-wife.
So, you knew, when were you told the description of the vehicle known to be let me rephrase that, sorry, I'm all over the place. So you knew going in what Miss Adelson's car looked like?
At some point after arrival, I was made aware of
what her vehicle looked like?
Yes, sir.
And this is before you got in your car and you posted up and
okay, not to interrupt again, but Debbie, I have a whole little segment in my video on that exactly, about the log for the kids and what that means. So I will play that as well.
Did your job to create a perimeter, correct?
It may have been right beforehand or while I was sitting there. That I can't recall. It's been a few years.
Understandable. Once you saw the vehicle that you believe matched her vehicle, did you get on your radio and say...
And Tracy, thank you so much for the live chat, or the super chat. Sorry, I'm so not up with the terminology, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Hey, somebody go ahead and pull Miss Adelson over.
No.
At that point, did you know that she was an ex-wife?
From what I'd been told on scene, it appeared that there was a separation or split or something. I couldn't have stated that conclusively at that point, though.
You have the ability to get on your radio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's other law enforcement officers, I assume. You said there's 4 cars at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a crime scene van there?
Yes.
There would be no lack of law enforcement to be able to assist you to pull this vehicle over and inform this woman that her ex-husband had been shot twice in the face, correct?
As far as what I knew at that point, we didn't have a reason to stop her. I was just told, be on the lookout for the vehicle. And I had notified the investigator that I'd seen a vehicle matching. And That was. That's all I can tell you about that part of it. They told us to keep an eye out. I saw a vehicle that matched it, and I just let them know that I did see a vehicle that looked like it.
Well, but you understand my question, right? Because
yes.
Your testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van, which had a clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendi Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, or what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that may have been Wendi Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
The person didn't get out screaming, "Oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house," right?
No.
And you would agree with me that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well...
Did you catch that?
You would agree with me that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well...
He can't say what a normal response from Wendy may have been because he didn't know what her role was. Murderer. I.e. if she was a victim or a perpetrator. Because I think most of us could agree that a normal response from someone pulling up to a crime scene at a house where their kids were that morning would get out and inquire at least. But the killer would have a very different reaction.
Let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a 3-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. I just want to clarify that when you observed the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape, was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Okay, and you notified who you thought to be the correct person of what you had seen?
Yes.
And did you do that immediately?
It was right around that same time frame. I called him on the phone.
All right, no further questions.
In a supplemental report written by Detective Isim, he states the following. Wendi Adelson is the former spouse of Dan Markell. It was learned that they have 2 young sons together, and the children were at daycare when this incident occurred. Wendy's name was still assigned to the City of Tallahassee utility records at the incident location. It was determined that Wendi was residing at another location, 3303 Aqua Ridge Way. During the on-scene investigation on July 18th, it was determined her probable location was at the Mosaic Restaurant on Market Street. As there were no other known family members locally, I went to the Mosaic location in an attempt to contact Wendi. I entered the business and announced my presence and intention of contacting Wendi Adelson. She was seated with 2 other women at a table and acknowledged that she was Wendi Adelson. I identified myself with the police credentials and asked that she accompany me to TPD. Wendi appeared distraught and inquired if something had happened to one of her children. I assured her that the children were fine and this event was concerning her ex-husband. Wendi was apprehensive, but agreed to travel with me to Tallahassee Police Department.
My 2 friends that I was with for lunch when they came and found me, how did they find where I was?
I have no idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed.
And my theory, which I feel has been confirmed by Officer Brannon, is that Isim assigned someone to follow her after she sped away from Truscott. Shortly after Officer Cochran left Wendy's residence, he traveled to ABC Liquor to confirm her purchase of bullet bourbon, and then executed a warrant on the following cell phones: Wendi Adelson, Dan Markel, and Charlie Adelson. And this is different from the Cellbrite extraction that they did on Wendy's phone. This is a warrant that grants cell and text details directly from the phone company with no physical handset needed. Court orders were secured for cell phone data from Markel's cellular account as well as Wendy's account. In addition, court orders were obtained for the cellular accounts of Wendy's parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, and her brother, Charlie. The court orders were provided to the TPD Technical Operations Unit Supervisor Sergeant Corbett for submission and returns from cellular companies. The data did not initially give any obvious information to assist in this investigation. It did show that Charlie and his parents, Harvey and Donna, were in Tallahassee at the time of the murder. Officer Cherry writes, I was provided copies of Wendi Adelson's email accounts and reviewed them in part at the request of Investigator Isim. I viewed her email accounts set up for an online dating site and her Gmail account from all that was captured of 2012 July through September of 2013 and April through June of 2014. And Dan's postmarital relationship was very adversarial and very impersonal. They were both concerned about the children, and this was the basis for most communications. Wendi vented her frustrations to her friends and mother about the hardships in dealing with Markel and the divorce and custody issues. It was very clear that she wanted to move to South Florida to be closer to her family. So straight away, investigators were reviewing her phone data, calls, texts, and emails. So regardless of what she was telling Isim about her and Dan's relationship, he was able to see in black and white that she was not being honest in her account. So this, paired with the knowledge that she had showed up to the crime scene, behaved differently than any other vehicle that had pulled up that day, and was lying about how her and Dan got along, there's no way the red flags weren't flying. From the very first documents reviewed, they learned the following. She filed for divorce September 10, 2012. Markel reportedly returned home from a business trip to find his family gone, a majority of the contents of the house missing, and the paperwork for dissolution of marriage displayed on the bed. He eventually learned that Wendi and their 2 children had moved to her parents' home in Coral Springs. Markel protested and Wendi returned to Leon County with the children until legal arguments could be heard. Her parents, particularly the mother, were very involved with trying to facilitate the relocation of their daughter and grandkids to South Florida. In June of 2013, a judge formally denied her motion for relocation with prejudice. After this ruling, her mother, Donna Adelson, sent emails to Wendi with suggested tactics that she could coerce Markel into agreeing to the relocation of their children. This included offering Markel a large sum of money and photographing the children in front of a local church, that the boys were being taken to a Christian place of worship rather than a Jewish synagogue. Donna even suggested for Wendi to threaten Markel that she would have the boys baptized in the Catholic Church. This suggestion was in spite of the fact that Wendi and the Adelsons are also Jewish. Not included in this is the part where Donna suggests that they dress up the kids in Hitler Youth uniforms like little toddler Nazis. This family is bonkers. The threats that they were suggesting were akin to a child not getting their way, so they tell you that they're going to hold their breath until they do. Brats. They're brats. That's all I'm trying to say. There's also a report from Isim about his interview with Wendi, and these are the things that he highlighted. Wendi received a voicemail from an associate while waiting in the interview room, informing her of a police incident at her ex-husband's home. I confirmed that her husband had been seriously wounded by gunfire. Wendi broke down emotionally. She then composed herself immediately and provided an account of her activities for this day leading up to Mosaic, where I contacted her. She could not provide a possible suspect that had been feuding with Markel and discounted Markel of having any criminal associates. They were separated in 2012 and divorced a year ago in 2013. They share custody of their 2 children, and Wendi said that she was out of town visiting her parents from June 30th through July 10th of this year. Wendy stated that she has lots of friends and surmised someone may have committed this act, believing it would somehow help her. She then stated at 3:08:45 p.m., her brother Charlie makes a lot of jokes in bad taste and told Wendy he had looked into hiring a hitman but found it cheaper to buy her a TV. She referred back to the morning conversation with her brother Charlie over the phone concerning a TV that he purchased for her that was now broken. Wendy did not believe Charlie or any other member of her family would actually be involved in this crime. Wendy said her brother is a dental periodontist in South Florida, and she stated that after the divorce she wanted to relocate to South Florida with her children and felt that her former in-laws would suspect her of this crime against their son since she was denied the ability to move with her children by the court. Wendy was asked about the punishment of someone convicted of this crime should the defendant be known to her. She answered the person should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, unless it was someone in her immediate family, which she does not believe is the case. She does not suspect her brother Charlie would be capable of this crime. At 7:03 p.m., Wendy wanted to call her parents and notify them of the incident. While contemplating aloud what she would say, she told the victim advocate, seated beside her, her parents were very angry with Dan Markel and described it as a very fucked up situation. Wendy then called and talked to her mother. After notifying her of the shooting, she asked her parents to travel to Tallahassee from their home in Broward County. At the end of the conversation, Wendy tried to catch her mother before she disconnected. Her mother immediately called Wendy back, and Wendy asked her to notify Charlie of the shooting so she wouldn't have to make a separate call to him. Yeah, and she probably didn't want to make that call to Charlie because he would say, "Finally," loud enough to be heard by the victim advocate.
They're very angry with him, right? Like, this isn't like it's their son, but he's the father of my kids, and this is a very, pardon my language, fucked up situation. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents. Okay. I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
And if I can't tell them for sure that he's dead, then we spent all this money for nothing. What? What? Nothing.
Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot.
What? What?
And I don't think he's gonna make it.
It is a fucked up situation. I think anyone who's willing to snuff the life out of someone who gets in the way of their misguided plans are pretty much fucked up. So one of the main questions is why, if Isim had this much intel at his fingertips, why wasn't he harder on Wendy? Isim is a seasoned investigator, and he went with the catch more bees with honey approach, even knowing that Wendy was a murder hornet. He knew that if he came at Wendy in an accusatory tone, that she wasn't going to hang around for very long. And with the likelihood being slim to none that Wendy would have confessed anything, his best bet was just to make her feel comfortable so he could keep her there as long as he wanted to. Getting every shred of data off her phone and letting her act completely off-kilter the whole time. He didn't get a confession, but she said a lot of incriminating things and acted in ways that were completely inappropriate for the situation.
Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and then when something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this So when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know to did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, I'm gonna let, when Investigator Isim comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
Okay. But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was leaving.
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then...
Right, and that's what...
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't...
So, with all this evidence against Wendy, why hasn't she been arrested yet? So, I think there's multiple answers to this, so let's go over them now. Problem number 1, Willie Meggs. Willie Meggs was the state attorney for 30 years. He was the first major roadblock on this journey to justice. As followers of the investigation of the murder of Professor Dan Markell will recall, State Attorney Willie Meggs has been proceeding with caution in the case. Even though some of his colleagues in law enforcement allege involvement in the murder by the Adelsons, the family of Markell's ex-wife Wendy, Meggs has so far not approved any prosecution against them. And the Adelsons, through their lawyers, have maintained their innocence. Meggs even offered this sassy comment: if the police believe they have probable cause, then they can go ahead and make the arrest. They don't need me. I would say to Chief Michael DeLeo, go make the arrest and get ready for your civil suit from whoever they've arrested without probable cause. So it seems to be that one of the paramount reasons for not prosecuting the Adelsons was a direct threat to bring civil suits against any and all offices involved if any attempts were made to go after the Adelsons. And that sounds like it came right out of the horses' mouths. David Latt from Above the Law even looked into whether or not the Adelsons had made a contribution to his campaign. And even though he couldn't find anything, I don't think that bribery is above them in any way. And I also don't think that they would leave a paper trail for this. Meggs said disagreements between his office and police investigators continue, but until police gather more substantial evidence that can be proven in court, there would likely be no more arrests in Markell's killings. And this article was written in the time period between Sigfredo Garcia's arrest in May of 2016 and Katie's arrest in October of 2016. Officers can arrest McBanawa or the Adelsons without a warrant because they face felony charges, Meggs added. Police interpretations of the evidence are the problem, Meggs said. It's what investigators say, not necessarily what the evidence shows. Making the jump from theories to formal charges is a big leap. If they believe that someone said something and we're supposed to adopt what an officer thinks and arrest somebody, that's not the way it works, Meggs said. After Meggs declined to approve probable cause for the arrest of McBanawa and Charlie Adelson, sources in the state attorney's office confirmed that TPD began seeking out the authority of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Florida. Katie McBanawa was arrested 3 weeks after these statements were made. And although I was able to procure the arrest warrant signed by the judge, I wasn't able to find concrete proof of who exactly gave the green light on the warrant itself. Here's the warrant for Katie's arrest. And this was signed about a week and a half before her arrest by James C. Hankinson, who presided over both of Sigfredo and Katie's first trial, as well as Katie's retrial. So, although it's unclear whether or not he ended up signing off on Katie's arrest, he was quite clear that none of the Adelsons would ever be charged in relation to Dan's death. After reading the probable cause affidavits for both Charlie and Katie, Meggs categorically said that there was absolutely no evidence or probable cause to make any arrest, a stance that the Adelsons publicly applauded, with Charlie's lawyer at the time, David. Mr. Meggs has spent the past 40 years as a prosecutor, with 30 years as a state attorney, and before that was a decorated police officer. He is one of the most experienced state attorneys in our nation, and he knows probable cause when he sees it, Marcus said. We are thankful that he faithfully and honorably fulfilled his duties and did not approve this document, which amounted to no more than simple speculation after a truly exhaustive investigation. The Adelson family previously released a statement denying involvement in the slaying. Any speculation to the family's involvement is categorically false. That aged well. After Meg's retirement in December of 2016, the investigation was full steam ahead. The Dolce Vita tape was certainly some of the most important evidence against Charlie. And although it was able to be heard and transcribed by investigators in 2016, it wasn't made clear enough for a jury to hear this until several years later. This was truly the tipping point to bringing Charlie to justice.
Sir, were you asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Charles Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
All right, and was one better audio and one better video?
Yes.
All right, and what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video?
Only used it for observational timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or the
Yes.
one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good audio or the good video?
The good audio.
All right. Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus, it's blurry. And so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices, loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right, and can you tell the jury that the most up-to-date efforts available in your field were applied to this exhibit to make it as good as possible?
They were.
All right, and what was the outcome? I think you've got some different segments. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Fortunately, the recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. The recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved. The person carrying it came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus, and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. It's a huge amount of recording. And so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
And as much as they were able to clean up the audio, I was able to clean it up even more.
If they had any, they would have already not done it more. The problem is, even if they bought this, even if they bought your whole phone, you still didn't know more. Even if they bought your phone, depends. You're about to hate it. And they bump your phone. They're not without anything. So my point is, how do you get people to talk? You put a smoke grenade, and then you get all the cockroaches to run out. There's smoke in the house, smoke in the house. And everyone's running and everyone's talking. And you throw a smoke grenade, what do you think? If that's what it was, it's very smart, because my mom kind of assaults my dad, and my dad's gonna flip out when he finds out. But my mom hasn't told my dad anything. But normally, obviously, if that was the cop that came from my mom, that night, when he comes home from work, she would say, "Guess what I got tonight? Guess who paid me a little visit when I'm taking the grandkids to school?" And then, after I dropped them off, she was walking. She dropped them off and I was walking back by herself. So this person had to be, which is the thing, is a lot of times my mom takes the car and drives to the school because this person, her routine, knows who she is. Yeah. Someone may have called to the office. My dad works Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He'd probably either get him on the beach or get him at the office up there. And they may have approached my mom because my dad maybe some less carries a gun. So you never know. So, you don't want to start a fucking shootout. I can say I have a lot of I carried on me. Don't come up to me. You carried on you right now? I'm going to start carrying one on my back.
Okay. So that was obviously a pretty long clip, but I thought it was important to see exactly, first of all, the thing about her being afraid that the cops are bugging her phone is absolutely insane. And then I thought it was really interesting how quickly they thought that, they suspected her in this. So I just wanted to put that in. Okay, so... and just so everybody knows, I put this in the chat, but I just wanted to let everybody know, I do have the trial on my phone. So when they go back, we'll be able to switch back over here. But we don't need to all just sit here and watch the seal. Okay. So the next thing that I'm going to play is, the part I think Debbie, mentioned this. This is going to be where it was the records of when the kids were checked into school. So Luis claims that he saw Wendy at, sorry guys, I'm trying to do something and talk at the same time, but I can't. So Luis claims that he saw Wendy the day before the murder in the morning at Dan's house. Now, Daddy Rashbaum says that there was no way that this could happen because she took the kids to school and blah, blah, blah. And they have a school log. And Judge Everett reads this stipulation to the court that says, you know, the parties have agreed that this is the log from when they, you know, signed the kids in. And I kind of thought that was it. I'm like, well, you know, maybe he was mistaken, whatever. But then I really listened to it. And he also says, you know, it's basically up to you to decide whether or not, you know, this makes sense. I don't know his exact wording. But basically, even with her, I should probably not talk. I should probably just let the thing play. But basically, even with her signing the kids in when she did, it was still, she still could have been at Dan's house that morning. So let me get the exact 3621. Okay. So let's switch back over.
He said that made my blood run cold.
Back up a little more, a little bit further. You said they gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from?
Oh, he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. But he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She's gonna pay us. So, you know, all this driving around and talking to him about the money, I told him, we should just go rob her. That was my intention. Fuck this guy. I don't got nothing against that guy. I don't even know that guy.
I love Luis. It's like, let's just go rob the lady. Like, why are we going to do all this? Why are we going to drive all the way up to Tallahassee to kill somebody that we don't even know for some kids? Let's just go rob the lady. I love his honesty right there.
Especially after he told me about what was it for the two kids. Told me because I asked him, why are you going to kill the guy? Because the lady wants her two kids back. She wants full custody of them kids. Because he had all the custody. That was the plan, that was the deal. That's what I went to go kill that man for.
And how did Tuda know all this?
Katie, I guess Katie told him everything. Ain't nobody questioning us. Ain't nobody gonna question me. Ain't nobody even. I think that they didn't even know I was going on the ride unless the only one that knew was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in a car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady. Because, you know, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendy, that's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he said, that's Wendy. I remember I clear as day with them two boys. Because we got there at 10 o'clock at night, 10 to 11 o'clock at night, went to the hotel, we're hanging out, we're just chilling. I said, man, I'm going to go to sleep, I got to get rest, because if you're going to have me watch this guy all day tomorrow, I got to get rest. So I tried to fall asleep. He was still awake doing coke. I went to sleep. The next day, it was Thursday. The next day we drove around there. I went around the block. I went around the block to the other park behind his house. He said, pull in here real quick, let me go see if he's home. So we pulled in. He walked over there, he looked, came back, he's like, go around the house. He said he seen something, but he wasn't too sure if it was somebody. So when I go around the front of the house, that I come back like this. So I'm driving this way. Wendy's walking this way with the two kids. So I'm driving. Before I get to the bump, I'm looking to my rearview mirror and I ask Garcia, man, what's up with this lady? Why is she looking so much? She's like, oh, that's that lady. That's Wendy. I'm like, oh, that's her name. I said, well, so you know, I'm like, okay, I seen the two kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, that she came to make sure that everything's all right because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's got to get done tomorrow morning before he leaves. Like, all right, we leave. We go back to the hotel.
Let me interrupt you for a minute. Was there ever a phone call from anyone
around the time that you saw who he described to be?
When she walked, as I'm looking at the rear mirror, I seen her walk a little bit further from her house, get on the phone. By the time we get to the hotel, he's talking to Katie. That's when he asked Katie, what's she doing up here? You know? But I asked him in the car before Katie called, what is she doing up here? She came up here to see if everything's all right with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady's doing up here? And she knows that we're up here. She knows you're up here. So what's she doing up here? So when he calls Katie. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady over here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything is fine there. What time he's leaving tomorrow on the flight or where the fuck he was going. I said, so we gotta do this tomorrow, huh? He's like, yeah, cause he's leaving.
Thank you, Debbie, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. That's so grateful of you, gracious of you.
And she came to see the kids. But I seen her face and everything. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, we're going back to the hotel. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down on the chair in the hotel. And
Real quick, Luisa's lawyer right here is like laying on the table like half of this interview. It cracks me up. Like it's like he's just getting so comfortable. I'm surprised he didn't take his shoes off and like take his belt off and unbuckle his pants. It's so funny.
Look, like, you all right? No, I'm just curious what the fuck this lady's doing up here. Yeah, don't worry about that shit. Everything good, man. She just made sure that everything was all right. I said, I don't really like the sound of this shit, but whatever. If you say everything's all right, I trust you because I just trust you. I trust you because you're my dog. You don't worry about it, man. Here, man, take a drink. Like, man, that was early in the morning. It was 12. I'm like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon?
Yeah, before 12.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says that's Wendy. She's making sure that we're going to do this or whatever.
That she wanted to make sure that we was up there. She thought that we were lying, that he was lying. Because they don't even know I'm in the car until she seen me that day.
Yeah, but your car's got tinted windows. Does she even know what kind of car you guys are in?
That car, it's not even tinted. Like you can see through it. It's like you can see real. You can see it. It's tinted, but not dark like people think.
Right, but she wouldn't know you from Adam's house. She wouldn't know you from anybody.
Yeah, she don't know me from anybody. But you can see you got a little short guy in the car like this. I'm driving like this, and you see Garcia. Garcia's on the passenger side. You know, so she looked and then he looked. Like, you know, that's what caught my attention. Like, what's up with this lady looking at the car? She didn't know she wanted to make sure that we was up here. I guess Katie had told him everything. And then he called Katie. I remember leaving that day when we left. We called Katie. Yo, everything all right with this lady? She's like, yeah, everything's straight. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you get that shit done.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Or he tells you that?
No, I can hear her talking on the phone.
You're in the car or in the motel room?
No, I'm in the car. We're still in the car. We have pulled up. Every time before we go in the hotel, we're sitting in the car for like 10 minutes. We just don't go in because I'm sitting down like, yo, you see that camera right there? You know, it's facing that way. You see that one over there? Yeah, man, how you see all this shit? I said, because look at that camera over there, man. I tell them, yo, you gotta start drinking, man, before you can pay attention.
So you hear her voice saying that he recognizes her without question. He doesn't have to ask.
He don't even gotta ask. He didn't even have to call and ask none of this shit. He already knew.
He's already saying, why is Wendy here?
Yeah. No, I asked him why she's up here.
And then he relays to her on the phone
he relays to her why she came up here for.
Okay.
That's the conversation.
So it's not a question of if it's Wendy. He already knows it's Wendy.
Oh, he already knows it's Wendy.
And he's telling Katie, why is Wendy here?
Mm-hmm. To make sure that he was up here, make sure he wasn't lying, that she was just paying him for nothing but.
So Tudo's met Wendy?
Yeah, I think he did. Matter of fact, I ain't even going to answer that right there, because I'm not 100% on that.
Did you know Wendy?
No, not at all.
You ever seen her before?
Just that day. That day I seen her, that Thursday. I'm not outside. I never met her, I never seen her. I don't know if he met her or he knows, but I know he said that's Wendy. I'm like, all right.
Okay. All right. And Katie says she wants to make sure that you guys are,
And we make sure that we was up there.
and you heard her voice say that.
Yes, sir.
You woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride towards Markel's house. It's that Thursday morning. And we went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Mm-hmm. Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house. Markel's
Towards
house.
whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mhm.
Okay. Was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or
Sidewalk.
something else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, too.
All right. What happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked dead at the car. I was driving, and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
What
I
happened next?
asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? Was she looking at the car? Yeah, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said that's the lady with the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
Well, I'm looking to the rear mirror, and I seen her making a phone call. I seen
Okay.
her getting on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie.
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
Because she, like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen y'all.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Oh, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believed Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her, or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right now.
All right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He's like, we just gotta go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told him.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendi Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house and we leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with two kids.
And that was on the road where Markel lived?
Yes, ma'am.
All
A couple of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendi Adelson?
Let's ask her, see her. Why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that could be Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So Rivera claims to have seen Wendy the day before the murder near Dan's house. And very shortly after he sees her, Sigfredo Garcia confirms with Katie that Wendy just saw them. They also learn from Katie that Wendy was just there to check to see if the job had been done yet, and provided them with a new piece of information, which was that Dan was leaving the following day on a trip, and the job had to be done by Friday the 18th, which they would have had no other way of finding out had it not been through Katie via Wendy. Now, there's a few parts that I want to touch on. The first being why Wendy may have been so paranoid that the job wasn't going to be actually done. We, of course, know that there were 2 trips by Rivera and Garcia up to Tallahassee, the first one in June being a failed attempt. But what is also highlighted in the TPD investigative reports is that there was a potential other failed attempt by hitmen who were hired prior to Garcia and Rivera. And in that instance, not only was Danny not killed, the hitmen never even went to do the job. I received a message via email on January 3rd, 2019, referencing an inmate, Nicholas Atteridge. I returned the call to Angela Frank, an attorney who is acquainted with Atteridge. Ms. Fink stated that Atteridge wanted to provide a statement regarding his conversation with fellow inmate Sigfredo Garcia while they were housed together in the L pod of the Leon County Jail. It should be noted that I attempted to interview Atteridge previously. During my interview with another inmate, Jason McNair, on December 20th, 2016, McNair had referred to a second inmate that had conversations with Garcia while in L pod. McNair said the second inmate was Nick and thought his last name was similar to Aldridge. I conducted a search of inmates and found Atteridge was possibly the person that McNair was referring to. On a subsequent jail visit, the last week of December 2016, I met with Atteridge in the D-Pod conference room. He appeared to be groggy and sleep-deprived. I asked about any conversations that he had with Garcia while they were together in L-Pod. Atteridge portrayed suspicion in my inquiry and asked if McNair had named him. I acknowledged that McNair had stated that Nick was present when Garcia made incriminating statements in the L pod. On January 25th, 2017, Sergeant Pat Sanford and I went to LCJ to contact Atteridge in the D-Pod conference room. I reminded Atteridge that I had previously attempted to interview him the last week of December 2016. He acknowledged the visit and said he had not slept for several days because his cases were pending plea agreements at that time, and he thought my inquiry was about other criminal activity that he was part of previously or while in custody at LCJ. He went on to say that he had just left a visit with his attorney before coming to the conference room to see us and had signed a sentencing agreement for his charges wherein he would eventually be transferred to a state prison. Atteridge expressed his willingness to provide information on his interaction with Sigfredo Garcia while they were in L-Pod at LCJ. After some conversation regarding his time spent in L-Pod and interaction with Garcia, it was apparent Atteridge was familiar with participants and events in the murder conspiracy. Atteridge agreed to have his statement audio recorded. And guys, I tried to get this audio, but they're not releasing it yet. During the interview, I reminded Atteridge, since his sentence had been determined prior to our interview, that there would be no consideration for his testimony, to which he agreed. In summary, Atteridge had 2 significant conversations with Garcia regarding the murder. The first was when Garcia learned co-defendant Luis Rivera had accepted a plea in exchange for testimony. After getting drunk on homemade alcohol, Atteridge referred to as toilet wine, Garcia began complaining to inmates by saying Rivera had waited in the car while Garcia shot Markel, and Rivera had supplied the gun used in the murder. The second conversation occurred when Garcia found out that Catherine McBanoa had been arrested. Once again, Garcia got drunk and said he wanted to get word out to McBanoa to testify against himself and the Adelsons. Atteridge asked Garcia how much he had gotten paid for the murder. Garcia never gave a monetary amount, but stated that McBanoa got breast enhancement and Garcia and Rivera got toys, referring to motorcycles and cash. Atteridge went on to say he understood from Garcia that McBanoa brought the murder plot to Garcia, telling him her ex-boyfriend's mother wanted the murder to happen and paid for it to be completed. After the conclusion of the initial recorded interview, Atteridge stated that he wanted to add some information. I activated the audio recorder again, and he provided the additional information which concerned Garcia, stating his money would stop being sent to LCJ since McBanoa was arrested herself. The money was for the murder payment, according to Garcia, via Atteridge. He stated that the information he provided was directly from Garcia, and he understood that he may be called to testify in court. A copy of the audio recordings will be submitted to the SAO, and this case remains open active. On December 13, 2016, I was notified that the State Attorney's Office, SAO, had received a letter from Jason McNair, an inmate at the Leon County Jail. The letter was addressed to the Queen herself, Ms. Georgia Kappelman, the best assistant state attorney ever in the history of ever, prosecuting the Markel homicide. McNair stated in the letter that he had a lot of information on Garcia and McBanoa, who were co-defendants in the Markel murder. McNair stated in the letter that he would be willing to provide the information. LCJ records indicate McNair was in the same housing pod, L, as Garcia from September 12th of 2016 to October 10th of that same year. I went to LCJ on December 20th, 2016 to conduct an interview with McNair, who is now housed in Pod J. McNair was summoned to a conference room for the J Pod, where he and I conversed in a closed room. McNair provided some of his background and stated that he was in the L Pod with Garcia in September and October of 2016. He was asked to describe the setting and stated that there were usually 96 inmates in the pod, with 2 inmates assigned to each individual cell. Aside from lockdown at night, or when inmates were transferred in and out of the pod, the inmates were allowed access to the other cells and the common areas of the pod. On an unknown date, sometime after McBanoa's arrest, which was October 1st, 2016, Garcia began talking to McNair and the other inmates about the murder and how he became involved in carrying out the crime. Garcia said he was offered the task by his ex-girlfriend and the mother of his children. McNair and Garcia referred to the woman by her last name that McNair knows starts with an M. McNair does not know why Garcia did this when telling this account, as McNair knows the woman's first name is Katie. Garcia told him that another woman named Dawn asked Katie about having someone killed for money. McNair and Garcia also referred to this woman as Donna Adelson, who is a mother-in-law or a grandmother that wanted the man killed to get custody of 2 children. Garcia also said Dawn had paid other people $50,000 up front to commit the murder, but they did not do so. This time, Dawn told Katie that she would pay $5,000 up front for expenses and then $100,000 when it was done. Why would they kill Dan. If you gave them all the money up front, they have the money and then they're not going to get a murder charge on top of it. How dumb can you be, Donna? As this information became pertinent to the case, I asked McNair if he would agree to have the conversation audio recorded. He agreed to the recording, and I activated a digital recorder for the remainder of the interview. In addition to the above information, McNair provided the following information, which was audio recorded. Rivera was enlisted to drive a car for the murder and was paid part of the $100,000. Rivera did not know that the trip was for a murder initially, and there were 2 trips made to commit the murder, the first being a blank trip. He also knew that the murder occurred at a house in a garage. Garcia said that he was the actual shooter, but he did not say how many times he fired. The gun was purchased for $150 in Miami. Katie either bought it herself or provided the money to purchase the gun. Upon returning to Miami, Katie obtained the money from the Adelsons, with Garcia getting $45,000, Rivera getting $35,000, and Katie $20,000 to $25,000. Garcia bought a motorcycle and 2 cars with his share of the money. McNair claims that this is independent information that he received directly from Garcia, and he is willing to testify in court. McNair did not ask for any consideration prior to providing his statement, and nothing was promised or suggested before or after the interview. This audio recording has also been provided to the SAO, and this case remains open active. 2 inmates confirmed that Garcia discussed the involvement of the Adelsons in this murder-for-hire plot. Jason McNair divulged even more information, saying that there was a failed attempt prior to Rivera and Garcia being hired, where Donna prepaid 2 hitmen who decided to not even attempt the hit, which should absolutely be no surprise to anyone with half of a brain, because why would you risk going to prison for life when you already have the money in your pocket? Really, I would have not been shocked if Donna had called the cops to report that the hitman stole $50,000 from her without completing the promised service. I've already filed a Better Business Bureau complaint, but I'd also like to report a crime. Let's also remember that this is the same woman that more than likely was the one behind trying to wash her prints and DNA off of their blood money. So, based on that, it would kind of make sense as to why Wendy would be worried about this job getting done, which would be a corroborating piece of evidence backing up Rivera's claims of seeing her the day before the murder. I think another piece of supporting evidence that Rivera and Garcia saw Wendy the morning before the murder is their learning of Dan leaving town the following day. How else would they have gotten that information?
Was there a reason that the murder had to get done on the day it did?
It was just the right thing, the right opportunity, I guess.
Okay, did you have any information that the victim was going to be leaving town the day after the homicide occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, meeting.
Is the answer struck?
The answer is not struck. You need to rephrase your question.
All right, so how did you find out that the victim was leaving town the following day?
I can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting.
It's not leading, Your Honor. Was it from a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what blog was that?
The blog was Wendy.
No, I was saying from the computer. Did you research
Oh,
it
no.
Okay, so somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody else.
A person.
A person.
And how did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto. Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to Katie.
Right. Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we
Yes,
got to
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. He was on the phone.
I'm sorry?
That was on the phone speaking.
He was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Luis testified to the fact that he saw Wendy the day before the murder in all 3 trials. However, during Charlie Adelson's trial, Dan Rashbaum did his very best to try to alter the timeline and confuse the jury.
During the second trip, the day before the murder, you drove by Professor Markel's house. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that at some point after you arrived at Markel's house, after noon on the 17th, you saw a woman and 2 kids walking on Trescott by the house,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the woman looked at you as the Prius passed and immediately got on her phone.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you asked Sigfredo what was up with the lady. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo responded that that's her. That's the guy's wife. That's the one that wants the kids back.
Yes, sir.
You asked Sigfredo what the lady was doing there on Trescott with the kids.
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo responded that she came there to make sure that everything was all right.
Absolutely.
Meaning all right with the plan.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here now, you're aware that the woman and the kids on the street was not the same lady, right?
I don't know if that was her or not, but she looked at my car.
It's possible that Sigfredo lied to you, right?
Who knows?
First off, look at his smug little face right here.
Was not the same lady, right?
He really thinks he did something there. Too bad that's not at all what he said, like, ever.
It was early in the morning. It was 12. Like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon?
Yeah, before 12.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says that's Wendy.
Rivera never said this occurred in the afternoon. He stated that this occurred first thing in the morning. A statement that is backed up by the fact that they arrived to Danny's house every morning before he even left to take the boys to preschool. As Wendy testified to in my last video in this series, the kids would normally be dropped off between 8 and 9 a.m., and the daycare was about 15 minutes drive from Dan's house. The school drop-off pickup schedule was stipulated too in Charlie's trial. A piece of information that was also included in the report that I received from the Tallahassee Police Department.
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
Markel children.
Very well.
Do you need a copy, Your Honor?
I have it right here. I'm just bringing up instruction 2.3. Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2024, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And Professor Markel picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that
I
day.
did. No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
Now, here's where this becomes super misleading. And even Rashbaum messes up here, so follow me very closely. I'll admit, when I first heard this portion of the trial, I pretty much marked off Rivera's sighting as a case of mistaken identity. To me, it sounded like the judge was backing up Dan Rashbaum and saying that it would have been impossible for Wendy to have been on Trescott when Rivera claimed to have seen her. Except, this is not what he says at all.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide.
The stipulated fact is that the kids were dropped off and picked up from school at the time stated by the judge. The significance of that fact is up to the jury and us to decide. Basically, those drop-off and pickup times are not being debated, but the relevance they have to the case and the movements and whereabouts of Wendi Adelson are still very much up for discussion. Now, let's go back to the question that Dan asks immediately after the stipulation was read. And pay very close attention to his speech pattern.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
Now, Rashi's normal speech pattern is very staccato and somewhat broken up normally, but the pause after impossible and after morning are both unusually long. And if we notice, he corrects himself after he says the word impossible. And I don't think he meant to say morning either. The other words he takes a moment after, and they're only 1 second pauses. The pause after impossible is 2.5 seconds long, and the pause after morning is 3 seconds long, very clearly showing that he misspoke on both of those points. Because it is not impossible for Wendy to have been by Danny's house with the children the day before the murder. And even with the drop-off schedule being set in stone, that has nothing to do with anything, as I believe this incident happened prior to their drop-off. Think about it. Danny was dropping the kids off at daycare between 8 and 9 every morning. And as we have already learned, the daycare was a 13-minute drive from his house. So for Garcia and Rivera to even be able to facilitate a proper surveillance of Danny, they would have to get a pretty early morning start. We can assume that for the boys to get dropped off at 8:30 a.m., Danny would have had to leave his house not too much later than 8 a.m. But we actually don't even have to assume this, because Luis tells us himself.
Yeah, when I got to the room with no drugs, we had powder, we had beer, but we had a bottle. We had a bottle in the pocket, we was drinking. We had a bottle, we was chilling all night. I probably went to sleep at around 3. I woke up around 7 that morning. I think it was 7 o'clock the next morning. But when we got there by that time, we slept for a little bit. We check out was at 11. We leave. Went by Markel's house. Went around him. Went straight to his house. I parked by the park like I showed you. I parked there for a little bit to see if he was gonna come out. When he came, I seen the car. I'm the one that scoped the car. I'm like, yo, that's that guy right there. I seen a white male in the car. He's like, yeah, that's him. Let's follow him. So we followed him all the way to the school. He dropped the kid off. Boom. I lost him. I guess he was going to the gym in that morning, but.
How do you know what kind of car he's driving?
Because Sigfredo told me the car.
Sigfredo told you the car?
He said he got a black Nissan.
Okay.
No tints. You will see him. Because I hear they show me the picture.
Here he was talking about the first day of the June trip. However, it makes sense that they would keep their surveillance schedule pretty much unchanged to avoid missing Dan leaving in the morning. Meaning they would have likely seen Wendy well before 8 a.m., giving her more than enough time to make it to preschool by the confirmed 8:30 drop-off time on Thursday morning. Jeffrey Lacasse also said something interesting in his interview that, to me, confirms the notion of her taking walks on Trescott.
She sent this document and said she had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendy for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids? I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids." Wendy claimed that was stalking because he said, So anyway.
And to me, this doesn't seem like he would have seen her at the university, because one could assume that they would both be working at that time, and he would neither have the capacity to watch the kids nor the expectation that she would be watching them while she's working. So it really only makes sense that she would have been walking down Trescott Drive in front of his house on the weekend or some other time where they were both off. So I fully believe that Luis saw exactly who he thought he saw the morning before the murder. And I fully believe that Wendy got right on the phone with Charlie saying they've got to get this done by tomorrow before he leaves. Information that he then relayed to Katie, who in turn passed it on to Sigfredo. And based off that prior failed attempt, or lack of attempt, I think that would make Wendy feel like she had to keep a better eye on these two hitmen.
Mr. Rivera, the defense characterized a lot of things that Garcia told you as lies. Do you know that those things were lies?
No.
So when he said...
Okay, guys. So that was a little longer than I thought it was going to be, but I feel like it does a pretty good job of explaining all of that. And on my theory, I feel like it's completely plausible that she could have been at the house in the morning, before she took the boys to school. I also think, the alarm went off that day. So was she trying to get in the house? Because Luis says he saw her walk right up to the front door. So if, she was going in the house and she... You're watching Super Kitties? Okay. And so if, Jeff said straight up that she still has keys to Dan's house. So she could have been bringing the boys there. And then when she goes in, she said, oh, so-and-so forgot their shoes or whatever, a stuffed animal. So she really could have used the boys as an excuse to be there. So this next thing, this has got to be, besides my children, my favorite thing that I have ever created in life. And I will share it now.
Oh, that's the lady. She's looking at us. Do you know if he really thought it was the lady or not?
No, it was the lady.
He thought it was the lady, right?
It was the lady.
Okay.
It was her.
All right. And
I really can't get over how petrified Charlie looks the entire time Rivera is on the stand. And my absolute favorite part of Luis Rivera's testimony is when he stares at Charlie during an entire sidebar, and Charlie just sits there like prey on the Serengeti.
are you on the prof's blog server list?
No.
Can you just come sidebar for 1 moment?
I would. Okay.
Daddy Rashbaum and the rest of the pack wander away, leaving little Charlie all alone at the defense table. Pale and vulnerable, Charlie is not well suited for this level of abandonment. He nervously looks around, his eyes darting across the barren courtroom, attempting to assess any imminent danger. His best chance is to remain still and quiet and pray that he is not spotted by a fiercer predator. You can sense his unease as the anguish of being separated from his pack begin to take hold. If he can just hold out until Daddy Rashbaum re-emerges, he will remain safe and secure. Across the room, from the witness box, a savage hunter locks onto his target. With very little movement, the Latin King patiently contemplates his ambush. Charlie is left helpless in this moment, and the Latin King knows it. His eyes remain focused, unblinking, and relentlessly trained on his victim. Tension grows with each passing second, making Charlie's odds of escape more and more unlikely. The Latin King's gaze is broken with the re-emergence of Charlie's pack. The adults of the group reconvene around tiny Charlie, completely unaware of the danger he just faced. As the elders of the group return to their mundane social activities, one can tell that baby Charlie remains shaken by his near-perilous experience. As he tries to calm himself, one can assume that he will be forever changed by what is sure to be a close brush with death that he certainly won't want to experience again.
And I'll leave you all with a riddle. What does Aladdin become after he marries Princess Jasmine? Give up?
Aladdin Kings. In fact, you were the head of the North Miami branch of Aladdin Kings, right?
Yeah.
my gosh, I really can't. Okay, so I am going to that seriously, like, it makes me laugh out loud every single time I see it. Okay, so I am going to put on, they're still on the blank wall on this trial feed. So I'm going to go ahead and put on the how Wendy was found at lunch, and I feel like I have proven that with Officer Brannon's testimony. So I'm going to play this, and I'm going to play this probably in full because I have just a few things to do in the house. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys, and then I'll be back. I've still got this feed that I'm listening to on my phone, so if that comes back in while we are doing this, then I'll go ahead and switch over to this. Okay, so let me start this. Okay. All right, everybody. So I will be back, and I will leave you with this.
My two friends that I was with for lunch when they came and found me, how did they find where I was?
I have no idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was eating with two girlfriends. They're both psychiatrists. I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu. I don't know if you know them, friends of mine. And these officers walk in, and we just finished, I ate a lunch. Like, I had a whole delicious lunch. And they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? Like, and they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, like, what's going on? Like, who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started I just was like, what's going on? They found me eating lunch. I don't know how that happened. I'm fascinated still.
Ways of finding.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they called my husband's cell.
So when cars approached the roadblock, they just on their own turned around and went back the way they had come?
Yes.
All right. And did one of those cars in particular stand out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vehicle was that?
It was a later 2000s model Honda Odyssey van.
Why did that vehicle stand out to you?
I had obtained information that the ex-wife drove a vehicle like that. I don't know if they were like formulating a new plan because suddenly they can't go the way they want to go. There's usually just seemed to be a hesitation. This one caught my attention a little bit more also because when it pulled up, I mean, it just automatically did a 3-point turn and headed on.
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my god, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Drive down, Trescott's blocked, you turn around, you go back around on Benton, and then you look
There's a tree.
Right.
Is the vehicle pictured in State's Exhibit 19 consistent with the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And the vehicle that approached the crime scene tape would have had to turn onto Trescott and come a considerable distance down Trescott to get to the crime scene tape where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So.
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off, and
There could have been any reason for what was going on and why the tape was up, right?
Yes. I would think that a reasonable person would think that it was something relatively serious going on with a number of vehicles there and all that kind of stuff, though.
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape, and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. Like I saw the street blocked. I was driving into town. I was running errands. I was meeting some friends for lunch, and I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape, and I was like, I guess there was like an electrical outage, because sometimes we'd have trees that would fall or whatever, and so I turned around and didn't think anything of it.
Testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van, which had a clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
Yes.
Because your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendi Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, or what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that that may have been Wendi Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
The person didn't get out screaming, oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house, right?
No.
And you would agree with me that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a 3-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
It appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right, and when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
But I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. If you were just passing by Truscott Road on Centerville Road, would you have been able to observe the crime scene tape?
From Centerville Road?
Yes, sir.
No.
Why not?
There was a considerable distance between there, and it also kind of curves around.
Okay. There's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is that
Objection, Your Honor.
message to?
Objection.
Hold on, what's the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence.
That's sustained.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
All right. And that message, what were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
All right. But it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
Okay. On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Truscott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Truscott.
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off, and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
Right, and you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at previously your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband, Dan Markell, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay, so you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right, but who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool, and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
They did.
And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Okay. And when you encountered, at the time that you encountered the roadblock or shortly thereafter, did you call the daycare?
No.
Did you call Dan Markell?
No.
Did you do anything to reach out to any of the players that we've talked about in this case?
No.
Did you communicate to anyone that there was a roadblock?
Discussing this case.
I didn't. I would have had no reason to do that.
Would the view that this driver of the van that approached the...
Used in this matter. Does anyone have any questions concerning this before you leave my presence? Please raise your hands. There are no bad questions, as a teacher might say. Yes, ma'am.
On Thursday, do we know how long?
For that, once we go through the group jury selection process, I cannot tell you how long it will run, but we're anticipating on that day finishing the jury selection process, the jurors who are selected being sworn, and we go through the opening statements. After that, you will be discharged for the evening. As much as possible, we're going to try to stick to an 8:30, 5 o'clock day if you are selected as a juror. We may have to make exceptions on certain days, but that is the goal. Any other questions before you are dismissed? Yes, sir.
If we were currently here, we expected to return Thursday.
That is correct. Thursday at 11 a.m. Any other questions?
You said 11.
Yes, ma'am.
You said 11 a.m.?
11 a.m. on Thursday, report downstairs where you started off today. Okay? All right.
I will see you Thursday. Oh, one more?
No, yes.
Go ahead.
So if we're not the actual jurors that you guys are choosing, we just are taking one. It won't relate to that until after that. So if I need to address it, then now I can address it now. It's work related, but I know with y'all with court that would be.
Save it to Thursday.
Okay.
Believe me, we'll get it out of you.
Yes, sir. No, sir. No problem.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just to reiterate for my clarity, so this
And the defense on Thursday.
Okay.
You are not a juror right now. You are still a prospective juror. You've just gone through the first round of screening.
Okay.
Don't read anything. Don't watch anything. Anything else? Have a good lunch break. See you Thursday.
Yes. Give me your numbers.
Tape have had, would that driver have had a clear view of Mr. Markel's driveway?
Objection, speculation. Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Should have been.
And would the person driving the van have been able to observe at the time that that person pulled up that there were emergency vehicles present in the driveway of Dan Markel?
It should be evident. There's plenty of emergency response vehicles and stuff on scene. We're only, like I said, approximately a few houses down.
What emergency vehicles were present at the scene at the time that vehicle pulled up?
There was probably approximately 4 or 5 patrol cars, the marked patrol cars. At least one of the crime scene vehicles, which is also marked with police on it, and then some of the investigators.
Okay, so I am not 100% sure what just happened with the trial. They might have, maybe they picked a jury. I'm not sure. Hold on, guys. I was trying to boost up the audio so we could hear better. I am not sure 100% if they picked the jury. Maybe they said, see you back here on Thursday. So maybe they did, and maybe we're going to do a voir dire next on Thursday. Sorry about the baby. So I'm going to keep listening. I've got an ear pod in, so I'm going to keep listening to that. So if I get any information, or if anybody knows before I do, just go ahead and put it in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to send you back over to... Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Spicy. All right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and send you guys back over to the How They Found Wendy video, and I will be back.
Okay. And your vehicle, was that a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you seated inside the vehicle, or were you standing outside the vehicle?
I was seated inside.
Okay, and did this person in the van get out or attempt to interact with you at all or ask you anything?
No, ma'am.
I would have had no reason to do that.
Does it make sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay. And Did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay.
And just so I understand, your car was blocking off traffic that would have gone down Trescott, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to help me out here, sir, what street would vehicles be traveling down that would run into, would they be traveling down Trescott or was it another street?
No, on Trescott.
On Trescott.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
And so when vehicles would come, they would have to make a 3-point turn to turn around?
Yes, sir.
Because it's a somewhat narrow road. Is that a fair assessment? Just one way for both locations?
Yeah, an average residential.
An average residential. Going one lane for north and one lane for south or east or west, however it breaks down?
Yes, sir.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Would your vehicle have been readily visible to the person in the van?
Yes, I had the emergency lights activated also.
Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather, or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall, so that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
And could you describe how the vehicle, what happened once it pulled out?
Just came up and made a 3-point turn and turned around and left the area.
All right, and did it do so? I'm assuming other vehicles probably did the same thing during that time frame you were holding the perimeter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there was no ingress or egress down Trescott past that point, correct?
No.
All right, and the vehicle, did this vehicle turn around in any different fashion from the other ones that you observed turning around?
There seemed to be a little less hesitation compared to other vehicles.
What do you mean by that?
Overruled.
Can you describe what you mean by that?
Average citizens would be pulling up and there's that kind of pause where I guess they're formulating a new plan, like, oh, I can't go the way I was planning on going. And then, kind of sit there for a second and then they'll eventually turn around and go. The way I remember it, this van, just came right up, made the 3-point turn and left. Nothing crazy. It wasn't squealing tires or anything crazy like that, though.
Okay.
Did you have a notepad with you in your vehicle?
I always have one with me.
Did you take notes of which vehicles came down Trescott and turned around?
Only the one that was of concern.
Okay, and you took a specific note with regards to this vehicle?
It's in the report, sir.
And what did you write?
Basically that I'd seen a vehicle matching that of the description known to be driven by the ex-wife.
So, you knew, when were you told the description of the vehicle known to be let me rephrase that, sorry, I'm all over the place. So you knew going in what Miss Adelson's car looked like?
At some point after arrival, I was made aware of
what her vehicle looked like?
Yes, sir.
And this is before you got in your car and you posted up and did your job to create a perimeter, correct?
It may have been right beforehand or while I was sitting there. That I can't recall. It's been a few years.
Once you saw the vehicle that you believe matched her vehicle, did you get on your radio and say, hey, somebody go ahead and pull Miss Adelson over?
No.
Was there a reason? Well, let me ask it this way. If you're told that the decedent's gone through a separation and you see a vehicle that matches the description of his ex-wife, Ms. Adelson, which you did, correct?
Yes.
Was there a reason why you guys didn't try to pull over, at least to kind of inform her as to what's going on? At least to see if that's the right car?
I wasn't aware of a reason to effect a traffic stop at that point, and I'm stuck on the perimeter. I can't leave that point.
You have the ability to get on your radio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's other law enforcement officers, I assume. You said there's 4 cars at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a crime scene van there?
Yes.
There'd be no lack of law enforcement to be able to assist you to pull this vehicle over and inform this woman that her ex-husband had been shot twice in the face, correct?
As far as what I knew at that point, we didn't have a reason to stop her. I was just told, be on the lookout for the vehicle. And I had notified the investigator that I'd seen a vehicle matching. And, that's all I can tell you about that part of it. They told us to keep an eye out. I saw a vehicle that matched it, and I just let them know that I did see a vehicle that looked like it.
Well, I mean,
And I just want to clarify that when you observed the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape, was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Okay, and you notified who you thought to be the correct person of what you had seen?
Yes.
And did you do that immediately?
It was right around that same time frame. I called him on the phone.
All right, no further questions.
Hi.
Was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Wendy, when asked, Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband? Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide? You
said no, the lie detector determined that was a lie.
Two friends that I was with for lunch when they came and found me. How did they find where I was?
I have no idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was eating with two girlfriends. They're both psychiatrists. I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu. I don't know if you know them, friends of mine. And these officers walk in. And I just like, we just finished, I ate a lunch. Like I had a whole delicious lunch and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? Like, and they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, like,
what's
going
fine?
Like, who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started like, I just was like, what's going on? They found me eating lunch. I don't know how that happened. I'm fascinated still.
We have ways of finding
Yeah, it's interesting. So they called my husband's cell.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isim, C-R-A-I-G, last name I-S-O-M.
Where were you employed last?
Tallahassee Police Department.
And what were your duties there at the time that you retired?
I was a violent crimes investigator in the Criminal Investigations Division.
And was that your position back in July of 2014?
It was.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markell?
I was.
Were you the lead investigator for the Tallahassee Police Department on that case?
I was.
All right. Did you go to the crime scene?
I did.
When did you go to the crime scene?
I was probably around, I would say 11:30, 11:45 on July 18th.
Did you make an effort to talk to people that were close to Mr. Markell?
Yes.
And who was the first person you interviewed?
The first person I interviewed was his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson.
All right. And where did you locate Ms. Adelson?
She was at the Mosaic restaurant in the Killearn Common area.
About what time did you make contact with her at the restaurant?
I believe it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock on the same day.
1:30 or 2 p.m. on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple hours after.
Yes, after I was done at the crime scene, I went to her location.
And as a result of your interview with Ms. Adelson, did you take an interest in her parents and her brother?
Yes.
All right. And did you, as a result of your interview, review any court filings?
I did.
What court filings did you review?
I reviewed the filings from the Adelson-Markell divorce.
I'm going to object. The detective is
using documentation. It appears that he's got his entire file in front of him. I can't see because you don't get it.
Overruled before cross-examination, you'll be able to see whatever he has. He's received, Ms. Kaplan.
What did you review? Reference court filings?
I reviewed the filings from the clerk of court, Leon County, concerning their divorce.
Whose divorce?
Wendi Adelson and Dan Markell.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 75. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit?
I've, over time, yes.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate copy of the divorce file of Wendi Adelson and Dan Markell?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It's numerous. I'd have to count. It's a full binder.
They're numbered.
Okay, well, we'll go to 575.
Okay, and were there any, well, Judge, at this time I'd ask you to move into evidence State 75, a certified copy of the divorce file of Dan and Wendy.
I think the case got dumbed down to she's showing up at the scene of the crime. You're telling me she didn't know. If she knew, then they're involved. If she wasn't showing up, okay, I can believe it maybe, but her showing up is the icing on the cake. And that's why they opened with it, and that's why they closed with it, and they even gave their simple explanation, which is she couldn't help herself. And look, 99 out of 100 times, if, you know, in a case like that, I guess it would make the most sense, except that's not what happened. But I think the jury could grasp a hold of, you know, between that and the TV, they had two things that were coincidences that you really don't have explanations for. Yeah. And then she's showing up at the scene of the crime. She doesn't. I had somebody ask me that, like, a couple of years ago. It's like, did that really happen? Like, I thought, trust me. Like, nobody did. Like, she showed up. They're like, man, that's like 1 in a million. Yeah. And I go, yep. So you mean to tell me 1 in a million you're right, the other 1 in a million you're innocent? You know, even if you say it's 1 in 10,000, now you're starting off the debate saying, listen, 1 in 10,000 times I'm right. All right, you want to bet I'm right on this one? You can't. You can't. Once somebody in their head says, if that's really her explanation, what are the fucking chances? That's near impossible for me to. That's what. I guarantee you, if they poll jurors, that's going to be the thing that's stuck in their head, that they knew right then and there it was either a coincidence or it was a lie. And the coincidence has to be 1 in 10,000. And maybe they're sitting there saying it's one. I'm saying 1 in 10,000. Maybe these dudes are saying it's 1 in a million. You got to be a part of it. Showing up at the, you know, they always say, like, it's an expression. It's like you showed up at the scene of the crime. Right. Like they was using it in like detective movies and like sorry, it's live. Like you're at the scene of you showed up at the scene of the crime, but you didn't know anything. Like
people start a fire and then they show up to watch it. I mean, it's just been on TV forever.
Like who lived, 15 miles away, like pulling up at the scene 30 minutes later. Or even like being there while this actually happened.
Right.
Like sitting in the restaurant while this happened. And like, it's one of those things where you go like, okay, like this guy's getting that this is happening. Manhattan's a big city. Okay, why the hell was this guy here? You could say, well, he was eating dinner the same night at the same restaurant. Okay, maybe. But like, he was going someplace, he was going to a liquor store, past 4 liquor stores, took alternate routes and ended up right there at that time. Like, that's a good story. Like, that sets the tone for everything else. Like, that puts a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah. Does.
Yeah. You should have just seen the crime. From your house to his house. Like, what did it say? Was it a 17-minute drive?
I think so. I think that's what they said. Yeah.
Okay. And then they put up slides to show what their stores were like 5 minutes from her house. She's driving 17 minutes. I mean, I get it. I still would go to CVS right by Nova.
Yeah, it's close to one.
That's because you break it down and say, what are the chances of her turning down Prescott at 12:30, leaving your house, talk to her mom, talk to her bro, couldn't help herself. The only logical explanation. I mean, the shit with like, even if she wanted to go to that liquor store, there was a more direct route. The only way that she went, that was what she always knew, and she's bad with direction. But it's like, you're this brilliant person, but you're so bad with direction. It's kind of like hard to understand for some people. You got this brilliant mind, but you can't find your way out of a paper bag. It doesn't flow. You know what I'm saying? People are that small, have such a direction. Like, you've all been in town for 8 years, and you got electronic devices. So you're taking even the long route to go to that liquor store. Passing 4 liquor stores that are closer. That's just what the fuck are you doing driving down Prescott at 12:30 when the age? I think if somebody's showing up at the scene of the crime and they don't have a fucking good reason why they're there to be backed out, I say that's super fishy.
Yeah, I understand.
Like, you showed up at the scene of the crime. Like, how else do you, if that was the only thing, that would be one thing. But it's like, that's why the showing up at the scene of the crime and the fucking TV became like 2 things pounding in people's heads. That would really stick with me. Is that she showed up there randomly. That taints every other thing. And I think after that, every other thing has to be like a bulletproof answer. Not an excuse, without an explanation. Because listen, there's people who showed up at the scene of the crime and have been convicted before, just for showing up.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
She was identified at the scene of the crime, showing up to watch the fire burn after her boy.
Pretty much what it was.
It's not not a 1 in 90. It's not a 1 in 100. It's not it's not even a 1 in 500 for showing up at that date and that time. It's in the thousands.
Yeah.
And that I can't debate.
No. I know. Nobody could.
Unless she goes, oh, I go there every week to go to that liquor store, and that's how I go. Like, when was the last time you went to that liquor store, Wendy? Probably when she was married.
Yeah. A long time ago.
Okay, so it's only been 3-4 years, something like that way. So one time in 3-4 years, on that time, on that date, in the thousands. So, if they don't put it this way, it's dumbing down the case entirely. If they don't buy her explanation 100% on that, it really casts doubt on a lot of other things.
Well, that's what happens. If they don't buy one thing, then they don't believe anything.
It's a big thing. So you got to understand. Now they have her at the scene of the crime. If she took because she had prior knowledge, you almost have to assume that I was guilty. So Miami bitch, she put down Tallahassee. Thinks she's better than everybody. She wrote it in her book. She was showing up at the crime scene. Like, those are two facts that you can't dispute. She wanted to leave, and she got to leave. She thought it was a little stop on the way to nowhere, on the way to civilization. Figured out what happened. And she didn't show up on the 18th. And your mom and your brother both spoke to you that way. Like, that's what the case was about. Folks, use your common sense. She couldn't help herself. She showed up there. Even his best friend said that he said this. Like, she's getting eyewitness, or she's getting, people to come in and say I said things. Like, all sitting together. Getting all put together, folks. And she showed up at the crime scene. Yeah. She couldn't, and listen, if you told that to 100 people, with the explanation that it's delayed me 10 times since she's been on the phone, they would say, what is the fucking chance? 100% happened. Yeah, but what are the chances it was random? Then that's the result. If it wasn't random, then she's involved and they're involved. They made a point to show that your sister thought she was better and shit in on a small town, and she showed up at the scene of the crime. I guess that right there is enough to convict you for showing up. They're showing up as borderline unexplainable. There are explanations, whether you're talking about the route or the location. It doesn't hold water with wanting to go to a liquor store. But it only does if you realize the chick doesn't drink. The last time she went to a liquor store, she kind of go to the party that night, and she was picking up a bottle on the way to lunch. She went the way she always does. She was talking on the phone. Like, that's what happened. But you just go, what's the probability of, like, her going to that liquor store at that time, that route, on the day he shot, and her turning down Trescott? Pick another street by an American turned down on that date at that time. She had to be going to make sure, as Catherine said, she couldn't help herself. What do you think? Who do you think explanation sounds more logical? The excuse I just gave, or the ex-wife couldn't help herself? And then you just go, oh, the only piece of the puzzle that doesn't fit is Wendy's showing up there that day. It's all the auxiliary stuff that they brought in, and I knew that I thought in my heart of hearts, like, I knew the truth, but I'm like, when I talked to someone about a brief test, they had 1 in a million. I know, crazy, 1 in a million. It should have clicked that, like, dummy, You're saying it's 1 in a million or 1 in 10,000. Everybody else is thinking the same fucking thing. Now so try to convince people that this is that one that doesn't look like what it is. And you're sitting in Tallahassee telling them that Wendy was going down Prescott because she was going to a liquor store. Like, that alone, like, if she had no invitation, if she had no invitation, that alone would have been like, that's too crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Driving down Prescott, the high power of the board. That's enough to get you convicted right there. Showing up at the scene of the crime. 101.
Like they do on TV.
Criminal. I mean, it had to be me. Had to be. That would kind of be like me driving 10 miles out of my way, stopping off at the Publix in that shopping center, and my phone pinging off that same tower, and then me going home, and then me saying, I was never in that area, and being like, oh shit, I was in that same parking lot on that same time, on that same date. Like, that would be pretty suspicious. You know, I'd be like, well, how many Publixes did you pass or routes? Like, what the hell were you doing there? At the same time this is going on? Like, that's, something was happening.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, I wasn't Publix at the same time. And that would have been like, unreal. Like, but that's where coincidences happen. I could have watched the full one. But that's TV. You don't think they're going to do that in a courtroom.
No, you don't.
You know? What are the, and listen, I get it. I've done it with you for an hour or two. Like, folks, what are the chances? I said that at the beginning. I said, what are the fucking chances that this happens like this? And the answer is, that's crazy. Yeah, because if that's what happened, that's crazy is an appropriate answer. But it's like, you say that's crazy once, you say that's crazy twice, pretty soon you're doing it saying that's crazy. Or, could she just not help herself? I mean, 9 times, I say, 9 out of 100 is showing up for a reason. Yeah. Taking a shortcut, a long cut from 10 miles away to pass by and see what's going on.
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate you bearing with me and sticking around and having patience. So yeah, I hope that clears up some of the questions about how they found Wendy at lunch. That was my theory, and I feel like Officer Brandon pretty much confirmed it, especially with his comment about saying, you know, Georgia asks him, was it your... Sorry, my boys are down there screaming about Fortnite. Sorry if you can hear them. Hold on, let me shut the door, guys. He gets killed and he takes it really personally. I appreciate it, DIY Erica. So yeah, I feel like when Georgia asked him, you know, was it your job to go arrest Wendy or, you know, whatever? And he says no, but, you know, I told the lead detective who was Isim. So I think it's pretty clear that, you know, they more than likely had somebody start trailing her immediately because they knew what vehicle she drove. They obviously knew her license plate from the DMV information. So I don't think it would have been that. I don't think it's that big of a stretch to say that. It does, Jenny. I don't think it's that big of a stretch to think that they just followed her directly to Mosaic, which seems like what they did. Okay, let me just go ahead and look at my notes really quickly. I have a few things that I have written down to show you, but is there anything specific that we want to see or talk about? Let me know in the comments if you have something specifically that you want to watch. Let me see. Okay. So sick. I think I will go ahead and okay, so there is a point where Jane comes into the police station, and she like babies the crap out of Wendy, whatever. But Wendy asks what is in the news about Truscott, because Jane has read it from the news. So Wendy basically wants to see what they know, everything, see if they saw anybody, whatever. Sorry, I'm reading the comments on the side. So Wendy is looking at pictures of the crime scene, and it is very clearly their house. It is a picture of the house. The garage door is open, and in the darkened garage is Dan's black car. And this is what Wendy is focusing in on. And she says, "Oh my God." Like they show the car or something like that. I can't remember the exact verbiage because I've like trauma blocked a lot of what she said out of my mind because I just despise her so much. But I'm going to go ahead and put that on now because it is pretty crazy in my opinion. The day of the homicide, Officer Brannon was given a description of Wendy's vehicle by Detective Isim. I believe this was done mostly to be able to easily identify her should she learn about the shooting and come to his house to ask what was going on. I believe Officer Brannon was told to keep an eye out for this reason only. So when she drove up, I'm sure he was expecting her to get out and inquire on what had happened. He likely was even on his radio as he spotted her, alerting Isim of her arrival. But instead of throwing the car in park, swinging her door wide open and rushing to the edge of the crime scene tape, she, without hesitation, threw her car into reverse.
I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn.
And sped away. I think this was the precise moment that she went from being next of kin to suspect number one. Her trip to the crime scene was one of the main points Wendy herself on fake accounts fans tout as a mark of her innocence. And as much as I hate to admit it, it makes sense. No one would willingly show up to a crime that they committed just for the cops at the scene to easily identify them. That is, unless she had planned on being the first one there.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you're all going to have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed to have the talk at some point before. We have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's going to go to school, and he said, I'm going to be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, I'm going to be out of, he went to like a workout class at the gym. He
At
said,
Premier.
At Premier.
Mhm.
Said, I'm going to be out of it by such and such a time. You could call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just didn't happen.
Right. Okay.
That was our. Gonna be the older. That's what we were supposed to talk about this morning. Is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
So you had arranged to talk today, coincidentally minutes after he was murdered. And you yourself admit that it was weird that he didn't get back to you.
Him. So I Googled Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here. So you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
About 11 a.m. this morning, TPD was called to the 2100 block of Trescott Street for a neighbor had heard that there was a loud bang in the neighborhood. TPD officers got on scene and they did locate a person who was suffering from a gunshot wound. They were taken by EMS to a local hospital. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unattended incident, so we are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. If you have any information about this call, we are asking that you call us at 606-5800 with any information about this case.
This is Sean Rossman reporting for the Tallahassee Democrat in Tallahassee.
Just that, police investigate shooting on Trescott Drive.
And it's on the news.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places, and they can't really stop them from being outside.
How often is there shooting in northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Trescott Drive?
Not so often. This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Did he call 911?
A neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
Original story. Police have roped off a small portion of Trescott Drive about a half mile north of Benton Road. Investigators have gathered in front of the house of the 2100 block. A neighbor called police around 11 a.m. after hearing a loud bang. Police arrived to find one person shot. That person was taken to a local hospital, according to Officer David Northway, spokesman for the Tallahassee Police Department. Police don't know whether the shooting occurred in a home or outside. We just got on the scene and we're doing everything we can to solve the case. Those with information on this case should call the police at 606-5800. The little details available thus far doesn't paint a clear picture of the incident. Northway could only say police were called to the 2100 block of Trescott Drive and couldn't clarify whether they were called to a specific address. Investigators are scouring the yard and garage of a brick house on the west side of the street. Northway did not say whether the house was the focus of investigators. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unintended incident, Northway said. We are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. Police don't have enough information this early in the investigation to determine whether neighbors should be alarmed, Northway said. Update, 2:57 p.m. Tallahassee police investigators have blocked off a portion of quiet Trescott Drive in Benton Hills, the scene of a shooting this morning that sent one person to the hospital. A neighbor called police around 11 a.m. upon hearing a loud bang in the 2100 block of Trescott Drive, about a half a mile north of Benton Drive. Police showed up shortly after and found the person with a gunshot wound. That person was rushed to the local hospital, said Officer David Northway, spokesman for the Tallahassee Police Department.
Eyewitness News at 5. Coverage you can count on.
Police respond to the sound of gunfire in a quiet Tallahassee neighborhood.
I'm standing outside of the home that police had taped off early this morning. We're going to go through the timeline of events of the little information that we do have. Around 11 a.m., a neighbor called police hearing a loud bang noise. First responders found a person with a gunshot wound. That was the loud bang that neighbors heard. They were taken to a local hospital. Now, we don't have the identity of the victim or where that person was shot.
TPD is going to do and look at everything. So we're going to start our search out wide, and it could be anything that occurred, and narrow it down to where the evidence directs us.
There was an ambulance at the residence and did see someone being brought out. Can't really describe who or what was being brought out, but they were bringing somebody out on a stretcher.
TPD says if you have any information on this case, you're asked to call them, and as soon as we get any more details, we'll pass them along to you.
And this.
Are there any matters that we need to address before we continue? Yes.
Georgia has to be so excited that this case is finally starting and she can finally nail Donna to the wall. I love her face. The expressions that she makes when she looks at Wendy are like my favorite. And I think the sound is kind of low because it doesn't seem like the mic is on at in front of Judge Everett. And I know it was really low at the last little spot that we heard of because people were talking at the gallery. I swear to God, I think this is the same officer that escorted in Donna one time into court. And I swore that it was, I thought it was Katie McBanoff for a second. I just saw her quick out of the corner of my eye. I just looked. I'm like, is that Katie ushering Donna in? That would be awesome. George is like, so do we arrest Wendy now or can we do it on the stand in front of everybody? Can we get some officers to like tackle her to the ground? That would be great. I would love that. Because I think we should get them both, maybe Wendy and Donna at the same time, go after them both. Harvey should be like half asleep anyway from the amount of Xanax he will probably be taking. Oh, okay. I have a question, and it's kind of scandalous, and I'm not even going to be able to say the words because YouTube is so sensitive. But, and let me know if anybody else thinks this, do we think that, Jenny, opening statements are supposed to begin on Friday from what they said. Okay. Do we think that Harvey is going to keep himself going after this? Or do we think that he's going to go night-night forever? Because that was option 2 in their plan. Well, that was option 1, really. It was go night-night forever or get on a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country. So, what do we think? Does anybody have the same opinion as I do? Because I don't see Harvey just sitting around waiting to get arrested, to be perfectly honest. I think he's going to take the coward's way out and not be held accountable. I don't know. Let me know. Yeah, and I'm sure prescribing things to himself or to a fake person. I mean, these people are so crooked. If you've watched my Adelson's in the Attic video, you'll know exactly how crooked Charlie specifically is. I mean, not like we don't know already. But I feel like he would go night-night forever. Okay, I'm going to switch back over to the video. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. This family just doesn't give, like, any fucks for anyone other than themselves. Oh, he's back. Keeping me on my toes. I don't know, logical delusions. I feel like after this whole trying to bribe witnesses and stuff, I feel like that's kind of damning. And we don't know exactly what they have. I'm very curious to hear about this wiretap specifically. Yeah, he looked insane yesterday. Insane. Thank you, Chewy Boy. I'm glad I'm cracking you up. If I don't inject some humor into this, I literally would have probably gone completely crazy just listening to Wendy for as long as I did. I was like hearing her voice in my sleep. It was awful. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Erica. And I mean, I don't know if anybody's watched, well, I know somebody has, but I don't know if everybody's watched my last video, but there was an informer that called in, or not an informer, but there was somebody that called in to basically give a character, rundown on Charlie and Harvey, and said that basically, I mean, we all heard that Charlie was, kind of paid his way through school. Well, Harvey did it. But this guy who had been friends with Harvey for 30 years, he had also started up the Nova dental school. Harvey wanted to fight him while they were on vacation. Like, he was like, went right up to him, and he said they were almost nose to nose over here, I'll show the picture. Over what's his face? Just being ticked off at Charlie, like, or being ticked off that he wasn't in agreement to let Charlie just pass through without, getting his without doing any of his work. He was just kind of given a degree. This picture, what in the world? What in the fresh hell? I guess it was bigger before. What is this? What is this? Why are you like this? Why are you so scary? I'm scared. Yeah. Yeah, this pic is terrifying. And apparently Patty from Patty's Playhouse was in the court yesterday, and she said that he was being just like all aggressive and weird to the photographer, and she caught this beauty of a picture. All right, they're still not doing anything over here. I love Judge Everett, though. I think he's really fair. I think he's, very careful that he doesn't. I feel like as much as he's irritated with the defense, which I'm just kind of getting from the last few times that we've seen him, I feel like he's still being very fair and making sure that everything is balanced. And whoops. Yeah, my dad actually had his jaw broken when he was getting his wisdom teeth removed. Maybe he went to Harvey. Well, we're going to see Donna crying a whole lot more, so I really wouldn't be too worried about that. Okay. I'm going to go back to my video since they're going back on the seal. Okay, now I forgot which we were watching. Was it this one? Yes, I think so.
To be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
the family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a rent.
Oh yeah, this is the part where she sees a picture of the house and is very struck by the fact that the car is shown, which she would have no reason to have any issues about the car. Unless she knew.
Attention to our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally, but we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car.
Oh my God! You can see the car. The car. Not his car. The car. Why would Wendy emphasize the car more than the house? Why does she sound almost horrified that there is a picture of the car? Almost like the car had some special significance to her. Tell her where Danny was shot. Never once says in the head or in the car. Yet somehow she seems to know both.
Or you can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house.
Yeah. And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive. It must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked off for a while.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough. I mean, a lot of people use that as like a drive-through.
Now, people obviously know about this. Danny did show up places today.
I don't know that he had anywhere to show up today. Did he? Like, did you know? Because like it's summertime, he works from home, right?
First off, why does she say that like a mom in public trying to warn their kid that they're going to get an ass whooping when they get home?
Right. But there are people, but imagine if any of us fall off the grid from 11 o'clock this morning, any colleagues
that had a meeting or whatever.
Right, all of the stuff he does over the phone.
Right. Well, he and I were supposed to talk about where Ben was going to school, and it was very unlike him that I was the one who had to call him. So like he called early this morning. I had a repair guy at the house. And he called early this morning, and I left a message, and then I called him back. I have the phone record. He called at like 9, and he told me he went to Premiere. So he says, I don't know, like I think he went straight from dropping off the boys to go to Premiere, and then he said, I'm going to do an exercise class that gets out at 10:15 or 10:30, and then we can talk after that. You remember how I had a voice thing? Like I hadn't talked to him. He was like, I know your voice is bad. Like. Does today work? And he said we could go for a walk at the law school, or we could talk, and I have this message on my phone from him, which is why I said to the officer, there's no way he did this to himself. Like, zero chance that he shot himself. Danny.
I think there's zero chance that Danny would kill himself.
Yes, zero chance. Like, someone did this to him. Oh my God. So he had plans that we would he said this at 9, we'll take a walk, we'll figure this out, we'll talk about school. And then I called him at 11:45 or so and left a message. And that was, I thought weird, but I thought whatever, he's in a meeting.
Probably thought, oh good, I don't have to talk to him. But
I was really anxious about speaking with him and having this be a contentious issue about where our kid is going to go to school.
Oh my God.
And I didn't hear from him, and I didn't think too much of it. I just thought well, he'll just call me later.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Take two. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your judges in the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. You have been summoned here this afternoon as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this jury selection process today that I will be reading to you. It is not that I do not wish to have a free-flowing conversation, but rather any explanations on the law that you will receive throughout this process must be uniform and must be specific according to the Florida Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury this afternoon? Yes, Your Honor. Is the defense ready to proceed as well? Yes, Your Honor. And for the record, I'm noting that the defendant is present in the courtroom with her counsel. I believe earlier this afternoon, Judge Riggins qualified everyone. However, I am going to confirm with the qualification if there is anyone that needs to be excused on a statutory basis. That will happen before we move on through our process this afternoon. When I ask the following questions, please raise your hands if you are responding yes to the questions. Is everyone here that is a prospective juror at least 18 years of age or older? Please raise your hands if you're over 18. For the record, I will find that the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Is everyone here a citizen of the United States of America? Once again, for the record, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Is everyone here that is a prospective juror a resident of Leon County? Again, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Do each of the prospective jurors possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle, or have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Once again, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Once again, please raise your hand if your answer is yes to any of the questions that now follow. Has anyone been convicted in a state or federal court of a felony crime or a crime involving dishonesty, and your rights, your civil rights, have not been restored to you? None of the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. At this time, is anyone under prosecution for any crime, either in a state or a federal court? No hands have been raised for the record. The next grouping of items that I'm going to go over are people that may be excused by statute for falling into a specific grouping or class. If you can go ahead and silence your cell phones at this time. After I ask the question, if you are responding to this particular basis to be excused, please raise your hand and I will address you separately in just a few moments. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Please raise your hand if this applies to you. No hands have been raised in response to the question. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child that is under 6 years of age, and there is no one else to take care of the child? No hands have been raised in response to the question. Is anyone present 70 years of age or older? No response has been given to the question. Has anyone performed state jury service within the last year? The last year meaning August 19th, 2024 to today. No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being here today will create a hardship for them? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 who is attending high school, any state, university, post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? Please raise your hand. All right. I will address you in just a moment. Are there anyone else in the back? One hand was raised in response. I believe lastly, has anyone given birth within the 6 months before your reporting date on the summons, which would be today? Please raise your hands. No response has been given. Right, the one hand that was raised, please approach the bench. The attorneys may come up as well.
Yeah, I think this might be another grouping of jurors, it seems, because I think they're doing them 50 at a time. Ow. Sorry, I've got the 2-year-old is going super rogue right now, guys.
The first thing that we're going to do this afternoon is discuss what some of you may know about this case. This case has received some publicity in the past, and there has also been a related case that was tried nearly 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you all don't need to know what the others may know about this case. However, before we start the questioning, I'm going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices that you have brought with you. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this trial, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out any information that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty in this matter, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, co-workers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for this jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or to write to you about your jury service or the case. This includes face-to-face communications, phone or computer communications as well. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email case, until you have been excused by the court. Avoid the newspaper and television broadcasts, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markell was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markell's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markell and has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also now read to you the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18 of 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markell, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine Magbanawa and or other persons to commit first-degree murder contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine Magbanawa, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment I have just read to you are not evidence and are not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. We are now going to talk to each of you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us the information that we need to know. These are the basic questions that you will be asked, or some variation thereof. What do you know about this case? What sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be a fair and impartial juror? Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these questions and be prepared to give us a prompt answer when you are called back. The last question that we will discuss with each of you individually deals with hardship. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and last for 2 weeks. All in total, we expect the proceedings from today will take up to 3 weeks. We understand that it is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make sacrifices, and jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called on again to serve in a trial of this length and nature. However, I understand for some of you, service in this matter may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you will not be sequestered during this trial. What that means is you will be able to go home as you normally would and return the next day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion, it may become necessary for us to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedule. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule each day, so please give some thought to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention for the time period in which we are discussing. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we possibly can. The bailiffs, clerks, and court administration will be assisting in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you're waiting here or anywhere else until you have actually been excused. Do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also, you are not to speak to each other while you are waiting to be examined by the court and the attorneys. You may read your phones. There are some magazines here available, provided as reading material, but ultimately you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. Again, you are not to seek out any information about this case, but you may silently either read your phones, read the reading material that has been provided, or even if you want to, get some shut-eye, don't start snoring, but you're not to speak to each other. Are there any questions about this before we get started? Very well. If the parties can come to the jury room at this time, we will get set up and then we will start summoning back each of the jurors.
Okay, guys. I am back. Okay, so you know how there's been like fruit flies in this room, and I'm like, what in the hell? And this is my so we have 9 kids. 6 of them are older, 5 of them are graduated high school, and we still have one that graduates this year from high school. So our oldest is 20, and our youngest is the little rogue 2-year-old you see running around. My husband and I each had 3 kids, and then we had 3 more. We're like the Brady Bunch, but I guess braver. So Molly, I think I heard 600, but guys, chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong because maybe I just made that number up. So anyway, I'm like, where in the world are all these stupid fruit flies coming from? Like, I can't even understand it. So I go in my daughter's room who went to college last week, and she had like 3 decrepit bananas sitting in her room. I'm like, oh, well, that explains it. So the bananas have been discarded, and hopefully this problem will be solved by tomorrow. So I cannot. Thank you, Erica. Yeah, we've been together for 16 years now. So when we first got together, we had 6 kids between the ages of 1 and 4. And it's kind of crazy because when we had our boys, they were 1 and 4. How many kids do you have, Erica? Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, because I'm running around after them all the time, and I only eat like the scraps from what they don't eat. Yeah, we have 9 kids, which I guess nowadays is crazy. I do live on a farm, though, so it's not like they do any farm work, but okay. Yeah, that was disgusting. So at least I figured it out. Aw, 6 kids, Erica. 19 to 32. Wow, you see, yeah, so you're a pretty broad age range too. It's fun. It's nice having the older group and then having this little younger group because it really does. I mean, you said it yourself, that the time flies and, having the older ones really shows that. Are they back or are they just mumbling in the room? I've got an ear pod underneath my headphones. Okay, so we will go back to the video now, guys.
So you have plans with Danny.
Okay, and let me just interject really quickly. This to me is another thing that's just absolutely insane, is that here she has plans to talk with Danny. She says over and over that this is not like him to not reply. And then she rolls up to his house, which is a crime scene, and doesn't think anything of it. Like, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Aw. Yay, I love all the mommies in here. Yes, it does. It flies by really fast. But that's just another... I feel like the people that say that there is not enough evidence on Wendy, and I mean, I can't even fault anybody because there's so much information on this trial, and you really have to kind of listen and re-listen to everything. But I feel like a lot of people just haven't really gone through everything or really analyzed everything, because I feel like, I mean, granted, yes, a lot of it is circumstantial, but I feel like a lot of these things are really damning because, I mean, how many people would drive up to a crime scene after not being able to get in touch with their ex, who is, by Wendy's own account, very good at getting back to people, never does, doesn't ever not pick up his phone, and then she can't get in touch with him, and then she rolls up to his house, which is a crime scene. It's crazy. How is the sound on everybody else? Erica said it's cutting out. Let me know if it's on my end. Oh, they're talking on the other thing. Hold on. Come on in here. All right, so I'm going to mute this. I still have it playing in my ear. And put it on what, Pumpkin? And then
today. And according to you, him not calling you back is weird and not like him. And now you expect everyone to believe that still after another hour of not hearing from him, you drive right up to his house, a crime scene, complete with 4 to 5 marked patrol cars, forensic vans, and crime scene tape, and you don't suspect anything is wrong?
That's suspicious.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's weird.
But Wendy never expected to roll up to a cop-covered crime scene, because Wendy never expected Danny to be found. Danny didn't have anywhere to show up today, did he? It's summertime. He works from home, right? Right? He lived in a quiet residential neighborhood. Wendy even said it herself. How often is there a shooting in Northeast Tallahassee? On Truscott. And that's what she was banking on. She figured even if somebody did hear the shot, they would never think it was gunfire. They'd assume it was a car backfiring. Or maybe just think a tree fell. Or figure it was an electrical storm or something. She underestimated Mr. Geiger, and you, sir, are a hero. Here's my theory on what her initial plan.
So I go into a pretty dramatic reenactment of how I feel like Wendy, she either thought she was going to drive by and there was going to be obviously no cops there, or I don't think she would have driven by. But I really think that she might have also wanted to find the body. And you know, that would have made her a hero. She would have been a victim, like, to the nth degree, because how traumatic of you to see that. What, baby? I got a birdie. You got a birdie? Yeah, I found a birdie? Cool. Okay, so I'm going to play... Oh, okay. So... A lot of people criticize Isim. They don't think that he was hard enough on Wendy. And they think that, you know, he believed everything that she said. But I have a clip here that he sets her up completely, and she is just dumbfounded by it, doesn't know what to do. So let's play that. Where is it? All right, 2807. Yeah, he gets her good right here. It's pretty nice.
Okay.
And you haven't.
Well, well, well.
Yeah, family did this, so if it's anybody else, yeah.
I know we went over this in the last video, but to hear her pick and choose who should be held accountable and who should not be is just beyond comprehension and food for thought. If our little Wendy decides that her family shouldn't be held accountable for Dan's murder, what do you think she expects to happen to the poor little rich girl herself? Probably not much.
And you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you
but,
think I'm
but
the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard whether you were or you're not.
Okay, I understand.
To show what your activities were.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't.
Well, well, well. We're going to watch this one more time, and then we're going to dissect it.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't.
And she never will. You really put her on the spot there. And my God, did she ever choke.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't.
Isim completely sets her up here. He starts by praising her on her moral character, putting so much emphasis on how trustworthy of a person she is. That'll put her in an incredibly high-tension situation should she be lying. You can tell what an immediate effect that this has on her. Her eyes become absolutely locked onto Isim. She knows that she was spotted at the crime scene. She's also unclear about how much Isim buys her story. He's a seasoned detective, and while overall he has been relatively kind to her, she is still sitting in a police station, in an interrogation room, and was brought there in the back of a cop car after being hunted down at lunch, a move that Wendy still hasn't been able to understand. And so here he is sitting in front of her, challenging her to tell the truth, putting immense pressure on her. And when he says to her, I think if you had anything to do with this, you can almost see her choke on the air that she's breathing. Ugh, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She is in such an intense, fear-based freeze state that she actually stops breathing. When he gets to the part where he says, you would have told me, her mind is probably racing. What does he know? Does he believe me? Did Dan say anything on the way to the hospital?
Brother, call 911, see something. Oh my God, what if they already covered the killer? Something on my phone. Does he know it was me? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Oh shit, he's waiting for me to answer.
Okay.
Not a good look, Wendy. Not good at all.
So my thing is that let's let the
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like this.
I know. And it's
So
gonna,
I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but
well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fun. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go.
The way that she pretends like she can never remember what a Stock the Bar party is makes me absolutely furious. Okay, yeah, I mean, if he would have given her any notion that she was a suspect, she would have been gone, immediately. Okay, let me see. I think there was another. Okay, so speaking of her being a suspect, she repeatedly states that she thinks she's a suspect. Over and over and over and over and over. Continues to say that, just looking for that reassurance for him to say, oh, no, you're absolutely not. Hashtag you are. So let me cue that up.
There's no frame needed.
I don't want to be left alone in that. I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to am I a suspect? Do you need to watch me?
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
And I don't know, what's wrong, but she might have inklings of what's going on, and she might be you need to contact an attorney. But again, you're not being, looked at as a suspect. They're just clearing.
Well, I'm trying to help. I mean,
and you have been, and I think you and Investigator Isim have been able to communicate well with each other and everything.
Can I text Ritu and just my friend who's a child psychiatrist and ask her?
Absolutely.
Because I think.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't work directly with children on a
Do you
regular
mind if I
basis.
talk to her? I'm sorry,
No.
I just keep feeling like I'm a suspect and I need to ask.
No.
Somebody did this on my behalf. Some crazy deranged person thought that this was a good way to support me. And that's why I feel responsible. Unless it was something to do with Amy, and then I don't feel responsible. But then I'm still responsible because I'm the one who left Danny. If I didn't leave him, he would never be with Amy. And now my kids don't have a father.
Yep. Sounds about right. Guilty if you don't, guilty if you do. And guilty 'cause you did. Just my opinion. In the clips that we just watched, Wendy insinuates her own guilt over 25 times. And even as she is repeatedly reassured that she is not a suspect, she persists. And she's not being led to believe that she's not suspected because she's not. But because if she got any hint that she was there as anything but a helpful ally, she would have run out of there faster than she sped away from that crime scene. And we must remember, this is a very special circumstance, the way Wendy was brought in. When they watched her turn tail and sprint away from that crime scene, the red flags went up fast. Her behavior at Danny's house was anything but ordinary. Even if you just compare her to the other cars that drove up. She didn't even have a second of hesitation before slamming her car into reverse and doing a K-turn. And the K stands for killer. So they figured out that she was somehow involved. But they also knew that they didn't have enough to arrest her on and waited for Isim to come and get her. And then they kept her ass at the station for over 6 hours while they extracted all of her phone data, pulled the GPS coordinates from her van, and then listened to her tell them how guilty she was, over and over and over.
I'm the primary suspect. I'm a suspect. I get why I would be a suspect. It would be me. But
Of course it would be you.
I would be the person you would think would do something, but I'm a suspect. I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect.
I would be one of the people that they would think did it. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but...
Right.
And that's why I feel responsible.
For comparison, let's watch somebody who actually had nothing to do with this and see how he behaves in the same situation.
All right, Mr. Latas, I appreciate you coming in and talking with me here. Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation.
Yeah.
Your name did come up,
of course,
because you were associated at some point with Wendy,
of course,
which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So I'm basically just, I appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
I want to ask you some questions, kind of figure out where you were, if you've heard anything, if you have any information that would be helpful to us.
Yeah.
Just kind of run that whole gamut. Do you happen to have your ID with you? I think.
So my wallet got ripped up and I have a passport right now. I can show you that.
Okay. Is this you here? Or is that a different?
No, that's me.
Look different?
Well, yeah.
The beard.
About 10 years ago. Yeah, that's my old ass.
Oh, okay.
And we switched from Arizona at the beginning of the year. I had to switch my license over, so it's Arizona, but that's me.
Yeah. And you said that you'd never been to Danny's house.
No, never.
Never been to his house.
Drove past it 100 times, but never stopped.
And you've never had any kind of physical contact with Danny.
No. I'm surprised you guys didn't call me earlier, though, because I probably said 100 times in public that I like to kick his ass, because he's actually really making Wendy suffer and things like that.
Right.
But no, I would never have a professor. I'm a pussy. I'm going to do anything like that.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. Would you be willing to give us a sample of your DNA on your consent?
100%.
For elimination purposes?
No problem.
I don't even know if the lead investigator wants it or not.
I'll do it. I'm not going to find it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing.
Pay that in credit cards. I mean, I'm not involved. It's obvious, so I'll do whatever you want.
Initially,
415. But I did have a flight tower outside of Athens. I was stuck there for maybe.
He does have a. Can you show him your receipt
Yeah,
for the Miller's tire shop there?
I didn't know credit cards wouldn't have times on it. That's interesting.
We already got his phone number.
Yes.
Is there anything else I can? I mean, I just don't think there's.
He did say he was willing to get buckle if you need it or want it. Is that something you want to do?
I can call him back. We have his phone number.
Yeah.
And the guy drives in from Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, and comes straight here from what I understand, what you told me.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I guess the head that keeps popping up on my head is, don't write this down, but just so you know, if you're investigating, I've been shocked how easily Wendy lies to my face. I've been dating 25 years, I'm not an experienced man out there, but her and Charlie both have this sociopathic kind of thing where it doesn't seem to bug them at all. So if you had her in front of you for 9 hours.
Are her parents from the United States?
They are first generation. I think their parents were Holocaust kind of things. So yeah. And they're weird, but I don't have a hard time imagining being involved. But they are strange people.
Right. And all we basically are doing is we're substantiating. We do this with everybody. You're not the first in this case. We're just substantiating. This was his whereabouts according to his financial records. He was traveling. He was not in town.
Yeah.
Yes, he's her former boyfriend, but this is where he was at according to his financial records.
Of course.
So that's all we basically want to do. And it's basically we eliminate, and then we get down to who we're really looking at.
Yeah.
You understand. This is not brain surgery or anything, but I'm trying to think of anything else I could ask you at this time, and
I may want to come back. I just don't want to spend more time with Wendy if there's anything.
Here's another thing that I typically ask people. Is there anything that you didn't disclose that maybe we didn't ask that you think is of note or is important? Because a lot of times you've thought about this just as much as we have.
So
I mean, you got a whole trip to think about and analyze all this stuff.
It's a pretty screwed up family.
I mean, but I'm trying to, everybody's probably in the same brainwave. For murder?
Doesn't seem likely to me.
No, but I'm asking your opinion, not.
I can't see the parents being involved. I got the email and I thought of Charlie within a couple moments.
Okay.
That's what I thought of.
Charlie personally or Charlie hiring somebody?
No way, Charlie. No way.
Can't?
Wouldn't do it.
Could pull a trigger?
I don't know about that. I don't know him that well. I was telling him I used to work criminal justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me the creeps. But I could see him hiring. I could see when you don't follow the rules, man. I mean, that's how it goes his life. He goes to South America, he sees prostitutes. I mean, he does his own thing.
Is he married?
No, he's got 3 girlfriends at all times.
Okay.
Rotates them, and they don't know each other exists, and that's not a crime.
Right.
But the ease with which he did it was no empathy for other people. That's
kind of a deceitful person to start with.
Sure. The whole family, really.
Do you have a credit card?
I do.
The one that you sent me, the email?
I got it right here.
on? Can I just make a copy of that? I'm not going to charge anything to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I just got to show.
You can't trust the police to hold on your credit card.
Well, here's the thing. Your account doesn't necessarily show that you are the account holder. There's nothing in that.
Gotcha.
Okay. So, obviously, why, if you're innocent, would you keep questioning over and over and over and over and over if you were a suspect? I mean, if my ex-husband was killed, I would never, even for a half of a second, think I was a suspect, because I'm not. I didn't do anything. I know 100% that I am innocent, you know. Only a guilty person would think that way. Only a guilty person would need that sort of reassurance that she is definitely not being looked at as a suspect. And if you've watched the interview completely through, oh no, my cat. I'm hoping that my cat doesn't start stepping on the keyboard. If you've watched the entire interview completely through, the level of relaxation that she has at the end of the interview is like palpable. When she's finally able to go home, you can just feel it all over her that she's like, oh, good, I made it out of this. I'm able to go home. I'm not getting charged. You know, it's pretty wild. Okay, so this is another absolutely terrible part of this. And this is the thing, like when people are like, you know, we didn't get anything. Oh no, Kitty, don't step on the keyboard. When people are like, we didn't get anything out of the interview. And I mean, you know, if you've watched it once, I can see, I guess, how you would think that, because I don't feel like it, you know, necessarily sticks out immediately. But she says so many out-of-pocket things in this interview. It's just absolutely, like, it's insane. It's just stuff that no innocent person would say. And I don't even think that it could be like, oh, well, everybody acts differently. Like, no, nobody would say this ever in the history of the land.
Allegedly. It makes me sick.
Her mom, like, is your mommy dead? And she'd say, yes, you know, you're named after him. And he'd say something like, well, is she in heaven then? You know, like, so they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
So they know heaven.
I don't know.
And let me just kind of back. I'm not sure what Investigator Isim kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's.
Is he possibly going to make it?
I don't know the answer to that. I know.
He made it sound like he was gone. Okay. So does that mean that he might be okay? You don't know.
Don't think, from what it sounds like, I don't think he'll be
the same. Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry. I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, like, and that's why I was kind of asking you.
I didn't know that. He made it sound like he was gone.
I don't think it's good though.
I know that's sort of what he said, but I assumed he was saying that like euphemistically.
Look at how upset and irritated that she is. Yeah, exactly. She's so upset that he might make it. It's disgusting.
That's why I'm kind of at, because I don't want to be misleading in this conversation.
Is there any way to find out if, like, because if he might be okay, like, I want to bring the kids to him so they can.
And that's kind of stuff we'll talk about in a little, but let me ask him.
I just think that's different, right? Like, if he's not going to make it and he can see the kids one more time, then he should see them. So, is there, like, are we getting updates from the hospital?
They have been, you know, they were at the hospital. Obviously, when, you know, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this, so when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, you know, I'm going to let, when Investigator Isim comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
So I had somebody who had been an EMT for like 20 years comment on this video and say, never, ever have I heard somebody ask, how was he taken to the hospital? How did he get there? Why was he called? I mean, you would be saying, oh my gosh, thank God somebody heard the shot. Thank God somebody called him. Thank God he was found. Nobody ever in their right mind would say, how did he get to the hospital? How did they know to take him to the hospital? Did he call? She wants to know, did he see who killed him? Is he talking? What's going on? It's absolutely disgusting. Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay. But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then...
Right, and that's what...
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Because I think that would be more traumatizing for the kids to see like something horrible. Right. I don't want them to.
And I will say, from a victim advocate perspective, I always recommend people not, especially young children.
They're so little. I mean, they could I want them to have. If it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good. Mm-hmm. Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning. Mm-hmm. This morning.
I find all of this so problematic. First off, let's look at the change in her demeanor from when she was sure she was going to have to tell her kids that their father was dead to when she realized that he might make it.
And he'd say something like, well, is she in heaven then? So they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I mean...
Smiling, relaxed. She looks like she's having coffee with an old friend.
I mean, I don't know.
And let me just...
And here comes the switch.
I'm not sure what Investigator Isim kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's...
Is he possibly going to make it?
Anguish, disgust, dismay. This entire time, Wendy has acted absolutely horrified by the news of Dan's situation. Yet the moment that she hears that he hadn't died yet, she starts to lose it. When she says...
He made it sound like he was gone.
She sounds betrayed. She reacts as if she has been misled. The disappointment in her voice when she says,
I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and that's what
is palpable. And any person who had been agonizing over the fact that they were about to have to tell their kids that their father was dead would be so relieved and hopeful to learn that the prognosis was not as grim as they had initially thought. And I think referring to it as a game changer is an absolutely psychotic thing to say. You could say, oh, thank God, or what a relief. To call the potential for his survival a game changer insinuates that him remaining alive would significantly alter either your current situation or your future plans. His survival would be anything but a game changer. You wouldn't have to destroy your kids by telling them that their father had been killed. Everyone's schedule and lives would remain relatively unchanged. And not yet knowing the severity of Dan's injuries or the impact that it might have on his future, there could be no determination on what accommodations may need to be made. For someone who has been conveying the level of trauma that her kids will feel after learning about the death of their father, her irritation and upset about the possibility of his survival makes absolutely no sense.
Like, how would they know to, like, did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital? I don't.
When have you ever heard someone ask such a thing? No one asks how someone got to the hospital. They would say, thank goodness someone heard the shot. They would be so thankful that someone was around to alert the authorities, to potentially save Danny's life. The idea of this horrifies her. Because to her, the person who called 911 is more than just a good citizen. They're a witness. And the only person who would be worried about a witness would be someone involved with the crime.
I'm trying to keep you informed as much as possible.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be in a bunch of places at once.
My grandmother once said you can't have your tuchus in 2 places at once. So it's hard
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true.
I'm losing my mind over here.
Okay, this is the thing. All right, I'm my understanding. Okay, I'm going to give you the. Let me do it backwards because this will be easier, or not backwards, but the other way.
Is he still alive?
Clinically, he's not going to live.
What does that mean?
He has
he
a
brain
severe
dead?
yes, he has a severe brain injury.
Someone shot him in the head.
Without knowing any details as to what happened to Dan, blurting out someone shot him in the head is a pretty bold move.
Yeah, and a few people already made mention of this in the chat. I knew it was coming up. I didn't know exactly where. But yeah, here's the part where she has none of this information and just all of a sudden barfs out that he has been shot in the head. I mean, how do you know that, Wendy? I think I know, but my God.
Could have fallen after being shot and hit his head. This could have been a robbery gone wrong. He could have gotten beaten, causing brain injury. And it's not like she asked him if he had been shot in the head. She announces it.
Someone shot him in the head.
Like she already knew.
It's apparently there's too much damage to recover from it. Okay, that's why we need to get a hold of his
family.
Right.
I don't know what his I don't know if he has an advance directive or what he would have wanted. He once told me that he would want all. We joked. I said I would want to be like. If I was ever, I have an advance directive. I do this kind of work. I run a medical legal partnership. Like, if I once said if I ever was like brain dead, I would want.
I just had to pause it because this is one of my favorite visuals I've ever made. Oh, I'm sorry. I just had to highlight that.
To be like, I'd want the plug pulled, and he said he would want all efforts made, like he would be cryogenically frozen, like he wanted every single effort that could be made to keep him alive. I know that much.
This is a complete fishing expedition. She doesn't actually care if Dan's wishes are met. She's just trying to see if he's beyond saving.
My understanding, and that's what we'll have to get a hold of the family as soon as possible, but my understanding is there's irreparable damage. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm not there, I wasn't there, but I understand from previous cases that the brain, his brain is damaged beyond repair. There's nothing that can be done for that.
Is he still alive? Should I bring the kids to see him?
No. He has severe facial injury. I'm sorry, and I know.
Okay, and I didn't remember what order that came in, but she says that he is shot in the head before he ever tells her that he has facial injuries. I rest my case.
This is tough, but I would not want my children to see.
Okay, I just thought I got this inkling that maybe he was like still somewhat conscious, and I wanted to make sure he's not sitting with police officers right now, divulging details that could implicate me.
No.
Wanted him to get to be with them if that. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but that's
Okay.
that's the way it is. They, like I said, there's severe injury, trauma.
Okay.
All right.
Is there someone is there a doctor working?
Yeah, he says at first that he has a brain injury, which you can't say what that's from. I mean, I listed it in the video, he could have been beat up. He could have been hit with something, this is not necessarily from a shot in the head. And yeah, I think she asks, I believe she just asked that to the, let me see if I can see the, yeah, here we go. So that's before. She asks if he's scary looking to the victim advocate, Debbie, about 10 minutes before this conversation happens. So, yeah, and she's only told that he has a brain injury, and she says, oh, he's brain dead, and she's just fishing. She wants to know how he is, not because she gives a damn, but she wants to make sure that he's not talking. She wants to make sure that he didn't see the hitman. She wants to make sure that nobody has seen the hitman. That's why she was reading the stupid freaking news article about it. It's just, I'm sorry, but she is so transparent. And I feel like obviously I've watched this, I could pretty much repeat this entire interrogation myself, but I feel like what she says is so incredibly damning against her not having anything to do with this, not knowing anything, not knowing what's going on. I think that's all bullshit. I think she knew 100%. That's what the "This Is So Sweet" text is about. Freaking whatever. It's insane. She's guilty as sin, in my opinion, but I don't care, Wendy. Come for me. I would love for fucking John Lauro to send me a cease and desist. I'll even send you my address, because I know yours.
On him, or because I want to have total assurance he's not coming out of this. I would be so screwed if he were to recover.
There's doctors at the trauma bay, the ER. I think he's been transferred to ICU.
Okay.
All right, and they'll have to make a determination about organs.
Oh my God.
And so forth.
Oh.
Great, because organ donation equals no chance of survival. Phew.
So, hence, hopefully we can.
Okay, the kids. Yeah, the kids.
All right, now let's talk about the kids. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I don't know who the contact person was. Was it one of the ladies that you were eating with?
No,
Miss McPherson.
I thought I wasn't supposed to contact them, so I didn't ask about those two because I thought it seemed. Anyway, I asked.
Huh? What? You thought you weren't supposed to contact them? Why? Because they were an integral piece of your alibi?
Two other women I'm friends with.
Okay, that are familiar with the children.
I thought that was a really weird thing to say. And somebody mentioned this. I think it was you, Debbie. Correct me if I'm wrong. But maybe it wasn't. But I saw this come up in the chat earlier about her friend Janine. Her friend Janine butt dialed Wendy right after she got arrested while the cops had her phone. And during this butt dial, she left a message. And in the message, she said, I think I know what this is about or something. I have it. I believe it's in... I know I for sure have it in my files in the police report, but I'm pretty sure I have it in the part 7 of this series. But they bring her into the station and ask her what in the hell she was talking about. And she says that, she figured that, Dan did something to, with the kids or something. She says something which to me doesn't sound super believable. I mean, who knows? But we'll go on with this.
Who they got.
Does the daycare place have to be contacted to allow her?
So what do you mean he's not good? What do you know about this? I don't think he's gonna make it. Oh my god. Really? Oh, man. I don't know how I'm gonna tell the kids. I know.
Let's put that on.
That would be great. Thank you. Thanks. You really don't think that? You know that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
You know that they don't think he's gonna make it through this? Oh,
You're not gonna make it.
really? He's a TMH right now?
And I was asking because I thought maybe he would, and I wanted,
right.
I wanted the kids to go
Yes.
with him if, he was okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I really thought she was going to get these. She thought she was going to get these hugs from Isim and the victim advocate. I'm sure she's grinning. She's so sick.
Something.
Doesn't have any family here.
No, it's right. I know, but I mean,
There's no family here.
girlfriend, anybody come down? Nothing.
Amy, I don't know if Amy knows yet. I don't have Amy's phone number.
Amy's on Facebook.
I'll contact her later.
She's on Facebook. I mean, she can be found.
Yeah. I was thinking of one more thing. This is really tangential, but his friend I told you about, Matt Price, his wife's brother was killed. So if you're going to call someone first, Matt's going to lose it. So
Isim's job is not to spread the word around about Danny's death. He needs to tell his parents because, obviously... Please note how quickly she was healed from being so distraught that Jane had to hold her for 2 minutes straight to talking completely normally.
I don't intend on calling Matt. I just need to have the background on different associates and friends and so forth. My objective is to find out who did this. So, based on what you've told me, I'm going to take that information, compile it with other information that other investigators have worked on, and we'll see where it leads.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying anybody that you told me about is any way involved.
Is there
I
any
don't
sign
know.
of stuff being stolen from the house?
I can't discuss that.
Okay.
So,
But you are discussing that you don't think he's going to live. I mean,
I'm telling you a fact that I know he's not going to live. He's not going to live. Okay. So.
is he dead? No.
Well, I already discussed that with her. He has enough injury that's traumatic enough that he.
So they didn't want to call the Markells what they were doing. They were trying to get a police officer where they lived to go and deliver the news in person. So that's why they weren't reached immediately.
He's not going to be able to recover from it.
Oh, God.
Lynn already go get the boys?
What's happening right now is Lynn's on her way here. She doesn't have car seats.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out.
Cool. I meant to say cool, and then I started to say great.
Right. Well, cruel.
I was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, like, I want to...
He's not gonna make it, but he's okay. What the fuck does that even mean? If he's not gonna make it, I'd wager a guess that he's not okay, Wendy. And who the fuck says I didn't even know that he was still living?
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out.
Still living is the standard. It would be finding out if he didn't make it that would be the shock.
Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know that his family knows yet. Did they get that information?
We're working on that now. What we do usually as a law enforcement agency, we don't like to tell people that over the phone if we can try to avoid it, just because it's kind of shocking news. And we usually
So can you tell law enforcement there to go to the house?
Correct. That's what we're trying to do now.
Is that better?
Oh my God, shut up, Wendy.
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't know, especially people's conditions and how they're going to react. So if someone gets so upset that they have a heart attack or something, we want, not just be on the phone.
It's better to have a human. But they're working on that now.
Yes.
So it's an actual fact that he's not going to survive these injuries.
That's what General Isim?
Yes, Investigator Isim. Yeah, that's what he.
He's not a general.
Investigator.
Whatever. I call him Grouchy sometimes, so it's okay.
I was just like in the car with it. I'm like, what is your name? What do I do? I saw that one from Kara. If you need to call her, you can. You're not being held hostage here.
Just tell her. Just tell her.
So we're in the process right now, and to do that, generally we have to. It's almost like a telegraph that we send to the other agency, kind of give them information on who to make contact. It's very old school as we were when I started working here.
I know that it's not like, well, I don't know what's happening right now, but like as of a little bit ago, it wasn't definitive. Do they want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to
Wendy, what are you even saying here? Don't they want to wait until it's definitive? Until what's definitive? His death?
They want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to
Do they want him to what? Get rolled into the morgue before they tell his parents? This entire stream of consciousness completely proves everything you said about wanting your boys to see him in the hospital was a load of bullshit. So you want everybody to believe that you think it's important for a 3-year-old and barely 5-year-old to get one last chance to see Dan one last time. Yet you think the authorities should wait until Dan is definitively dead before even telling his parents?
You disgust me. How can you live with yourself?
They want to get in contact with them because I think some decisions need to be made, and because they're his parents, they would be his next of kin. Yeah.
So he's still alive, but he's maybe on life support or some such thing.
I don't know the medical terms around it, but it's from what Investigator Isim was telling her, it does not look.
He was shot in the head?
From what was Investigator Isim?
I said that and he didn't answer it.
So
someone shot him in the head.
This is one of the things police look for when interviewing or interrogating a suspect. Details of the crime scene that haven't been revealed yet.
It's just he was very badly shot multiple times, maybe badly.
When I think he did say that there was trauma to his face. And that's when you were asking about showing the boy.
I wanted the kids to be with him, but not if he looks scary.
And not if he's, there's nothing to be.
I know, I just thought he might be
No, I know.
I got the feeling he might be a little bit alive. Right. And if he's a little bit alive, I wanted him to touch
Be
the
able to
kids
see
one
the
more
children, right?
time.
But he's apparently.
I have such a visceral reaction to hearing her say the phrase a little bit alive. It actually makes my stomach hurt. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. She says a ton of horrific things in this 6-hour period, yet somehow this is the worst for me. I've actually avoided editing this part because I knew that just the act of typing it out would make my blood run cold.
Beyond that, like he probably hasn't regained
From what Investigator Isim
consciousness.
said,
Yeah, that's what Wendy is banking on.
correct. Yes, I don't.
He's
From
been,
what he was saying, I wouldn't.
He was
take
found
it.
in a really dreadful state, and he has not come out of any kind of. He hasn't. He ended that phase. Oh, Wendy, good Lord. Have you called your parents, darling?
No, after we're just
Did
going.
she call her parents?
They have
I don't see. They have her phone.
But
Yeah, but I know their number.
their number.
I do know my family's number.
I don't.
Okay, no hard feelings, but I hate you. Not joking. Bye.
Because an update on what's going on medically, like
I didn't even ask because I know somebody else is dealing with that. And my understanding is he's in ICU. Last I heard was he was probably not going to survive. But they are trying to work out the organ donor aspect of.
She's about to sink her head into her hands as if hearing about him donating organs is just too much for her to handle. But forgets to modify her voice to match the anguish that she's trying to convey with her body language.
That whole thing.
And you told his dad this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like they had to do an automated dialogue replacement in post-production, but just gave the actor the lines and forgot to tell them what the scene was about.
So they are aware.
And is he coming? Is he?
Well, and Melanie spoke with him, and I hadn't had a chance to sit down and talk with her since, because I was on the phone. I was trying to give the nurse a heads up to say, hey, just so you know, we've talked to the dad. He's going to be calling, so that random person didn't call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
did Alan say the kids needed clothes?
Well,
they can just sleep in their closet.
Well, and he didn't know how long you were going to be, and stuff like that. And Jane called.
She's just so clearly unaffected by any of this.
Trying to get in touch with you. Please call back to design.
They're probably kind of hearing.
Thank you.
So they're probably hearing, and they're looking for you for confirmation.
Hearing on the news, so you heard that,
What I will tell you, the police station hasn't released his name.
Yeah.
But obviously this Dean person knows, has an inkling, whatever the case may be.
Know? Something must be going on. How would all of these people know?
Well, if someone like the Dean, and if they're trying to get hold of you and they can't, they're going to start going to other persons. I will say the news does have the block. They do have the street,
and then people are figuring it out. Well, Tracy knew that it was him, and she's calling the hospital. So how did Tracy know?
Wendy, how is Sarah supposed to know how Tracy knows?
And I will say that the police,
Facebook. They're all probably talking to each other on Facebook.
People communicate.
No, I know, but Danny's very, very public.
And then they're all
Facebook.
probably trying to call him and say, "Hey, where are you at? What are you doing?" And
And so he's not responding, and he's always very responsive. They must have each other's contact on Facebook, and then be connecting with each other. And
then.
So I don't feel like a normal innocent person would give any damns about how people are finding out about this crime. I mean, she is so bent out of shape asking about how exactly people are networking, talking to each other. How are they finding out? They must be talking to each other on Facebook. I mean, this is just insane sort of talk. Why would you even care?
What'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. Hospital's like, no.
Here comes Chelsea.
Whoa, Wendy. Why would Wendy be worked up into such a frenzy over how people are learning about Danny?
The method of how information is traveling is such an immaterial concept in a situation this dire. I can't imagine anyone even wasting the headspace to think about it, let alone obsess over it like Wendy is. The only time that I've ever in my entire life wondered how someone knew something is when the information was secretive or private and should not have yet been shared. This only further corroborates my theory that Wendy was not expecting anyone to find out about this for a while.
Okay, I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
I'm sorry, what?
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
Yeah, okay, no, that's what I thought you said, but at the same time, surely nobody could be that disconnected from reality to say that out loud in a police station.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
Yeah, no, Wendy, I heard you. My mind is just blown that that's what just came out of your mouth. So let me just try to unpack this. You don't know what to tell your parents because you don't even know that he's dead? Call me crazy, but it almost sounds like your parents are expecting a call from you. One in which you tell them that Danny is dead. Okay, Wendy.
I just know that he has been shot,
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation.
I know that's not really.
He's kind of.
Okay, so I just want to tell them what happened and that I need them here,
And they're gonna come up here
the kids are
probably.
fine.
We just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this.
I don't want to go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the
Okay.
clothing, the computer, and then we can get you on to the
Okay.
other, I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
They live really close to me.
Okay.
You look like you've had a long day.
I have.
Her saying that is such a disingenuous, manipulative thing to say. She's trying so hard to take the focus off of her as a monster. I feel like somebody who's really going through all the emotions and hardships that she would be facing would not even have the headspace to think about the investigator having a long day.
Okay, so we'll be getting ready to go in just a minute, okay?
Okay, well, I don't have a lot of stuff to take with me.
I know,
Can
I
I
know.
throw out the tissues in the trash can?
Yeah, but we're not there yet. I just wanted to.
I'll get a trash can for you before you go, don't worry.
Okay, because I've been thinking.
It's okay. Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
I mean, I'm gonna call you to check.
I'm most definitely not okay. But
I'm on call this weekend.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my cell phone, and I'm available. Okay.
I
So
just I have friends, and I don't really.
that's good.
need
And
to-
you know, friends will know more than I will. But you might have questions that come up.
No, I mean, there's a lot that you can answer, and I'm sorry. I can't believe this is happening.
And I'm sorry this is happening.
God, everyone's sorry this is happening. You know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. He hurt their daughter, but listening to my mom just like cry and be horrified on the phone and be like, "Of course," she sounded like
That's horrible. And normal, good-hearted people don't wish
nobody wishes
things like this to happen. You know, like.
Look who it's not. Normal, good-hearted people.
You might say like, I guess.
Okay, so I have just a quick comment to make about the ring that she never gave back. So STS, I don't remember even when it was, but I know I have screenshots of this. They were they somehow got a hold of her planner, and they were showing pages, or not Wendy's planner, excuse me, Donna's planner from, I guess, right before she was arrested. And in this planner, there is a reminder to go to the pawn shop. And so I don't know if that's specifically about this ring, or if she was just trying to get rid of, her own jewelry to get a little extra spending money for Vietnam. But I thought that was interesting, and the first thing that I thought of was the Holocaust ring.
Frustrated, you might be like, I hate someone, but you don't ever... Saying stuff out of emotion isn't something you really want sometimes to happen.
It's really messed up that people are worried when they hear gunshots on Trescott that they think, like, something happened to me. I guess it makes sense. It's divorce and people do crazy things. I just am not okay.
Well, this is a traumatic experience, and your brain's gonna kind of process the stuff differently, so.
As he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if I could be, like, framed for something, like, if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
So as he's driving you to the station, before you have any information, you are thinking to yourself, what if I'm framed for something? What are you even talking about? Why would you have that idea at all? If the cops picked me up today and said, we need to bring you down to the station, I wouldn't be thinking, what am I being framed for? Because you know what? I have done no crimes. I have committed 0 murders. I have paid no hitman, none, to go kill anybody. So that is an absolute, it's just these little slips that she's not even realizing the shit that's coming out of her mouth. But, and I think this is one of the reasons why they gave her a victim advocate. And I know a lot of people are mad that they gave her a victim advocate. They're like, oh, they're looking at her victim. No, they're not. They wanted somebody to be in there while Detective Isim was running around and looking at her phone data and everything else, to be a person that she could sit and feel comfortable with and say dumb fuck shit like this to. And this is why the victim advocate is there. And this is why this interview is worth its weight in gold. Right. Are we getting a sneak peek into what your defense is going to be at your trial? That someone set you up, framed you? That's fun. Note her glancing up at Sarah for approval. Or rather, trying to read her to see if she's buying the bullshit that Wendy's trying to sell her.
I wonder if I could be, like, framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
And Sarah just laughs. You're not gonna get framed for a crime.
That's your attorney mind probably thinking, but...
No, that's her criminal mind thinking. That's the mind of a murderer silently freaking out when they're picked up by the cops directly after the death of their ex. The death that they planned and arranged, paid for, and thought was so sweet. Allegedly. And listen, Wendy, if you turn out not to be implicated in this murder that you definitely had a hand in, I will personally issue a public apology and send you a bouquet of flowers. But more than likely, I'll be sending you a bouquet of ramen noodles in jail. What? It's not my fault that you're guilty. I would have definitely suggested that you didn't do this had I known you. And furthermore, I definitely would have suggested that you not be such a horrible, lying piece of human garbage if you didn't want the entire world to think that you were guilty. What a concept. But, you do you, boo.
You've been more than forthcoming with information, and you're doing everything you can to help.
I can't imagine who would do this.
I can. But, Again, that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Well, I tell him I can't see it. I don't want to. Okay, so we think like Danny's not waking up. Like, is that? That's the thing. And like, I don't want to tell my kids that their father is gone if he's not. Like, I don't want to have that.
Do you think you can be around them tonight without maybe disclosing to them?
I do.
Then maybe it's something you could just wait till the morning till you know a little bit more certainty.
Again, this is so telling that to Wendy, the only option, the correct outcome, is that of Danny's death. She keeps hemming and hawing that she's going to have to traumatize her kids by telling them that their father died. Yet, all the while is viscerally affected at the concept of his survival. It's so transparent. And you can tell that she's never even considered the fact that he might have survived this. That was never part of the plan. And it's so apparent with the absolutely off-the-wall shit she says through this entire interview.
Somebody going to tell me, like, if he doesn't make it and it's like official, is someone going to what?
A normal person would just ask for updates on his status. Not ask if she will be told when he's officially dead. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'll know because they'll notify me, because then when incidents like this happen, they'll have to do an autopsy and things like that. So I can ask the investigator to let me know when they get, because they'll have to notify the police.
They'll figure this out, right? They'll figure out who did this.
How awesome would it have been if Sarah just said, well, actually, you'll be happy to hear we're interrogating the number one suspect right now. And then just deadpanned Wendy until Detective Isim came in and cuffed her ass.
That will be their goal, and that they figure it out.
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there?
I mean, there's always unsolved crimes, but I would say these guys that work here are really good. They're going to be working really hard, probably throughout tonight. If you think you'd be comfortable tonight, just kind of waiting to see. I do.
You think that makes sense? Like, not just because I am still not.
Well, you know, because this is. I would say maybe yes, it would make a little bit of sense, and talk it over with your family and friends. But the thing is, because then if not, you're gonna have to tell them something along the lines that he's seriously hurt. No, you can't see him, and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And then you're gonna have to come back and be like, oh, well, actually,
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered?
What do you tell your children when their mother was the murderer?
It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, I don't work with children very often. But I would tell them, just that, he was really hurt and he had to either, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I said, I don't know how much they get this. But, he was fine. He was healthy. Mm-hmm. He was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick.
Well, and that's why you said he was hurt, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
I have questions, though, and I don't want to lie to them.
And you don't.
I don't want to say he was hurt. How was he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to. I
don't
want
to expose them,
but
well,
they're going to be so scared. What if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
Well,
the very bad person is in the room with us. Wendy, for as much as you play the victim, you'd think you would be better at it. Because you are such a transparent mess through this entire interrogation, and everyone sees right through you. But we've only begun to unravel your tangled mess of lies, and trust me, it becomes even clearer as we go deeper. Okay, so that was a disgusting display. I can't imagine saying as many times as she did. Oh, I mean, she's basically like, is he dead yet? Is he dead yet? Is he dead yet? Can you tell me if he's dead now? Can he please be dead? I mean, it's absolutely vile the way she talks about him. And I mean, seriously, like, I can't. I can't with everything that she says. I think this whole interview, when you really start to listen to it, and if you've listened to it as many times as I have, it is just a train wreck that keeps going further and further down. Okay, let me see. I have another. Oh, I wanted to show you the short because this was just, whoops, not this, not Fortnite shorts. Please excuse me. All my people use my account. Okay. Okay, I think this is the one. Because Jackson mentioned that Wendy's ex-boyfriend was an acting coach, which I think is absolutely hilariously. Hello, Clarissa. I think the irony in that is like absolutely beautiful. So I actually I have a short about it. So we'll watch that real quick.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop.
About Daniel Sack, Wendy. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you not?
I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No. But I mean, did you place? Is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
Yes, it is.
You knew that when you saw him.
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I knew I recognized him.
Facial recognition.
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
I also looked him up on the web, and there was one piece of information I found incredibly ironic. Daniel Sack is a professor. Daniel Sack is also a published author. His works include Samuel Beckett Kraft's Last Tapes and Afterlife, Possibility, Potential, and the Future of Performance. But the thing I found most interesting is his latest work, published in 2024, titled Cue Tears on the Act of Crying. Sack muses that crying and tears are not the same, although they often coincide. The use of breath and voice to cry may suffice on stage, whether tears flow or not, but a camera close up expects tears. I guess Wendy should consider herself lucky, because she was certainly not ready for her close-up. Because as Sack himself points out, even though she was able to use voice and breath to simulate crying, the tears never came.
Okay.
I'm sorry, hon. I don't know if you're this morning. What happened?
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with, and so forth. Okay. And then once we've established all that, I can give you more details. Okay. Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
I hate her.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you don't have to be sorry about it.
I just don't understand. How did this ever happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Maybe they should have had more practice sessions in between their other sessions, or at least throw her a bone, the other kind of bone, and let her know that she should probably keep the whole breath and voice thing during her lines. Because Wendy, and I know it's too late now, but maybe you can try to remember this for your next murder. When you have dialogue directly after a minute and a half of bawling, you should probably aim for a recovery time longer than 3 seconds. It'll make your cries seem way more believable, okay?
I mean, really, she goes from, and seriously, Clarissa, she is crying. I mean, like, uncontrollably, can't even get the words out, like, trying to say things, can't even, What is he? And he asked her a question. She's like, yeah. So I just went and did those things. Like, everybody has cried, clearly. And you can't control that. You cannot switch out of it like that unless you are completely bullshitting everybody. And Isim is, at one point, he's like, can you... And I know he's thinking, shut the fuck up. Can you just shut the literal fuck up? Like, I'm sitting this far away from you. I know 100% that you are not crying. Can you just shut your fucking mouth so we can get through this? Like, I don't want to listen to this anymore. This is absolutely awful. I swear to God. All right. So let me see. Yeah, this is my exact thing that I've been saying. If nothing else, you would be so hurt that your kids were going to have to go through this. Like, it would break your heart. Okay. Just for a little bit of relief, I want to... Okay, so I really am not a huge... I wasn't a huge Jane fan, and still, like, kind of am not. But she really goes into Wendy in a way that I didn't really notice at
Officer
first.
Brannon was given a description of Wendy's...
Shush. I didn't notice until I did a rewatch on this, and it is so funny because she is literally... First of all, Wendy's trying to have this whole... this whole story about how her and Dan were, pretty much the best of friends. And she, Jane immediately calls her out on it. She's like, she says straight up, like, nobody had a more contentious relationship with Dan than you did. And Wendy is just like, they're sitting with the victim advocate too. And she knows she's on camera. So Wendy is trying to, like, subtly, like, give her these death stares. If looks could kill, frickin' Jane would have, like, spontaneously combusted. But it is so funny, and it is such a relief to, like, listen to her go on and on and on. All right, here we go. Oh, she is something.
Let's let the...
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like this.
I know. And it's
So
gonna...
I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but...
Well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
It's
people.
fun. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. Obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
Well, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
Damn, Jane just going in for that motive link.
But
they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should.
They asked me if I'd washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands. Oh, God.
Jane, no, not really.
You believe I didn't do this, right?
Something seems off about that clip.
Jane,
you believe I didn't do this, right?
No, not really.
Much better.
I assume you didn't do this.
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
Well, you've that, you'll
I
have...
sent it in, I sent edits to someone.
You'll have...
I hope they have the time log.
Of course they will, all of that is evident. You will, you don't...
I understand why they think it would be me, but...
Of course it would be you. If it's not you, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely... I agree with you.
It can't be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff, I mean,
I hope to God he did.
I know Jeff didn't do it, but I mean, I don't think Danny did.
Somebody shot Danny.
Like, to death. Holy shit.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out and was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay, or he's not, like, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him.
Shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on, like, just, I was like, is he with...
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go?
I'm sorry, but I am dying over here. Jane, I did not really like you when I first watched this interview. The way you babied and hung on Wendy made me sick. But girl, you are redeeming yourself in these clips. Wendy is going so hard for that reverse psychology victim role. And Jane is taking none of the bait.
Jane, when Wendy says that obviously she's going to be looked at as one of the people who did this, she's expecting you to say, "Oh my God, no, not my precious little Wendy Pooh. You wouldn't hurt a fly." Now, Wendy, you show me who said that to you so I can set them straight. Was it that mean old man? Come on, Wendy. Mama Jane is getting you out of here. You don't deserve this kind of abuse. Let's go.
But instead, she completely blows up her entire narrative.
Well, of course you would have killed Dan. You hated him more than anyone. Good that they did a GSR test, but have they considered completely drenching you with luminol? They need to do all the tests on you, Wendy. Personally, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Jane's even got it down to just 2 suspects. Wendy, which she's 99.9% certain that it's her, and if, and only if, Wendy is by some miracle cleared, then she gives her vote to Jeff. But then less than 15 seconds after she says that, she says this.
I know Jeff didn't do it.
So if it's not Wendy, you vote for Jeff, but you know Jeff didn't do it? And trust me, it is not lost on me that while Jane is certain Jeff couldn't have been capable of this, she continues to tell Wendy right to her face how guilty she thinks she is.
I understand why they think it would be me, but...
Of course it would be you. If it's not you, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely.
But did you hear her change her sentence mid-course? She says, if it's not you, I would. And then Wendy looks right at her and she throws in the part about begrudgingly having to vote for Jeff. So what do we think she was going to say? I think my vote would be, well, if it's not you, I would be shocked. But as she's about to say it, Wendy whips her head around like, the fuck, Jane? At which time Jane's probably thinking, Jesus, I don't want you to kill me too. I vote Jeff. Her voice ends so sharply after that sentence. And then she tries to smooth things over by saying, again, just going by likely. Oh, we know, Jane. There's nobody more likely than this girl right here.
Wendi Adelson, most likely to be likely. Wendi Adelson. Wendy, so likely, most likely to be likely. Wendi Adelson. Wow. But as much as that had me dying, this next comment leaves me absolutely cremated.
There, shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on. Like, I was like, is he with.
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
Oh, Jane. You are so savage. You inspire me to be more savage in my day-to-day life.
I think you better snap into a Slim Jim. Because a new level of savage just entered the building.
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
They're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, and then I was thinking, oh my god, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But I mean, you're not gonna get framed for a crime,
right?
And
Jane, you are really making Wendy regret her decision to bring you here. She figured since you used to be a victim advocate that you'd look at her like a victim and advocate for her. I think she kind of forgot about the fact that as a victim advocate, you'd probably have a pretty good pulse on who is really a victim. And please note what Jane says here. You're not going to get framed. ... Longest pause ever for a crime. Note that she never says a crime you didn't commit. Just, you're not going to get framed for a crime, which makes sense seeing that when you are the one who commits the crime, there's no frame needed.
Okay, I just looked up the call list, and yes, she calls Renee at 10:24 on the day of Dan's murder. So that is in there, and it looks like she has an 18-minute and 26-second long conversation with Renee. How funny is that though? And I mean, some of that stuff I couldn't even hear. Like I was doing laundry one time and I had to like stop and rewind it because I'm like, did she just tell her no, not you when she said, shouldn't someone go to the hospital? Shouldn't somebody who loves him go to the hospital? Yes, should I go? No, obviously not you, Wendy. Like, you are a mess, and you are not the one who loves him. You shouldn't go nowhere near the crime scene. Or, no, excuse me, the hospital. You've already been to the crime scene. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Hold on. Okie dokie. All right. So... yeah, so Jane really tickled me in those clips. Let me go ahead and play. Let me pull up video 6. Okay. All right. Okay. 20. Okay, I don't think we went over this one yet. Yeah, actually, I want to kind of go over. I'll find it while we're talking.
moved over. So I spent a lot of time with her.
Hold on really quick. Yes, I have the state witness list, and no, Renee is not on it. Now, I think collectively one of the biggest red flags for everyone was how Wendy never asked about the kids' well-being at the police station. She did tell Jane that when the cops picked her up, she asked how the kids were.
I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu, I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and we just finished, I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? And they were like, the boys are fine.
Something that I immediately disregarded as bullshit, as the frequency of Wendy's lies would make me question anything that she said. If she told me that the sky was blue, I would go outside to double check. I don't trust this woman at all. However, in the review of the documents I got from the TPD, I did see where they verified this information. In a report written by Detective Isim, he described locating her at Mosaic Restaurant and does confirm that she did indeed inquire if something happened to one of her children. Fine, Wendy. 1 point for one truthful thing that you've said. Congratulations on that achievement. This does not explain why she never checked into the safety of her children, though, when she drove up to the crime scene.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markell was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off. And so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime, there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
Right, and you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at previously your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband, Dan Markell, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay, so you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right, but who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool, and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
They did.
Okay. And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Markell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time, and we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
So let's ignore Wendy trying to downplay the scene that she drove up to. Because this is the scene that she pulled up to. Please pay attention to the 2122 mailbox right here, as this next mailbox in the bricks is inside of the crime scene tape.
And the tape is attached to this utility pole right here. And I can't be 100%, but this looks an awful like Detective Isim to me. Here's another view of the mailbox that we were just looking at that is outside of the crime scene tape. And again, there is tape just in front of this brick mailbox. And in plain view is a marked police car and what I can assume is a detective's vehicle, as well as a number of police officers and other people inside of the crime scene. And I've gone to Google Street View, and here we see that same white mailbox marked 2122. The way we are traveling down the road would have been coming from Centerville, just as Wendy was. As we approach, you can see that brick mailbox. And here is the utility pole that the crime scene tape was tied off to. And we can see it here a little better, albeit a little warped from the Google Street View cameras. And in case you're failing to understand the significance of this is Dan's house. A house which Wendy also lived in for more than 6 years. If we look at this next picture, here's another police car, and this appears to be one of the TPD's forensic vans, which looks like this. Returning to this picture, the police car is in front of an easily identifiable circular driveway. So, returning to Street View, we can go up the street just a touch, and we see that nearly right across the street from Dan's driveway is that circular driveway. Here is Dan's house. So this picture was taken from the vantage point of Dan's driveway. Here's a picture of Dan's house, also with the crime scene tape across the driveway. And here's the car that Wendy was so horrified to see on the news report.
You Google Truscott shooting, and what do you see?
Just that, police investigate shooting on Truscott Drive.
And it's on the news.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places, and they can't really stop them from being outside.
How often is there shooting in northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Truscott Drive? Not so often.
This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Did he call 911?
No, a neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
the family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car. You can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house.
Yeah. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God, you can see the car.
And just for the record, the news crews were there just before Wendy was. This article from the Tallahassee Democrat was published at 12:55, the day of the murder. And this is the first published picture. And as we can see here by the mailbox marked as 2113, and the 2115 one here, and the tree that overhangs the road right here, we can still see the utility pole that the crime scene tape is attached to here. But do you know what we don't see in any of these pictures?
So her whole line about not having any reason to worry is utter nonsense. It is not even a little bit believable that she pulled up to the crime scene tape that has clearly marked off Dan's house only and not immediately know that it was a crime scene.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
See, even Jane knows, Wendy. You can try to downplay this as much as you want. But driving up to what is clearly and obviously a crime scene in which your ex's house is the only one isolated, and not at the very least calling the preschool to make sure your boys are there, points very heavily to you knowing that the boys were already in school because you were getting updates directly from the hitmen who were tailing your ex. Because there is no other mother on earth, well, except for one, that would see this scene and not fear for her kids' safety.
I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay. Okay. And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was going to take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry, and then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. Hi.
She's got to swab your hands.
Oh, first I'm going to have to do your hands. Okay. Hi. What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue?
Residue.
Okay. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can't be. All right, right hand. Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But right-handed.
Okay. Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
He's into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. I mean, so she started doing all this crazy stuff. Zach was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him.
And a picture, correct?
Yeah.
Take a picture. I'm just going to take a picture.
Of my hands?
No, of you. Just want to stand up. And then you can go to the bathroom.
Okay. I really wish I had taken a shower this morning. My plan was to go to this lunch and then come home and work out and shower and then be ready for this party tonight with the boys. Plans are funny. All kinds of plans. That will not be happening. But they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should.
They asked me if I washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands.
Oh, God.
Oh, God, indeed, Jane. So Wendy makes a point of not only telling Isim what she did that morning, like he had asked, but also the one thing that she didn't do, shower. And then claims that she couldn't
because she ran out of time.
I was gonna take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time.
We figured out earlier in this series that the repairman left before 10 a.m. And then Wendy didn't leave her house until 12:30 p.m. So let's assess why, in over a 2.5-hour time period, little Wendy Pooh didn't have time to shower. So I have a few different theories on this. First, there's no accounting for Wendy when she's in the shower, and she needed to create a digital footprint for her alibi. If Wendy takes an hour and a half to get her shower and do her hair and makeup from 10 a.m. to 11:30, that leaves her completely unaccounted for right at the time that Danny is shot. So that's out. And by the time she called Danny at 11:42, her excitement was probably too high to do much else other than to talk to a few friends, hit the save button several times on the paper she was working on. So it's not that time management was the issue. It's that being liable for that time became the paramount issue. Second, and I think that this was fully decided beforehand, Wendy knew that Danny was going to be shot. Allegedly. And being the only one up there, knew that she had to prove that she wasn't the one who did it, which meant intentionally and clearly keeping herself filthy to show that she didn't wash any evidence off of her. She also mentions the same thing about her van for the same reason.
I'm sorry my face is so red. I told her I was laughing because my rear end's sticking up, bending over, getting the seats. I was like, oh, I'm sure 7th Avenue is loving this.
Did you see all the Cheerios that are in that car?
We did. At least
I know
can be
it's
all
there. I meant to
No,
clean the car
please.
this week. Now I'm glad I didn't because it would look like I was trying to erase a crime scene.
Well, and the funny
This is why she made sure to directly tell Isim that she had not showered before leaving her house. So he would know that any evidence would still be on her, and then when they found none, she figured that she would be cleared. And as we know, her big brother Charlie seemed to believe that that's all you had to do not to get caught, was to not be directly linked to the crime with some sort of physical evidence.
Well, because one of the things, you don't have information. Okay, I'm going to tell him that my brother did. I'll do it right now, tell him. You're going to say, you prove it. And I'm going to say, no. You know what kind of gun was used? I'm going to say no. Did you see your brother do it? No. How do you know he used it? He told you. Okay, he told you. That's all you. Practical knowledge, it's not even admissible. I mean, he told me. What did he tell you? He said I did. Even if I went in and said, our brother said he did it, you gotta prove it. You gotta put the person at the scene. You understand? In order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene at the time.
I am going to be giving you your instructions on the law itself. A copy of the jury instructions that I will be reading to you has been placed in your chairs. If you wish to follow along as I read to you, that is certainly your choice. If you just wish to listen as I read it out loud, you may do so as well. After these instructions have been given, the attorneys are going to give you their closing arguments. Let's get started at Header 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Charles Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Charles Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markell is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Charles Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose.
Charlie having to sit here and listen to what constitutes him being found guilty for this crime. I am so surprised he didn't actually shit his pants because he is just dying. And this is right now when he turns the same exact color as this yellow wall behind him. And I have it all zoomed in so you can't really tell. But oh my God, all the blood just drains from his face. I love it. Yeah, Susan. Yeah, Wendy's wearing this owl shirt. I know. I haven't really done too much analysis into the owl shirt, but I've heard a lot about it. But oh my God, Charlie is just literally dying here. He does not look well, Warflare. Not at all. I live for it.
Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation.
I think Charlie equates being believable with the ability to lie as easily as he is able to lie. I mean, yes, did he sit up on the stand and not really get rattled? He had an answer for all of George's questions. I mean, I completely agree with all of that. You know, he sat up there. What he was saying absolutely made no sense, but he was saying it in a very confident voice. And I think that's what he feels like. That's all he had to do. I mean, Wendy is the same way. She feels like if she can just cry in a voice that sounds believable, or fake cry in this voice that she feels like sounds believable, people will believe her. But when you see it up close, when you listen to Charlie's words, it makes no sense. And Donna, I can't wait to watch Donna get up there and testify. If you guys watched her her bail hearing, her Arthur hearing, she's literally up there and she's like, so I just go up and I have, you know, I was in the M pod I mean, it's just like so pathetic. The shaking and trembling of her voice is just so disingenuous. And like, people feel that. You have instincts for a reason. You know, you don't have to be a body language expert or any of this stuff. Like, there's vibes that's coming off of these people, and you can tell when they are trying to run a game on you. And all of these people are. And it is so transparent. It is so obvious. It is just crazy that they think they're fooling anyone.
Is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things.
The head shake there when he realizes, oh, fuck. So they can actually get me on this, even if I wasn't there, even if they didn't see me stealing from the Burger King or whatever bullshit analogy he was trying to say to Katie. Oh, I love it so much.
Things the other person or persons did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to, and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime.
I think Rashbaum was blowing sunshine up his ass the entire time. I think that he told him as long as he goes up there and acts like, he knows what he's talking about, people are going to buy that. I think Rashbaum was in this 100% for the money. I do not think that he is a good defense attorney whatsoever. He wasn't prepared for half of the trial. I mean, and I don't know if I showed this clip today, but I was like, I did a couple of like timing things on when he was up, cross-examining people mostly. And for every 3 minutes that he was standing up talking to somebody, he was shuffling through paperwork for like 2 of the minutes. So there's all this dead time. I mean, he's clearly, him and Charlie and Donna are talking after the conviction, and they're talking about how Dan was up there with no notes. It's like, no, he had notes. He had a plethora of notes. He just didn't know what to do with them because, I don't know, maybe he didn't learn how to read yet. I'm not sure. Puzzle pieces.
To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and he made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and the crime was committed by Sigfredo Garcia and or Luis Rivera. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed.
You gotta prove it. You gotta put the person at the scene. You understand? In order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene at the time, not in the car. Because the fact is, it's like, even if, let's say, we just sat in my car, right? And then I go ahead and I commit a crime, and then I go, and your DNA's in the car, and I go, yeah, Katie was in my car, and he got out, and he did this horrible crime. Okay, then they come and they get the DNA in the car, and they go, yeah, Katie was in the car. Katie sat in the car for 2 minutes, got out of the AC, and then got out of the car. Katie has nothing to do with the murder Katie that doesn't exist. So, even if I can prove that, yeah, Katie was guilty, can you put Katie at the burger shoot? I can put Katie, not say the shooting out of the car, yeah. What you do is, you have a little bit of that, you have to get in the car, and then when you bring that interrogation, at least if you know you're going to have money on, such a day, you were in that car. Even if DNA, your fingerprints, fucking hair, is all over that fucking car, that proves, yeah, congratulations, you were in the car. It's not a sign to sit in a car. Okay, you know what I mean? My mom just sat in the car. It's not.
The verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the State of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Aw, sorry, Charlie. A quick little Google search for what constitutes first-degree murder in Florida would have been a handy step to take before, deciding to kill Dan. But when you know it all, what more do you really have to learn? I know exactly how it went down, too. All right, Wendy, it's no big deal. We can't get caught for this because we're not going to be at the scene. Ever. You're going to be the only one who's in town, so you'll be the one they look closest at. So all you have to do is make sure that you have a digital record for everything you do that afternoon. And then, when the officer comes to your house to tell you that your ex has been killed, you cry like a 3-year-old who dropped their ice cream cone and hyperventilate a little. Nah, tears don't matter. Just cover your eyes. They won't know the difference. They can suspect you all they want. If no one saw you shoot him and you weren't covered in blood and gunpowder, you're scot-free. Wendy, this is why we hired known criminals to do this. Have we been caught for any of our other crimes? Tax evasion? No. Insider stock trading? No. Hell, Wendy, I sell steroids and no one would ever suspect me. You think the cops want to lock up lawyers and surgeons? No, only the scary guys go to jail. We pay their salaries, and if they say anything, we'll just pay them off. Come on, Wendy, I'm the maestro. I'm right about everything. I own a Ferrari. I sleep with 19-year-olds. I'm untouchable.
Someone comes up to me, they're going to be ready to shoot. I'm going to shoot. Someone comes up to me, asks for money in my house. Yeah. Yeah, and when guess what? When the fucking police show up, and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dedicated member in the fucking driveway, they're not gonna come down too hard on me. I'm not gonna talk anyway. I don't know much. I don't trust them.
The way that these people think life works is insane. But I guess it's like anything else. When you get your way enough times, regardless of whether or not you've earned it or you deserve it, you just expect everything to be like that.
Yeah, these people are so used to doing literally anything and getting away with it that I don't think that they have, they don't have a normal view on life. You know, when you have money and you have this sort of like stature that they felt like they had, people do look at you differently. And, Charlie driving around in his Ferrari and, screwing all these beautiful women, the 19-year-old, geez, if you've ever heard the conversation about the 19-year-old, it's absolutely horrendous. But, these people have just never been held accountable for anything that they have done. And so they get to thinking that this is natural, this is normal, that they are never going to, there's nothing that they can't pay their way out of. There's nothing that they can't, bully somebody to get their way. It's just absolutely insane. All right, we're going to listen to a little bit of my super sad video about Charlie. We're not going to watch the sad parts, but I just want to play kind of Charlie's laundry list of corruption because I feel like it's pretty insane to listen to, kind of back to back to back to back, like I have it.
To her about.
So let me go ahead and cue this up really quickly, guys, and we'll listen to this because this is just shows you exactly who he is, all over and over and over again. And just what I said, they feel like they can get away with everything. They feel like there's nothing that, that they can't pay off or, push their weight on somebody to get off of. Okay.
And our little Charlie gets a special kick out of the fact that his social status dissuades people from being aware of his criminality.
Hey, buddy, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. It's fucking crazy. Yesterday, I got taken to the HOV lane on the way to work, so I had a sedated patient sitting there for 45 minutes waiting for me. And just as I pull up, you call, and I got in there. You called, and I need to put the orders in. I got a sedated patient. I got all the staff and everybody looking at me like, "What the f*** are you doing?"
Did you do it?
No, it didn't matter. It never hit the points anyway.
No, but it definitely hit 97 and 96.
Yeah, I would have sold 5,000 shares.
Yeah, it's still, you got to chip away at it, but all right, no, but I understand. Look, I'm just trying to help you out,
I know, and I'm grateful as can be. That's the one thing that sucks about my job is when I'm in my office, I can do what I want. I can go in the back and say, listen, I'm making a phone call for 15 minutes. Don't bother me. When I'm in someone else's office, it's like I'm the employee. I'm just wearing the employee. I make a lot of money, but I'm wearing the employee hat. And it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, dude, I get it. I completely get it.
Like, you get one of your employees to come in and, like, show up an hour late and then start doing shit that's important. You're going to look at him and be like, and I just like, this office is giving me a hard time already.
Dude, don't even
piss me off. No, I was grateful that you called me up. I glanced at Cool before I headed up in the car. I'm driving up to Jupiter right now to work. I saw it was like at 93 something.
Yeah, I'm letting it kind of trade out today. It's Friday.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, yesterday you could have gotten out of like 5, 6, maybe 7,000 shares. But you know, look, it'll move again next week, and we're getting closer. So
you think it'll pop in a couple weeks?
I think that it's got to do it real soon. Just because of, I mean, like I'll talk to you on the other thing, but like, yes, I do. I'm not worried at all.
Okay. Yeah, just keep me posted. I'll try to put an order in. I'll put an order in today so I get a minute for like.
Yeah, I was letting you know, like I sold like 6,500 shares yesterday.
Okay.
But I got it off at 96 cents. You know.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's different. Like this kind of stuff when you're sitting there. That's like when we first started doing this stuff like years ago. I was like, you're like, got to put the order in now. I'm like, the patient laying there, about to start surgery. Like, can I do it in 20 minutes? You're like, no, got to go now. I'm like, I'm running to the back, like trying to log on.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man.
Hey, Dad, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So Mom always says to me, why didn't you tell us? So I'm telling you, so you can put it on your watch list, and you can watch it go up.
Put it on my watch list. Mom is downstairs. She typically work out a little later. Brad asked her to, so I'm up here all by myself, and I see that my son says it's going from 90 to 135.
It'll go from like, well, it's 0.9.
0.9, yeah.
0.9. It'll go
right.
At least to like 135. So just thought I'd tell you. So when you say,
tell me that.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying there's information that's going to come out next week or soon it'll go up.
Well, if you were me, how much would you buy?
I'd bought like 20,000.
Okay.
I mean, I'd do like 15, 20. I mean, if you put 20,000 in and it goes up to $135, you'll make like 10 or 12 grand.
Yeah, make about.
I wouldn't do more. What's that?
Make about 8 or something.
50%.
Well, you're getting, if you at 90 cents, you're getting 9,000 shares. So,
well, just half of
9,000 shares.
45. So 45 is 135, and
yeah, it's about
90 to 45 is 50%. Exactly on it.
So tell me,
I mean, like,
you buy it through Steinberg, or how did you buy it?
Well, no, you can buy it through Schwab on your Schwab account. Unless you don't have money that you can trade with.
Oh, the money that I have is all controlled by Steinberg.
Yeah, so they get a fee on it.
Well, it's minimal.
It's highly bullshit that they charge you, even tried charging you to manage your cash position.
Well,
remember in the beginning when I called them out on that? That's like the oldest trick in the book. Like, well, we have to use the cash. Like, really, you're going to charge me a percent interest on cash that's sitting there?
Mom just walked in. She wants to talk to you. Hold on.
But anyway, it should go up. So I bought some last week.
All right, so I will buy 20,000. Charlie has a stock that he wants me to buy, so it's going to go up 50%.
But this is the thing: you don't put it in at market order because you may not even get it because of the volume. So you can only buy. I think it's only trading like 40,000 shares a day. It's 40 to 50,000. So there's supposed to be information that's going to come out either this week or next week, and it'll pop. But you can only. You don't want to get yourself too many shares because the problem is if it's only trading, you can only offload what the volume allows.
Right. Well, it's $20,000. You get what? 18,000 shares.
No,
the volume said it's 40,000.
That if the share price is less than $1 and you buy $20,000, you're going to get like 22,000 shares, less than $1.
Right. The other one. Okay.
So, but anyway, it's a pretty good source. So.
All right.
To live.
Hello, Charlie.
Hey, Dad, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm sitting in front of the Baumgartner Auto Tag Agency on Northwest 36th Street, and I was planning on going in now to register the car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Are you going to be back at the house before 4?
Yes.
Okay. Call me because I'm going to tell you how to sell some of the shares of that Cool that you bought the other day.
Okay.
Because basically some news came out today pushing the stock higher. But my friend thinks it's going to, take some profits when it goes higher, and then you could always buy it when it dips down again, and then you'll make some money off of it going higher today. You'll make like $2,000.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, and then, but my friend thinks it'll go to like at least $1.35, $1.50, but it's going to go back down after it goes up today. It's going to go back down, and then it'll go up again. So he's like, why don't you just? So he's like, Charlie, why don't you just? I'll tell you at what points to sell it today, and then when it goes back down, pick some up, and then you'll enjoy the ride up again.
Okay.
And you'll make like about $2,000 or so, $1,800, $2,000 roughly.
That's great.
So it's up almost 8% today.
Yeah, I have my doubts about this car. They really screwed up. What happened? Darren sold the car to Ryan, and Ryan.
Ryan sold it to Darren. But Darren said when he went to the tag agency, they just handled it. He said it wasn't an issue. The VIN, as long as the VIN number is correct, that's all they care about.
Okay, yeah, the VIN number is correct.
Yeah, you said the other part that it wasn't. He said don't bring it to their attention, but let them deal with it. Just go to a tag agency and pay them. It's worth the $75 or whatever they charge to take care of it.
Yeah, they also charge the tax. Because
they have to go in there and pay the tax for you.
Yeah, 7%. You want a license plate and a tag.
Yeah, I need a license.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sorry.
So one thing that Jerry taught me, one of the things he taught me is when you get pulled over by a cop, you tell him you work at Broward General, and you'll always get out of it. So this morning, I'm driving in the HOV lane with limo tint on my car. I get pulled over by FHP without a driver's license.
Oh, sweet.
And I got let off with a warning because I worked at Broward General.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What car were you driving?
Mercedes.
Okay. You had no driver's license with you?
What had happened when I took the boat out on Sunday, I didn't take my wallet. I just took a credit card and my driver's license and jumped on the boat. So I was out there. I'm like, here, Clint, hold on to this because I didn't want it falling out of my pockets. And he had like a zipper on his pocket. So I never got my driver's license. It's not a big deal. I got let off with a warning. I said, listen, I work at Broward General. I'm running late. And he ran everything. He's like, let me go.
Okay. When are you getting your license back?
Tonight. I was going to do it last night. I just got home so late.
Yeah. All right.
But
are you working? Are you working today?
Yeah, I've got 20 minutes to eat lunch and get back to work.
Okay.
So call me later, but the stock's up like 8% today. I thought you'd be happy.
Oh, great. Oh, I'm very happy.
Yeah, so you just made, you make like $1,500 or a little more. But still, so
I always feel $1,500 is more than I had, yesterday. So that's the way I look at it.
Well, it's always more comforting to buy stock when you know what's going to happen before you buy it.
Yeah, well, that's how these penny stocks evidently operate.
Well, there's a very small group of people who know what's going on before it happens. The rest are just following their they call scanners, and they pick up the trends and it shows the activity, and they try to get in and get out, and it's all computerized.
Yeah.
So some people actually know, when you know news that's going to happen before that comes out, it's a whole different ball of wax.
All right. Well, you know what? Let me get this car registered with you for you at your address, and then I'll.
All right. I'll call me later.
Okay. All right. Love you. Bye.
Did you mail my ticket in for the?
Both of those tickets. It was like at least a week ago.
I've gotten out of 2 speeding tickets also in the last 3 weeks also.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what I do? I work at Broward General in the ER. There's an unwritten rule that they will never give a ticket to an ER doctor.
Really?
Because if they get hurt, the first face they're going to go see is you. And every cop knows that. If they get hurt on the job, the first place they're going is Broward.
Really?
They're going to they go to Broward General. They're going to the ER, Broward General. So do you want to look up and see the face of the guy you just gave a ticket to when you walk in there?
That's funny. I would never have thought that.
Yeah, Jerry told me that. He's like, man, I got out like 8 or 9 tickets. I go, how? He told me. So I got pulled over. Remember I told you I was in the HOV lane with no driver's license and a handgun underneath my seat? He ran the license. He ran the VIN number on the serial number on the handgun, and told me just be safe and try to stay out of the HOV.
Sounds good.
No driver's license. That's how he asked me if I had a handgun because I didn't have my driver's license. I handed him my concealed weapons permit.
Yeah.
He said, "Do you have a gun in the car?" I said, "Yeah, it's underneath my front seat." He goes, "Can you step out of the vehicle?" So I did. But illegal tint, gun underneath the seat, and no driver's license, no ticket. No, they love the ER docs, and I'm in my uniform.
It's amazing.
So, all right, let me go. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay. Thank you. I love you, honey. Bye.
Dude, you want to hear the funniest thing? I got pulled over by a cop yesterday, right? I don't have my driver's license because I was on the boat with
Why?
on Sunday. I was on the boat playing on Sunday, so I'm like, dude, hold my license because I didn't want to fall on. He had
So he had it.
Whatever.
He
So
had it.
I'm in my car. I've got my limo tent. I'm driving in the HOV lane. I get pulled over by a cop, by a Florida Highway Patrol. So
you going fast?
Yeah, and I was going fast too. So I passed him. He was in the regular lane, and I didn't pass that thing in the HOV. So I hand him my concealed weapons permit, and I hand him my registration. I go, officer, I said I left my license at my friend's house the other day. It's totally my fault. He looks at me in my scrubs. He goes, what do you do? I go, I'm an ER doc at Broward General. He goes, okay. He goes,
you live?
He goes, do you have a weapon in the vehicle? And I say, yes, I do, sir. He goes, where is it? I said, it's underneath my seat. I said, but I'm not going to reach for it. I go, can I get out of the car and let you get it? He goes, yes, thank you. He goes, good call. So I got out, and he ran everything, and he goes, okay, you can come back in the car. He took the bullets out of the gun, came over, handed me the bullets, and he goes, here you go, sir. Okay. And he goes, I was totally at fault. I said, I'm just late to the hospital. And he came back over. He's like, I apologize. It's just taking a while to run the serial number on the gun. He's like, can I have your social? So I gave my my cell phone number first. I'm like, wait, that's my cell. He's like, yeah, I figured that. He's like, what's your social? So I tell him my social. He comes back.
Yeah, nigga, you're cracking, huh? You're getting scared?
And he's like, he goes, all right. He goes, listen, just drive carefully. Try to stay out of the HOV. He goes, I'm just writing you basically it's a $10 ticket for not having your driver's license. I go, officer, be safe today. He goes, thank you, sir. We shook hands, and he said, have a great day.
But why do you take out bullets?
Because that's what cops do.
Loaded.
Yeah, when they hand you a gun back, it's just standard procedure. Like, he pulled over a guy, and the guy had a gun on him, motorcycle guy. He said he literally, he said they teach you take the gun, and they'll actually...
You have to unload it.
Unload it, and when you hand them back a gun, you always hand them back a just either unloaded or assembled gun. That way, you don't hand them a gun, turn your back,
and then you're
and then you get shot up the back.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I mean, makes sense. So Scott said one time he took a guy's semi-automatic pistol, he took it apart in 10 pieces and handed it back to him. And the guy's like, "What the? You took the whole thing apart." He goes, "Well, you can have someone put it back together. You don't hand someone a gun and turn your back on a stranger."
Yeah, of course.
So he took all the bullets out, and then I'm like, "Oh, sir, my weapon." He goes, "Oh my God." He's like, "I would have been driving around all day trying to find you." I mean, it's okay, don't worry about it. He apologized and handed me my gun back. $9 top and $10 bottom scrubs. Tell me,
but hello.
Awesome. He didn't ask me for ID or nothing.
No, but it makes no sense. How can you write me your name, and he looked you up, and you're instead of
they'd never be able to find it. No, they have no idea. He didn't even ask me for ID. You have ID from Broward General, nothing. So I'm just saying, if you have a friend get pulled over and they like to wear scrubs, you could just be like, I'm a ER doc.
Yeah, no, that's the last thing I need to do is lie to the cop.
Hey,
fine. I actually tell the truth, and I get away with.
It's funny. I told my friend who's a criminal defense attorney, because I was talking to him 2 minutes later on the phone, and he said, and he quoted the statute to me. He's like, that's an arrestable offense. It's a misdemeanor. He said, they can arrest you and take you in. He said, any police investigation where they're in gathering. I go, Mike, it was a traffic stop. It doesn't matter. Any false.
Doesn't matter. You're stupid. You can't give a false.
Yeah.
You can't give anything false. Come on, you should know that. You see, this is the stuff that some people don't know and thinking about.
Yeah, but I look so good.
I'm better off.
But I look so good in my scrubs, and he knew it too.
Yeah, but I have a blood in the car and a blood in the compartment, and this was a couple of years back, and somebody has a record.
I know.
They look at me, and he got away because they look at me. They're like, "Damn, she's in her scrubs," because I was working in Mount Sinai, and I was like, "I don't know what weed smells like a complete idiot." I don't know what cannabis is, and
I remember you telling me the story. They tore it up and they put it in the
throw
store.
it in I'm like,
he's like, man, if that was me, I would have been locked up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna exactly. But to me, I know it's better for me to say the truth.
That was a lie, right?
I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Well, did you lie?
Yes, sir.
You lied when you testified that you knew nothing about Wendy Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ask you, I need to get some tests, some bottles of tests. You said you can still get that?
Yeah, I can get tests.
Yeah, I need to get, they get the 400, which, ethylene or ethylene or whatever the test.
Stipulated?
Stipulated, yeah. The 400, they had the 250 and the 400, the stronger one.
You want the test 400?
Yeah, test 400.
It's oil-based, right?
Yeah, where you shoot the syringe, needle and little thing. I don't know how much is the bottle, because I'm not probably.
From a while ago when I asked, I want to say it was somewhere like 90.
Well, it used to be 50, so find out again if it's 75 or 60, but let me know. And then, because I probably need 6 bottles, so.
Test 400?
Test 400, yeah.
All right, let me call
Let me know. All right. Thanks.
You want 6 bottles?
What?
6 bottles of test 400?
Probably 6, yeah, 6 bottles of test 400.
Is that the name, test 400? Is it like test Stipulated or?
No, it's just testosterone 400. You should know what it is. Just testosterone 400. It might be Stipulated, but it's testosterone 400.
All right.
I don't know what it is. All right.
I'm sure it's, you know what it is? I kind of remember it being 90, but let me see what you can get me for 6 bottles.
Yeah, see what kind of deal. All right.
All right, perfect.
All right, thanks, bye.
Hey, what's up? Hey, bud. Yeah, no, I hate putting stuff in text message. I don't blame you there. I got Anavar. Oh, Anavar, bro. Yeah, you don't want Anadrol, man. That stuff will make you break out, turn you into a gorilla. You're not going into the UFC, so you're fine.
Well, I've taken Anadrol before. It puts a little bit of size on me, but it doesn't make me break out. I took that with a cycle of Trent.
Okay. Yeah, and Anadrol is it's a lot stronger. I mean, it's a lot harder on your body. It's meant to be cycled, where Anavar you can just stay on for 5 years.
Yeah, Anavar. I want Anavar for maintenance. So I'm definitely gonna get the Anavar from you, but I want the Anadrol too. And also, can you get injected? Because I was thinking about taking a Tren and a test cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I can. It's just part of the thing is just the hassle for me to drive out to get it from this guy. But
well, when's the next time you're going out to reload the guy? Because
I can tell him what I want. I mean, if you don't want the Anavar, that's fine.
No, I do want the Anavar.
Okay. Text me on WhatsApp. You have WhatsApp?
So I do want the Anavar. I'll get, what do you want to, maybe I'll get like 4 of them. Yeah, I think 4 would probably be good. So that'll be 8. Yeah, that'll be 880, right? Yeah, okay. So 880 on that, and then I'll just get that like in the next day or two. And then when you get the Anadrol, just let me know. And any injectable tests, 300 or 400, and Tren. All right, that's it.
When you do this, when you come and see me,
I'll write it down.
Write down exactly what you want, and then I'll send it to my guy.
Okay. Sweet.
But no credit card, no check.
No, it's got to be cash.
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
That's all right. I don't take Amex anymore.
It makes sense. If you're doing it, people like me and you, we can't have any record of it. So.
Okay, I can hear you. Let me talk.
Okay.
I called and I left my cell phone. I said, if you have any problems, this is my office number. And I left my cell. When they probably looked up my DEA number, the DEA number is actually linked to the hard line at the office, the 721 number. So what they probably did was thought, oh, this is a phony script or something like that. So then they called up the office. So when I happened to be at my parents' apartment. When my dad came home, he said, did you call in a script? He said, we got a renewal script for Xanax. I go, yeah. I said, I called it in. So he goes, oh, but I didn't ask if you guys authorized it or not. So I'm going to deal with Erica and let Erica call it in. And when she gets to the office, I think she gets there around 11 or so. So just text me and I'll take care of it. Okay. But I did call it in and I did leave it. The other thing is I'm heading up to, that office right by Sully's, Rob Stanton's office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have some stuff for you. Do you want me to bring it and you're coming there today or no?
I have to go. What time are you going to be there?
I'm going to be there probably from 10 to 6 or 10 to 7. I'm just running late, so I need to know if I should bring it with me or not.
And where are you going to be tomorrow? Because the only thing is, like, there's like I have to go by Yinda's job because there's one of his realtors that needs somebody part time. So I wanted to check out what exactly he needs so that I could do something part time.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna be in Tamarack on Tuesday. Not at my office, but
Oh, that's far. Okay, let me try to go by today then.
and then Thursday I'm in Deerfield Beach, and then Friday I'm in Wellington, I believe.
Yeah, I know. You're always far Thursday and Friday. Yeah, bring it. I'll go by. I'll probably be around there like around 3-ish because I told her I'll come by like at 1, so I don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah, it's just paperwork for you to sign, like always.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you, kiddo. Text me when you're on your way, but I'll type in right now.
I will. Okay.
All right, you got it.
Thank you for calling Dr. Adelson's office. This is Erica. Can I help you?
Hey, Erica, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. I called in a script yesterday for Katie, and then I heard they called the office to validate it.
No, they faxed. Sent the fax.
Okay, did you validate it for her?
I was waiting to see what Dr. Adelson was going to. So just send it back?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, send it back. Well, check with me. My dad told me about it. I'm like, yeah, I called it in.
Yeah. He said hold off before I do anything. So that's what it is.
All right. Go ahead and validate it and send it back.
I mean, anytime that they come for her, I can, though, right? Like,
yeah, of course. 100%, without a question. Just check with me, though. It's not called in under my dad's name, so what's wrong?
Okay, let me send it.
All right, thanks a lot. What's going on?
I don't know if you remember her. She was this. I don't know what she is. I guess I think she's Hispanic or something. But she was this lady, and you took out a number 9 in front, and then put in a bone graft.
Okay.
It came. So she was very pushy on the phone and wanted me to write, what anesthesia she got. And we haven't heard anything about this for like 6 months, okay? And there hasn't been any mention of any reaction or anything like that. We never got any kind of a call on that at all.
Can I tell you something? There is no allergy to epinephrine. I would worry. It's why she's going to threaten to sue or something.
No, I don't know what she's going to do, but or maybe even nothing. But we never heard anything from this, and it may be nothing. But I want to keep you abreast as to what is going on.
I got the easiest thing. How about tomorrow after work, I meet you. We've got paper charts. And what we're going to do is we're going to write up a new chart for her, and she's going to get lipidocaine in that chart.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I can't do that. And I'll tell you why. That's why I tried to call and left text messages and write the voicemail, called your office, and
that was within 1 hour.
Yeah, well, she called us and
she's a little. I would not have sent that. You got to let me know. You don't have to send it the same second I call you. I mean, now it's going to be a board complaint. Thanks. I mean, I don't know what it's going to be. I really don't. We're going to try to figure out a way to get some money back or go to the board. I mean, that's fine. You got to give me more than an hour if you don't get a hold of me before you send records out.
Yeah, it's not a record. I didn't send a record.
Oh, you just texted it. You didn't send a copy.
No, I didn't text it. No, she asked me, and this is what I said. I said on 11/11/15, according to his record, Dr. Adelson administered Stipulated.
Well, you read it wrong. That's fine.
And what I
want to rewrite the chart, and you can always say you read it wrong, or you wrote septicine, but you meant to write lipidocaine. That's it. That's irrelevant. You're not the doctor that did it, and you're just texting off of the. You were thinking of something else. You misread her.
Well, hopefully it's nothing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I would like to rewrite her chart because it sounds like she's going to be an issue. I mean, first of all, there is no allergy to epinephrine. Epinephrine is occurring in your body naturally. If I had to pull out a knife and show you a knife, what's going to happen? Your body's going to release a bunch of it.
Let me see something here.
There's more that when I tell you the board of dentistry is going to knock on your door is released to your body. That's in the carpule.
It's adrenaline. That's all epinephrine is. There is no allergy to epinephrine. That's why they used it in every single molecule. What happens sometimes is if someone has tachycardia and you give like six of them, and they get that little flutter to their chest and a little more adrenaline. Usually, it's really just from them seeing the needle. But that's all.
Well, I don't know, Charlie. I don't know what's going to go on here, man.
It sounds like they're playing games of some sorts. I mean, obviously they're getting the crown cheaper. Now they're going to see if they can figure out a way of getting
the other thing she said, which is a bunch of is she called up and she said that nobody explained to her about that she was having a tooth taken out and that she's in the front and that she was going to have to walk around with a flipper for 6 months, and that's a bunch of crap. We don't take any tooth out with explaining what's going to happen, So that's a bunch of. But and then
did she sign a consent form?
This is one other problem, okay? Junior, okay, when she took this chart and she's supposed to do this woman signed the pregnancy part of it, but did not sign under the consent. There's 2 places to sign, and she signed the one above rather than the one below.
Yeah, but she also knew she also paid. What did she pay that day?
What did she pay? No, she paid everything.
Okay, so what does she think she was paying for? And like, what? I mean, how many years ago was this?
No, this was November of 15 that we did this.
Okay, so 8 months later, she's realizing that she came in an office and was charged. I mean, and she waited 8.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. When she didn't write no epinephrine in here, but what I did is.
Okay, so she didn't write. She's allergic to epinephrine in your chart.
No. Okay. I got it written in red. No epi up here, but.
But she didn't write like on health history or anything like that.
No, she didn't.
All right, then that's not. Then you're fine because I would just take a sticker off the chart.
Well, it's not a sticker. I wrote it in red. Okay, and I can see if I can erase it.
Well,
this is just the definition of a bucket of scum. I mean, he's literally like, just immediately, let's rewrite the chart, like no thoughts whatsoever. And then oh my God, this whole, I think this is like the absolute worst out of all of the things that he is absolutely the worst for.
No. We'll figure it out. I'm not worried about anything. We don't have to change anything with the charts. Just let me know if you're going to have to give her a copy of the chart. And
okay.
I can always call her up. Be super nice on the phone and tell her, give me the number of your doctor. I'll get him all the parts. We'll help him out. I'll get him a torque wrench. Make it so she really gets it. Everything looks beautiful when she's done.
Right.
Just be super. It's harder to see someone when you're super nice to them.
Yeah, well, I don't know what. Well, I was very nice about it when I did this, but I think that what she, I'm wondering if, because we never heard about any kind of reaction or anything. So, I would have thought they'd tell us if she had a reaction. She would say that, and there hasn't been any discussion of that at all. It's been like 6 months or something like that. However, and in fact, they've been calling us and looking to get the crown, like they want to get the crown done and everything, but we never heard a word from them on any of this. If there was a problem, we would have heard a lot sooner. Do you know what I mean? So the only reason I would think that they're asking for the name of the anesthesia, I'm wondering if it's maybe because they want to use it again. I don't know, because she never had a problem. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, unless she's going to say that she has nerve damage now from septic tank. It doesn't matter. It's really, I mean, unless you ended up in the hospital with a heart attack or something. The fact that you wrote lucky on the chart, I don't look at the chart. I look at the health history. I'm fine then. You can leave it on the outside of the chart where you wrote no epi.
No, it's not there. It's at the. It says, "Are you aware of being allergic to any other reaction in that area?" And then I circled it in red and wrote no epi. So she must have said something to me somehow, or maybe
you said it after the fact.
No, yeah, you know what? That's what she did. Maybe when she got it that day, she had a little sensitivity, and then I wrote it after the fact that day. That's what happened.
Okay, I just
good.
So
I think we're okay.
It's not.
I think probably what she did is she made mention of it because she didn't do it the day she signed the chart. She made mention that she had sensitivity afterwards, and then I probably wrote no epi afterwards.
Okay, so that's it has to be in her handwriting for her to fill out that chart. You wrote it after the fact. You remember that.
Exactly. So I think we're good. All right.
Yeah,
sorry to give you a heart attack.
Nah, give me a heart attack. And I had a patient of mine that I did 7 implants on. 2 of them failed. Okay,
Yeah.
She was like 80-something years old. It was on an immediate load fixed hybrid. So then all of a sudden they want to go use someone else. The daughter calls me up. She's from Boca. She says, "Listen, I want the money back for my mom's entire case." I'd already done a immediate load fixed hybrid from the lab that cost me, $2,000 with parts and everything. I placed 7 implants, extractions, bone grafts, everything. 2 of the 7 implants failed, so they had to switch her from a fixed hybrid into a denture. It just created a bunch of problems. Okay? Long story short, and that's they get the message.
I've written checks too.
Yeah, it's extortion. If any patient in my office said, "I'm calling the board of dentistry tomorrow, unless you write me $1,000,"
You're gonna write the check.
I'm gonna probably write a check for $1,000. I didn't like my cleaning. I'm calling the board of dentistry. I'm making a complaint, or you give me $1,000. I give the cleaning for free and give you $1,000 because it's not worth my time of what I'm about to deal with. I mean, isn't that f***ing horrible? And thank God everyone doesn't know the little magic words to say. But that's really the magic word for free dentistry today. Lawsuit and board of dentistry. Okay.
So what we'll do, you know what we're going to do here, Tom? What I'm going to do, no epi, and I'm going to write down, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to say she reported that she had some sensations or some symptoms after that, and we wrote it on as an addendum after that day. That's it.
Yeah, I know. You write it in pencil, because pencil can't be...
it is written in pencil.
I don't think pencil can be dated. Ink, they can date how long it's been on the paper.
Right.
So, do the pencil, and then, that's it. Thanks for the heart attack.
No, I'm sorry, man.
That's all right, man. I'm just...
I like to keep. When any of this stuff happens, I would like to be serious about it.
Oh yeah, I do too. But don't. If you just do me one favor, if we ever do have to get records or anything like that,
right?
Keep me.
Get it together.
Speak to me. Yeah, let's sit down before we.
Yeah, but in this case, it was like these people have been extremely difficult already about not getting their money, getting out of the claim, and she calls up and wants us like yesterday, and she's already going to another guy and stuff. And
who's she going to?
I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't know. I charge $1,500 for the bottom of my cramps at the doctor.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know where she's going, but it's
Yeah, and I could call her up and say, just be super nice and help her get the parts, and just let her know every system's different. So put me in contact with the doctor.
I would just leave it, honestly, because I think the more contact you have with her, the worse. And I just gave her exactly what she did, and I didn't mention how many cartwheels or anything. I just said administered septicane prior to extraction and bone graft for teeth number 9 implant placement number 19. If I can be of any further assistance, please let me know.
Okay. Yeah, if he does reach out, then we can just be super.
Yeah, if it was anything, they would have already been in touch with us. So it's probably nothing. But I just wanted to let you know what was going on.
Yeah, there really is no lawsuit with that. It's just more of I know a dentist who got fined $5,000 because he didn't put down what type of temporary cement he used on the bridge works.
You got to be kidding me.
No. I made him take off like 20 hours of continuing. First time before the board, it takes like 20 hours of continuing. Then they got him on like record because he didn't like write down, explain all options to the patient and answer questions. So they got him on a records violation with that, and then they got him with not putting down what type of temporary cement.
Yeah.
You can say I'm allergic to Vicodin. Vicodin causes nausea. There is no allergy. It's very, very rare someone has a true hydrocodone allergy. It's usually just it causes nausea.
Well, I didn't. Yeah. Well, what I just said is no epi up there. Is what I said. And we do that to anybody who's epinephrine, sensitive. And we have seen it where people really do have a reaction to it for whatever reason. But I've actually. Oh yeah, I've seen it.
It's funny. I've had so many patients tell me they can't take epi. They're allergic to epi. They can't take epi. Okay. And then, okay, no epi, and then I give them a shot of epi. I go, how is that? No. I'll test because I know what's in the carpule and I know what's in their body. Yeah. So I'll give them like half a carpule of epi. Yeah. Otherwise, what happens is the anesthetic wears off, and they're in pain, and their adrenaline flows. Yeah. So I go, how is that? They go, oh, so much better. This old doc I used to have used to use epi every time. But that was fantastic. I'm like, yeah, I used epi, hon. Sorry. I don't say that to them, but like, even when people tell me that, unless it's an old person with a heart condition or something like that, I use it. Plus, they also have 1 to 200,000 epi with Septicine. They got 1 to 100 and 1 to 200.
She probably had a reaction to this, and she wanted to know what it was, and so that the next dentist wouldn't do it to her.
Okay, well, hopefully that's just it.
I think so. Probably it.
And then just let me know if I can help you out with anything.
Yeah. Okay, man. Yeah.
Sorry if I overreacted. I'm just taking.
No. No, I get it. And I concur with you on how to handle this in the future, like you said. So we'll make sure that we get. Normally, I don't let anybody, pressure me into sending something. But in this case, it was like, she's seeing somebody else, and it's like, I didn't want to tempt her up anymore.
No, you could always be like, we need to sign over release. You have to get a signed release of records. Our fax machine is down. You're going to have to do it first thing Monday morning, and then once we get that fax to you, we'll be good. Right. Something you can always come up with something like that, and then you're nice, and the fax machine's broken. You'll have a new one on Monday, and just sign a release of records, and we'll get it.
Then she walks in and asks for all records.
Yeah. Jeez.
Anyway, all right, bud.
All right,
go enjoy the rest of your day.
I will. Thanks a lot.
We'll call back. Okay.
Anytime.
What's happening?
Jay, how are you?
Good. Are you still in that office you were fighting with on Friday night, on Wednesday or Tuesday? When was that? I don't even remember.
I was still there. I've been leaving at like 10 o'clock at night from y'all.
Oh, come on, man. Enough already. All right. What you got to do?
I'm getting there. My back's getting.
Yeah. You got that policy in place.
Well, it's a nice peace of mind, that policy.
Yeah.
So I just.
Okay, so I want to, we can pick up where we left off.
Okay, so this is the question. Do I just have my dad go ahead and make out the check that you told him to make out for that amount? Or do we make the corrections and then send them less?
No, because I don't know what the corrections are. Because the corrections that we're talking about are only related to your PA.
Right.
I still have all the real estate and all the entities that we haven't done the accounting for to worry about.
Okay.
And if I'm low on the 2015 tax, then whatever is the surplus gets applied to 16, So,
okay.
like, it's like, you need to pay in, theoretically, you need to pay in $30,000-$40,000 a quarter, okay? Because you're making, give or take, $1 million, and your tax is going to be, between $250 and $300. So, if I reduce your PA, and I understand what you're talking about with your entertainment, I totally understand it. You got to remember that the net entertainment, you always lose 50%. So if I took 50,000, you only get 25. If I took 100,000, you get 50. Okay, so I can show you, when we have time, I can show you what some other businesses, other professionals, lawyers, doctors do, percentage-wise, so you can see how you're going to fit in. And I know you want to be aggressive, and I have no problem with that. Okay.
And the only reason why I say mine's a little different in that I have 25 offices.
Right, I understand. You have no physical, you have no physical office. I totally understand that. But if we never do have an audit, something that would throw off a diagnostic. So I always want to try to avoid that. But
I want mine to smell test, but I don't want it to look like I'm a Boy Scout.
No, we're not Boy Scouts, dude. All right, so that.
Okay, I just making sure.
I had you pay at 198 last year. Okay, so we're down to 110. So we're not doing bad. Okay. For your attention, all right, man. So we're going in the right direction. I promise.
But that's 110. But I'm still paying other stuff too on top of that, quarterly, right, or monthly.
This is monthly is your salary. When your salary comes out, you're paying tax, Social Security withholding. But this is a combination. You're paying the first quarter 2016 and the extension for 17. When you did this payment last year, it was 198.5.
Oh wow!
Okay,
you're doing a better job.
Yeah, I did. All right, Charlie.
All right, I'll tell my dad to go mail that check in, and
yeah, tell him to mail it. Make sure it don't bounce.
Okay.
And I'll be in touch with you. Okay, so we can do some sitting down time again. Okay.
Okay.
We're due.
Well, definitely. We're in a couple weeks when things calm down a little bit.
Yeah, man. Perfect. Okay.
Sounds good, Jay.
Okay, Charlie. Take care, bud.
You got it.
My pleasure, buddy. Anytime. Bye.
So, what made the list? Insider stock trading, criminal impersonation, driving in the high occupancy vehicle lane without a passenger, unlicensed operation of a vehicle, speeding, possession and sale of anabolic steroids, writing a prescription outside of the course of a professional practice, falsifying medical records, tax evasion, and much, much more. The entire family operates on the assumption that their wealth and social status gives them liberty to violate the law, believing that they will either be assumed innocent due to who they are or to be able to buy their way out of any issues thanks to their wealth. The country's tourism industry.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate everybody tuning in with me. I appreciate everybody who has stayed here for the long haul. I appreciate you guys putting up with my kind of back and forth. Obviously, I can't sit here with you uninterrupted for this entire time. And I'm sorry for these stupid fruit flies. I took their food source away, and now they are revolting against me. It should be fixed by tomorrow. But you guys have a good rest of your night. Rest up. We have another probably long and boring day of the actual court case tomorrow. It's probably going to be the same thing. We'll tune in twice to hear Judge Everett repeat himself. But yeah, I appreciate everybody coming. And tomorrow, I think I want to listen to June's police interview because that has quite a bit of information on it. And I stand big time for June. I know people make fun of her, but I love her. So